guys, new GAs. Like I said, so there's been an update, a development. Okay, you guys heard it. Let me do it again. Let me do it again. You guys heard it. Let me do it again. Okay, there has been a development. Well, I did it too fast. There has been a development. Okay. Okay, the new GAs are no shotties, which includes the heat wave. So no bulldog or heat wave, and no assault rifle. Okay, not assault rifles or not automatic rifles. That would include the commando. Commando is still good, but no ARs. Okay, no ARs. You know, similar to these, or not similar, but AR is the secondary weapon that was in Halo 5 in the beginning. Okay, so there's no ARs. Okay.
All right, breaking news right there. You all heard it here first. GAs, but that's not the only thing that's changed in this 4v4 HCS action. So I'm going to bring in the boys. We got Tools and we got Active kicking us off today. And Tools, I'm going to get straight to you because I know you know this very well. What has changed in this portion of the road to Salt Lake City?
Yeah, a lot of new teams. Obviously, the GAs, though, as you heard from APG, no assault rifles, no shotguns, the heat waves, and then you didn't hear it from him, but Bound chimed in and said, no disruptors. What are we doing? I like a disruptor. Come on, just a little cheeky disruptor. Leave it in the game. It's fine. But, you know, we're going to have a whole different version of HCS to watch today, and I'm kind of curious how it plays out. We obviously still have the changes that happened post HCS Atlanta with the bandit rate of fire slowing itself down, and that seemed to be the catalyst to make all these changes happen from here on out.
Indeed. Active, any thoughts after that quick synopsis from Tools?
Yeah, I think the bandit change is going to be interesting, right? Obviously the sandbox a lot more powerful, but now we're removing the sandbox as we're GAing half of it. So really interesting to see how things work out. I really like the bandit change. I think it's going to give players time inside of fights, a lot of RNG kind of being dissipated from the fights, and it's going to be interesting to see how players play around this.
It will indeed. We are in a lobby, and of course we got some spicy matchups right off the bat. We got Forge Hub versus Night Watch and Active. I know that,
a bunch of forgers.
Yeah, I think you know a little bit about this Forge Hub team.
Just a little bit. I'm actually really good friends with Nated and Gunny, of course, and then we got Straight Sick. You can't forget about him and Eli X. This is a great group of guys. It's great to see Nated back in the mix of things, back competing. I know he's tried for a couple of years to try to find a team that he could stick with. They're going to go with a one-off event here right before Worlds going to SLC. I'm interested to see how they do against Night's Watch, though. I mean, this team is not a bunch of slouches. These guys are good players, so this is going to be a good test to start off the day.
It will indeed. We got an interesting list of names here as well. So, Tools, anything jump out at you?
I mean, obviously, right? Man is cracked out of his mind. We saw him playing in the FFA yesterday. I'm a big fan of Dakota personally, but we'll have to see how he plays. I mean, he's always kind of off and on with with competing into these events. If he's gonna keep playing, I'd enjoy it. And then obviously Grand Shiesty having a lot of experience behind him with some great players joining on Sirion. This is a really tough team to beat. Like I would say this is not guaranteed for either team. Bit surprised that the Forge Hub team isn't just 4 Forgers though. Feel like that was a real big missed opportunity. Could have had like Timmy, you know, War. Yeah, he would have been a great. You know, I think that's where the Forge Hub maybe should be picking up Forge Hub Delta or something like that. We get a 4 Forger team.
All right, well, we're getting into game number 1. It's going to start with Streets, Oddball, Forge Hub versus Night Watch. I'm going to leave it to Tools and Active as we get into game number 1.
Really excited to see how this plays out. Obviously, Streets Oddball gonna be an interesting one because it's a very long game type, which gives these teams a chance to feel each other out. And that's what you're gonna need coming into this event. Tools, you said it best, right? This is going to be a tough matchup for both of these teams. And Streets Oddball is a great starting point to start the series off.
Yeah, it's going to be a long game at least, right? And for a team like Forge Hub, who doesn't have a lot of experience with each other quite yet, a lot of players that have never teamed with each other, period, gonna have some time to feel it out. But this is a roster I think is like willing to put in the time, right? Naded, Eli X, both their main jobs are to stream Halo. So it's like for them, they're ready to go all in with this roster. And you added two fantastic players to it with Gunplexion and Straight Sick, two players that I think have pro potential. So this is a roster that could be very scary, but we have some grinders on the other side. Nothing guaranteed whatsoever.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, that start is going to obviously go to Night's Watch, but I truly feel that, you know, it's going to be tough for FaZe, right? Obviously, Naded, you know, taking a little break from Halo as well. Coming back to it now. We'll see if he kind of gets into the swing of things quickly. Straight Sick and Gunplexion have played together before. Eli X, a lot of BTB, obviously playing ranked as of recent as well, and obviously a phenomenal player. So just trying to find their mix and find their way to play these matchups. It's gonna be a tough start, but I think with a little bit of grind before SLC, we could see some promise out of this squad.
I like how Night's Watch swings really efficient at the moment, right? They instantly went for that ball, got it up into a high position. Once they start to lose numbers, they drop it, start to play for the Slays once again. They've done a great job at keeping space between that ball and the players of FaZe. And while FaZe are getting these kills, they yet to get any bit of time from it. 36 seconds from, you know, not that big of a slaying performance thus far. I mean, they won the first round of Slays, but that was just about it. FaZe finally getting their chance with the Rock, though.
Yeah, I mean, great break by FaZe, right? They're going to get their chance, like you said. 2 kills will also give them a bit more time here. It's going to be Night's Watch who are still going to try to break, even though they don't have that numbers advantage, and they find a way through the PD side of the map. That's huge.
Enemy has the ball.
Straight Sick can make something happen here. He's got the gun that barks, so I guess already, you know, not sub GAs being abided too. You know, that's the thing about GAs. It has to be for everyone. It looks like it might be only the pro teams that have agreed to this one. You know, this is something that's a little bit different than the GA that we saw from the Mangler. It doesn't feel as if it's as widely accepted from the general community as the Mangler was. And when I say the general community, I mean like the competitive players who are playing in these tournaments. Right. The Mangler, and no one really had fun when that thing was on the map. Some people, you know, are gonna enjoy using a disruptor, a shotgun, a heat wave. I wouldn't be surprised if we only see that the top 8 teams really participate in that GA.
Yeah, I see a lot of people in social media entering themselves into this this GA conversation. Honestly, I think it's just for the pool play teams. If you're a team in pool play, then yeah, maybe following the GA is the way to go. The opposite of that is you'll get blacklisted from playing against pro teams in scrims. So if you don't play against pro teams in scrims, just stop worrying about it. It's not for you whatsoever. And you can see here in this game number 1, not really worried about it is either one of these teams. FaZe, though, going to get the ball back towards that A side, and once again getting a bit more ball time. This is good, but and the Slays also a little bit even here off that start that we saw. FaZe gonna go 3 down.
Great work to get back behind those players, get those couple kills, but Straight Sick needs to win these fights for the spawns of his team, but that's not going to happen. And now FaZe could be in a pretty dangerous spot here if this ball can get back towards B. Now Nada doing a great job of finding that presence towards PD, stopping that ball from getting towards B and ending the rotation early. FaZe being able to recover from this spot.
I mean, for a team that hasn't played you know, with each other too much here, this FaZe roster doing a solid job of just kind of holding, you know, both sides of the map, making sure to control spawns. They force the spawns at C multiple times. It's going to be another camo here for the side of FaZe, and 70 points counting for them as well.
And this is going to be a great opportunity for Straight Sick to guarantee the round for him. If he can find these players unsuspecting, get a couple free kills, then suddenly the ball just needs to be held for a couple more seconds. Here we go. Stay hidden. All 4 players are coming. I love how patient he is.
All he needs to do is find this break. Like you said, obviously he's going to be watching this side, so he's kind of forced to shoot in that position. Gunplexion goes down early. Eli X as well. So the break the Straight Sick was waiting for, not really there. Nada gets a cleanup kill, though, evens up the numbers just a bit. Now it's a 1v1. Nada, though, not a lot of shields to work with. He will go down, and it'll be Night's Watch with a little bit of a hold on the A side.
They're fast to refill their position, right? Able to get back to the spawns that they want. They have the setup once again, and now just one more round of Slays away from making this a tied game for Chubb. This is a moment where you have to play big, but caught out first was Naded, and it's just gonna be worse from there. Stray 6 goes down for Chubb. Very, very tough spot to recover from here. They just keep all joining the respawn screen, but a couple big kills. As Eli X is doing his best, nothing that he can do there though. And it's gonna be Night's Watch ball once again.
Yeah, Eli X makes a decent play right there, cuts the center of the map through the bottom mid towards A, but only gets one and ends up having no shields. Naded once again though with another kill here. Straight 6 gonna end up going down, but it's gonna be some shot from the top of C that's going to allow Naded to get inside of C. The stalker rifle being utilized, I believe that was by Gunny, but regardless, that ball will make its way inside of C. The only thing is Eli X does go down, so that break will happen.
Sirion doing a great job to cut off the route to ensure that ball player does go down, and now it's just going to come down to just pure slays. Night's Watch doing their best. Camo's up now with Fortune going 2 down. This should be a free grab for them, and only just over 20 seconds for them to win this game. With Camo in their hands, this one could be looking over for Fortune in round 1.
Yeah, it's really, really tough right there. A couple, maybe a little bit of a miscommunication, but players not, unfortunately not utilizing that teamwork effectively. Dakota here trying to stop the push from Naded on the purple side. Naded still got that shot. He's going to end up going down, though, from a trade. Obviously, he's going to get a double there. So now it's a 2v2 situation, but that's going to be the first round for Night's Watch.
And Shicey, last player alive, 17 kills, was able to help hold off Fortune in that big moment. And honestly, I think that was an impressive round from Night's Watch. They were very efficient in the beginning of the game, but then relied heavily on their slays in the second half and just outworked Fortune for that ball position.
Yeah, we'll see if Fortune can get a bit more ball time in this round and possibly secure this round. Gunny doing a bit of work here towards the C side, but he's gonna end up going down to a 2v1 situation. Sirion throwing some nades, trying to guarantee this camo. And although Fortune will get that bit of ball time, 17 seconds added to that clock, it's gonna be camo in the hands of Night's Watch once again as they look to break.
I love that he drops the shotgun for your camo player. It's gonna allow him to get in a really dangerous spot. Find the players of Fortune that are coming off the map, and man, Sirion's just surprised himself. He's like, where is this push coming from? Fortune very much coordinating with each other and caught by surprise, but the Bulldog barks loud. It scares that opponent away, and he's going to have a second opportunity with this camouflage.
Yeah, you can see Fortune played a bit scared here on that purple side. They know the camo is visible, but Gunny's gonna hit the shots, take out the camo player. Now he has to stay alive. That's the most important part of this entire equation. If he can stay alive, they can potentially rotate this ball toward the C side. The shotgun does bark, like you mentioned before, and that ball does get into C, but so much damage has been done. Once again, the break comes through. That's 3 down for Fortune. Nate gets a kill, though, and it does a bit of damage to the second player, but it'll be ball time here for Night's Watch.
Camo's coming up in about 20 seconds. It's going to be Fortune has a decision to make, right? Are we going to play aggressively into this ball, potentially go down and not find the break and give out camo at the same time? Or are we going to save our numbers for when this camouflage comes up?
Now, Sirion doing a great job here at the top of Commando, staying alive for as long as he did. There was 3 players pushing on that B side. He was able to get his shields back multiple times in that scenario. And that's going to be Straight Sick trying to win that fight inside the mid. He's going to go down, and unfortunately, Dakota's going to catch Naded off as well. That should be a camo here for the side of Night's Watch, as long as Dakota can win this fight. Does enough damage to back him off, and that might be enough, and it is for Night's Watch to get another camo in their hands.
Oh, that's crazy. Obviously able to get away, and what Night's Watch played that so well, right? They brought that ball out of that high position, condensed their numbers towards camo, and really focus on getting the slays, right? They were focused on not only winning the fight, but getting away with camo, not burning it, not trying to play too quick, and it's working out well for them thus far. They've been able to get a huge chunk of time.
Yeah, lots of time being added here. FaZe gonna try and win another fight on the mid side. Straight sick. Not going to expect him to reach out there. He does. 3 down for Forge Hub. Some more time for Night's Watch once again. And honestly, it has to do for me just the ability for Night's Watch to get that initial kill onto Forge Hub and make the numbers advantage go in their favor. It's happened time and time again. But I gotta point out, Gunplexion 22 and 14, 30 seconds of ball time, having a solid game.
Yeah, he really broke through it by himself there. Unfortunately, just too many players to handle, and the shotgun back up into the hands of FaZe, and it's gonna make life so much easier for this team. Only one good hold left for them to take this game 1.
19 seconds is all that remains here. 19 points, I should say. Grand Shiesty doing his best to stay alive to make sure he's defending on this B side. He does get a lot of damage, which allows Dakota to clean it up and get the double. On top of that, another camo is up once again. Eli X trying to make his run. This could be the overkill here from Dakota. It's going to be enough damage. The trade will come out, but that will be game number 1 in favor of Night's Watch.
I got a bone to pick with Sirion. You have ball, you're at 99 points. You drop that thing, you wait for your teammate to come clean up for the overkill. You know what I say? Give it to Dakota. Great positioning from him, was able to catch those 3 players, and it was an incredible fight for that triple onto Eli X. Now, little shaky shots for the overkill. You know, we'll let Dakota slide. First game of the day. Yeah, we'll see him in top form today, I'm sure. Big Dakota fan.
Night's Watch doing a great job of securing that game number 1. We have to see if Forge Hub can potentially make things happen here in game number 2. It seems as if the Slays, of course, were heavily on the side of Night Watch there. Gunny the only one going positive in that game number 1. And again, the camo control was the big thing for me. Night's Watch making sure in that round number 2 to secure every single camo that came up, and they utilize that camo to get that first kill and break.
Is Dakota stupid? Why didn't he just pop the camo that's like right in front of him right there?
Crazy slays there on Gunplexion. 23 and 16 out of him. A very solid game number 1, and you can see game number 2 going to be Solitude Slayer here, and this can get out of hand pretty quickly. We know this map to be very snowbally. I like to use that word, and you could force spawns on that blue side. You could force spawns at the bottom of Snipe Lift. You can really take control of the game if you're able to do that. And I mean, a shock rifle and camo combination, can't say enough about that.
Yeah, this is where the map gets really interesting, because it's essentially just a big playground for you to spawn trap on. You got 3 pretty good spawn traps. The primary one that you want to try to force is going to be that bottom lift spawn. If you're able to get that, you might as well say GG for the next 4 to 8 deaths. It's just so hard to break out of. Obviously, you still got that blue spawn that happens just across the map directly onto that line of sight from that lift area. And then the last one is one that's a little bit harder to get your immediate kills, but you can keep everyone in front of you, is that back loop spawn. You're gonna see a lot of players just kind of cycling through those 3 spawns in particular. Pretty easy to trap players onto this map, and as long as you keep numbers advantages and you play your life as well as possible, this game becomes so much easier, right? Numbers advantage is going to be everything for Solitude. Being able to have that spawn control and space on the map and those extra numbers, it can create a steak dinner real fast.
Lot of individual skill on this Forge Hub side. Nated, Eli X, Straight Sick. We know what they're capable of. Could be just a warm-up situation potentially, but I would love to see them heat up here in this game number 2. A very important game number 2, as we have Slayer, of course. And again, this is first match of the day. It's tough. You wake up, you come on. You know, I saw Gunny warming up real early. Gotta love to see that. But come on, warm up, get those reps in, bot training, whatever you need to do, and just kind of get that shot nice and crispy. And right now, Gunny's shot looks crispy, as you would expect. But as the other players start to warm up, as Nated starts to warm up, I think we're going to see some great things out of the legend and Nated, and of course Straight Sick and Eli X as well. Excited to see if they can bring this back here in game number 2. I think they have the potential to do so. I don't know how many scrims these guys have had together, what kind of practice they've had, but you know, I would assume little to none as of right now. Still a lot of time before SLC, still a lot of opens to go, and this is a good start.
For people that don't know about Nated, because he hasn't really played that much in Halo Infinite, has a very accomplished career. Was able to get second place at the first Halo World Championships back in Halo 5 when he was teaming with Kratos, Suspector. Oh man, I'm trying to go down memory lane to remember who the fourth was. Was it L-Town?
I believe so. That's a long time ago. I believe so.
That's a long time ago. It was a long time ago.
I believe he got MVP. I believe he got MVP that event as well.
And
if I'm not mistaken.
Very good player. Unfortunately, never has that top finish on a LAN. Has a lot of second places. I thought for sure we were gonna see him get a first place finish before he decided to go into streamer mode, retirement mode. But hey, you know, like maybe this will get the spark back, and it'll be like, hey, let me mess around a little bit. Gets the call up for FaZe. You know, I can see it happening.
I mean, he's a good player. I think you know, when he was committed, I believe it was a couple seasons ago, committed and ranked. I felt like he was starting to hit his stride just a bit, but he couldn't find a competitive team to run with. Now, of course, he does the Forge Up Fridays, and Forge Up have now worked with him and the rest of the squad, and we'll see how they do. I think, like I said, a lot of potential, a lot of there's a lot of legends on this squad. You got to look at this squad and see that there's a lot of just a lot of reputation here, and for them to come back and give it another shot is great to see. We'll see if they can pull it together here for game number 2.
Obviously trying to do his best to survive. He took some heavy damage off the rip, and it's going to keep him behind that wall while his teammates just get eviscerated in the middle of the map. Camo to gunplexion and everything going right for Forge Up early in the game.
Yeah, I love this. This is great. Eli X holding this last side. His job is to stay alive in this scenario. Gunplexion, you see with the shock rifle and the kill feed, he's going to get one as well. And you see the split spawn starting to happen. Grand Shiesty gets a big kill on the kill feed as well. But Nated's got a beautiful flank here on Avicii. If he can get this kill, potentially it'll put him in a good spot. And he does just that. Tries to stay alive, but ends up falling. 8-5, Forge Up lead.
That's my rule for the Disruptor. That Disruptor, the damage over time didn't even kill him. And he was one shot when that damage over time started going in. We don't need a GA. It's okay. Everything else I'm fine with being GA. That one, Disruptor, keep my Disruptor in the game, please. Ooh.
Oh, there we go.
Yo, Eli X perfect reverser him. Okay, I see you.
That's what you like to see, man. Eli X starting to step it up a bit. Definitely a very talented player. 13-11 now. You see Gunplexion with 6 kills already in this game, 6-2 to start off here. Staying on board with Eli X. I like this. You see, trying to defend on that blue side as the spawns come up, but there are some splits here, and the flank comes through. He's going to find himself in a bad spot, stays alive, and the trade comes through. This is beautiful teamwork out of this squad. Nate's going to get another one as well. Really great job by Nated and Eli X to try and get these trade kills, but still, Night's Watch off a spawn keeps pushing through.
Avicii is the knight in shining armor for these players over in Yard. Was able to get the perfect shots and keep his one shot alive. It's going to do 2 things, right? You get numbers advantage, but it also gives you the insight control for camouflage at the same time while spawn trapping Forge Hub into the nest spawn trap. This is a dangerous position for Forge Hub, and it could take quite a while for them to recover.
Yeah, this camo is deadly. This camo has really put a thorn in the side of Forge Hub here, and Grand Shiesty taking control of that. It's going to stagger the spawns. You see Straight Stick, Elax, and Nated all spawn together. Gunplex is going to be the last spawner on that loop side, but Grand Shiesty with camo not being targeted whatsoever, doing so much damage, and all that damage being cleaned up. All 4 dead for Forge Hub.
Look at this. They're just going to cycle between different spawn traps, right? They were able to start with the nest spawn trap, then they go back to loop. Now it's to the nest once again, and look at the space that Night's Watch is taking. They have players to the left and right. It's going to be tough for any of these players, Forge Hub, to get much space to work with. A killing spree comes in, and this game is completely transformed since the start.
Yeah, Night's Watch ended up going 3 down, but they traded 2 for those 3, and with that, they continue on this lead here. I see a couple go down. Nated and Straight Stick working really well together. Straight Stick, though, going to get targeted by multiple He's gonna fall. You see, it's just staggered spawns over and over again. A great job by Night's Watch to keep the gas pedal down and keep pushing these spawners from 4Chub.
Sirion has a shock rifle, and what's going to be tough for 4Chub is how you have to take this approach, right? If you go out to in the open, you're going to have at least a shock rifle looking at you one way, and just makes it so much harder to find your break. Gunplexion, though, oh man, talk about a big couple kills from him. It's a double that could turn into 3. No, Dakota shuts it down, but he was able to at least buy the opportunity for 4Chub to start having just individual fights to win. Now it's not these just collapses that we were seeing, and recovering in I think an appropriate amount of time. You're only down 4. You can easily bring this game back. They've been able to recover from a dangerous position, especially with Gunplexion getting this next camo. It could be their time to run.
Oh yeah, the wolf packing around is great as well. Gunplexion's got to be a little aggravated with that one, though. They didn't continue on the push there. Gunplexion ends up getting into a fight, ends up going down. It was camo in his hands as well, so losing that's going to be devastating. But Nate is starting to heat up. Eli X starting to get some kills as well. This is looking pretty solid here for the start of 4Chub, and 3 kills, and they'll potentially tie this up.
Gotta be patient here for 4Chub. Make sure that you're looking at each other's helps and find the first pick.
Oof. 3 down for 4Chub. That's going to be rough. You see a lot of trades being attempted there, and unfortunately, those trades won't turn into anything. 41-36 now. Night's Watch still have that lead, and what we saw 4Chub with a bit of wolf packing, like I said, and it was working out. There's 3 of them pushing one side, 1 off player, pushing different angles. You see Gunplexion a little too aggressive there on the blue side. He ends up going down pretty quickly, and with that, it's a 6-kill lead here for Night's Watch.
Yeah, this is about just the end of the road for 4Chub. You're just running out of runway to make your comeback happen. With them keep going 3 down. One final spawn trap for Night's Watch is they're gonna see all the spawners of 4Chub come in from the nest side. It's a matter of them getting a couple more kills, and well, they're gonna finish this thing off strong. Remember, Night's Watch was in a great position to just run away the game, and 4Chub fought back. But Gunplexion getting that camo and them having the 3 down, and unfortunately for them, Gunplexion was immediately spotted. They got the 5 shot in on him, and they just never looked back.
Yeah, that camo was a big turning point in the game. I think we were down to only a 3-kill lead. But yeah, that'll be game 2 going in the favor of Night's Watch, a 50-38 scoreline. And when you look at this, you start to doubt just a little bit if 4Chub can bring this back. It's Recharge, Strongholds coming up next, but let's take a look at the kills real quick. It's Dakota, 17 and 8.
Yeah, like
what a beautiful stat line.
Big fan. Dakota NY. If you don't know, now you know. Keep an eye on the kid. 17 kills. He does that like that. This guy's absurd at the game. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I talked to Gunny about this squad, and he kind of talked about it as having the ability to play with the legends, right? He's got a chance to play with Nated. Of course, he loves his he calls Straight Sick his first sensei, right? Of a guy who kind of helped him to get where he is today at the very start, and just an opportunity to play with these boys for the last event of the season. Obviously, SLC being that last event, gonna be a fun one, and then Worlds directly after that. So just again, a last chance to get in, compete, and some of these guys, you gotta scratch that itch every once in a while. You gotta just get in and compete in a tournament. It doesn't go away. The urge to compete doesn't go away, and I know every single competitor feels the same way. Sometimes you gotta scratch that itch a little bit for to make it last a little while before it starts itching again, and that's exactly what you see these legends doing on this roster.
So you said he was his first sensei?
That's what he says. That's what he calls Straight Sick. Yeah.
What is that?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm assuming it's a karate term, you know, sensei, a little teacher, I guess. You know,
okay.
Straight Sick being his first one.
Guys, if you don't know, Active watches a ton of anime. He is the biggest weeb that you'll ever know.
I hate you so much, dude.
I didn't know you were still just keeping it hidden. My bad. I was just giving you an opportunity to go and give some Japanese history people, but it's okay. It's okay. Here we go. Game 3, baby. 4Chub Night's Watch. Let's get into it. This is all or nothing for 4Chub here. You'd like to see them at least take a game off this very good Night's Watch team, but so far power weapon control just has not been in their favor, with them going 3 down, shock rifle back in their possession. This is gonna be a tough road for 4Chub.
Yeah, 100%. I gotta see one of these guys pop off. Native, Straight Sick. I gotta see it, man. I know they have it in them. It's just one of those things, you know. But as you can see, the triple cap is still in effect. They get the 2 kills down on the pipe side. That's gonna separate the spawns just a bit. Gunny's gonna even up the numbers a tad, and Nate's gonna win a fight against Grand Shicey. A beautiful fight won by him. That'll contain the pipe control and will get him B potentially.
Unfortunately, has to be careful in this game. These trip caps can make this thing over well before you expect it. We're a minute in, and already just about 60 points for Night's Watch in this game. These trip caps can be deadly quickly.
I love that by Native right there inside of B, though. You see that he, although was one shot, knows he's gonna die on that pillar, just tries to do as much damage as possible with Gunny pushing on that battle edge side, and unfortunately, it's not enough, but they do stop the bleeding for just a bit. It's 60 points and counting here for Night's Watch, though, and they're looking to get A as well.
I love how aggressive Night's Watch been in this game. They really are just trying to push in to every hill possible, and Nate just does not even expect Shicey to come in from the backside. He's able to get great damage, and well, the big part, right, is he keeps that trip cap in effect, and now it's a tough dilemma for 4Chub because they have to capture C, but they also need space on the map. They're getting scored on 2 points for a second. They really let that trip cap last much longer than I anticipated.
Yeah, they got that kill on to C, and you saw there might have been a miscommunication there. Someone didn't get on C directly. Maybe they were waiting for the spawner to do just that, but it's going to be a little bit of the same story here as Dakota once again going to get this camo, going to guarantee himself another kill, and looking to potentially push a bit further here as he knows the spawns are on the pipe side. This is just a stranglehold that seems impossible for 4Chub to get out of.
And 2 points every second, and the tough part is they're spawning towards pipes, and their only option at the moment is to get into B, but B, a hill that's just so easy to bait on the other side. And notice how that's the spawn that they're going to keep opening up. They want them to spawn into pipes. Ideal world, you get a long haul spawn, but hey, second best, pipes is great for us.
Yeah, this is just really tough. You see the spawn comes out from Nated. They're going to try and get C here. Straight Sick and Nated, that is. But again, it's still a double cap in effect. There's still points being added. Straight Sick gets another one. Grand Shicey's gonna go down. Complexion trying to fight on to B. Eli X gonna try and get to that glass side, but he's gonna fall. Nated, though, gonna get a beautiful win on the A side. He'll be the last player alive, but he might be able to get A if he can finesse here a little bit.
That's a tough situation for Nated because he's last alive, but you've just been, you're down early in this game. We're only 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and the other team already eclipsing 200 points. Nated feels responsible to have to jump into that hill right away, but last player alive, there's just no success that's going to come from that.
Like you said, 217 points and counting here. 3 down for the side of 4Chub, and Sirion with a shock rifle in his hands to try and prevent this B cap. You see Dakota pushing there as well. It's going to be 3 down once again. They force the spawns potentially on the A side. You see they will trade C for that to continue to count up that score here for the side of Night's Watch.
Night's Watch has been a step ahead of 4Chub most of this game, but Eli X could change all of that. He's going to take this long-range challenge, get Shicey down to 1 shot before he has to back down, and Eli X, well-timed flank, is going to be able to stop the bleed for now, but we have to see how long this run can go. They're around 14 points when this started. 4Chub's going to need a decent chunk of time here.
I need some slays too. Eli X, you see him 1 and 10 right now. You see Native 5 and 10 at the moment as well. Same with Straight Sick. A lot of slays have to occur here in order for them to get control of the map, but those slays don't happen. You see triple caps continue to go through for Night's Watch, and the push on to A is good. that's only going to get you the A side cap. You still have to fight for B as well.
Night's Watch has been so effective at giving them 2 problems at one time each life. We see them having a lot of space on the map. Straysig was able to win on the B side, but as they're fighting in the middle of the map, what's happening on the other side, right? They're pushing into 2 hills at the same time. It's just too much for Forge Hub to handle. They don't quite have that chemistry, that connection quite down yet, where they know instantly where they need to go, who they need to help right away. And while on Strongholds, it gets exploited quickly. That was just a masterclass of a game from Forge Hub. I mean not from Forge Hub, from Night's Watch. They really kept them on their back foot. They didn't give them opportunities to get out, and a lot of times being able to just overwhelm with their numbers advantage.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the Slays as well. I think it was 47 on the side of Night's Watch, and on the other side of Forge Hub, it was about 28 to 30 kills on their side. So just a very large Slay disparity here for both squads. And sometimes when you have that, it just like you said, you don't have the Slays, it gets difficult. And you see there, it's a 3-0 Night's Watch going to move on. And that will be, of course, Forge Hub dropping down to the lower bracket. And I hope to see more of them. They're fun to watch. I'm going to be honest. I'd love to see Native, Straight Sick, and Gunplexion and Eli playing together.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll get their reps and they'll get a little better. But we will follow the winner, right? So Night's Watch, this might be an opportunity for us to see the levels to this, because they're going up against Complexity in the next round. Ooh. We'll be right back here in just a few moments. So don't go anywhere. Enjoy the ads.
better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting, I never settle, don't play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick-tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for winner round number 2 of your North American Open Series. We just saw that last round Forge Hub go up against Night's Watch. We saw and noticed that the GAs were not being respected, so I want to bring in our desk, and I want to ask you guys, what do we think? I'm going to start with you, Tools. Do you think now that we're playing a pro team, we abide by the GAs?
Well, maybe one side, you know what I'm saying? Maybe Complexity wants it to be a challenge. They'll say, hey, we won't pick it up, but you guys are more than welcome. And we'll see if you can even take us down. But no, I'm curious whether the amateur team's going to agree to the GAs or not. I'll say that I expect the GAs probably to be abided to this time around.
All right, Active, any follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, for me, dude, what happens if you break the GAs? You get blacklisted from scrimming teams like Complexity. Is Night's Watch going to ever scrim Complexity? Probably
Yes.
not. Are they going to ever scrim these top teams? Probably not.
Yes. Oh.
So don't worry about it whatsoever. Just pick up the darn shotgun, use the disruptor, and rain fire on everyone.
I'm for it, man. Rain fire. Get it in. Disrupt. You get it because disrupt it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, obviously we saw Night's Watch pretty much, hand Forge Hub a pretty hefty loss there. How do we think they look against Complexity going into this?
I think they're gonna really face a test here. I mean, Night's Watch, yeah, they looked pretty good, but it's a Forge Hub who probably haven't scrimmed a lot. Players that are coming back to the game, just having a good time. I think Complexity, a little bit of a different roster. I think it's gonna be really tough for Night's Watch here, and like Tool, I think Tools had said, Complexity, just let them pick it up. What is it gonna do? Night's Watch could surprise me here. I think these are really talented players. I just think respectfully there are levels to this, and I think Complexity is just a couple tiers ahead.
All right, Tools, we're loading into Forbidden, so you guys go ahead and take it away.
Oh, hey, Tim,
What's up, dude?
we saw Night's Watch go through the retirement home, beat up a bunch of old men. Now we have a bunch of old men that decided, hey, no, we're blue collar men. They're out there working throughout their retirement age. Yep. I think this one's going to be a good match. I like Complexity representing the banner of one of the older teams. Yeah, both Rain and Ryan Noob, some vets on the roster, but also some young blood mixed in with it. I'm a fan of this Complexity roster. They placed their best placing yet at what was that, Atlanta? I keep forgetting about the word Atlanta. Atlanta, but I'm actually a really big fan of this Complexity roster. Anything with Ryan Noob on it, always gotta love it.
Yeah, Ryan Noob's just got a very different play style, or very different way to look at the game than a lot of other players. I believe he was on the LVT couch at Atlanta talking some garb, right, about some top players, and it's just fundamentally different ways to play the game. And do I think his way could work? Yes, but at this point in time, with the way the meta is, I think it's just a lot of pushing, aggression, winning individual fights. It's just a lot different than what it used to be. And when you don't have massive firepower on the squad, I think it's going to be tough. Although I would like to see Complexity be that team that kind of surprises everyone with that different play style. And I think they could do it. But I like the roster as well.
Complexity. What do you think? Do you think Complexity can make a run for a Sunday finish at SLC?
It's gonna take something crazy. It's just tough. Like I said, this is no offense to Ryan Noob and Rain, but there's just not a lot of firepower on the squad. When you look at someone like Breaking Shot, yeah, you see a player who can play his life really well, use movement to stay alive in really tough situations. When you look at a player like Huss, I look at him as like the do-it-all kind of player, like, whatever needs to be done, put his life on the line to make plays, etc. So there's no real firepower. When you look at a team like FaZe, right? You've got Renegade, one of the best players in the game. You got Frosty, one of the best players in the game. You got Royal 2, one of the best players in the game. Like, these are individually, like, very highly individually skilled players that will win most of their 1v1 engagements. And I don't think you have that same power on Complexity. So the way you look at the game has to be completely different than everyone else. You got to completely shift the meta and do something crazy like we've seen Ryan Noob do. So I have yet to see it. I don't think it'll happen, but I'd like to be surprised.
This Complexity roster has been interesting, or at least like the iterations of Complexity. Remember, like, this is a team that used to have Cycle as its premier player. Like, Cycle went on to do great things, and then we saw Precision get picked up by Complexity. He gets poached by Sentinels later on. So it seems like they've really been like the farm team of the HCS, bringing in a lot of the new talent. And that's one thing I liked about the Complexity organization is they weren't afraid to take like risk on players, right? Like they went, they found some very good talent. Huss obviously still the young gun around these parts, and I still think that he could potentially mature into a player that could be like that top level slaying power that they need to get far.
Yeah, I agree. It's 100%. You're 100% correct. It's just got to be a role switch, right? Right now, it's very do what needs to be done. Like I said, throw your life on the line, make a play, and that's really hard to break. That's a lot of neuro pathways that you have to connect to another spot of your brain. It's just tough. It's just a lot of habits that have to be broken. Can it happen? Yeah, absolutely. Huss is a phenomenal player. Breaking Shot as well. I think, we look at him and we say, yeah, Breaking Shot, staying alive, doing his best to play his life. I think he has moments where he will shine and have that firepower, but I don't see it like on a consistent basis where I'm like, okay, Breaking Shot's dropping 40, dropping 30 or whatever in a game, and carrying his team to victory in terms of slays. If we see the firepower come out from both those guys, if they start to slay like they need to, and they allow Rain and Ryan Noob to bring that high level mental play to the game, oh yeah, I think we definitely see a Complexity roster that goes far. And 100% agree with you. I think there's a reason why those players have been poached, right? There's a reason why Precision was poached. There's a reason why Cycle was poached. It is a talent to be able to acquire these players and see something in these players that no one else sees. And credit to Ryan Noob, credit to Ashes, whoever deserves the credit, maybe both of them. It's just great that they're able to see that potential in these players. It's just unfortunate that they're not able to keep that talent on the roster. Regardless though, Ryan Noob has been in the scene for so long. The guy understands the game at a level that not a lot of people do, and I think that could carry them through if the firepower comes through from the likes of Huss and Breaking Shot.
Breaking Shot, another new player added to the roster. I love that Complexity's going out of their way and just adding in the newest talent of the HCS. I think Breaking Shot's been a big X factor for them. Obviously, they jumped and took their best placing yet with him on the roster, and I think they can make the run. Honestly, I think they get hot one day. They can do a pure-esque run at SLC or Worlds. And have one of those top finishes. Okay, we've had the easy anti-cheat error a couple times. We'll see if we can fix it this time around.
Yeah, I don't know who's cheating, but this is getting ridiculous now. It's time to start it up. Look at the connecting the server. I think we're good.
Cross your fingers. Everyone in chat, all 1,300 of us at the same time. Cross them. Get yourself ready. At least we're gonna get into this lobby. You're crossing. Ooh, okay. Yeah. How long are your toes?
I got some crooked toes, man. It's anyway, but yeah, this is gonna be a good match. I think Complexity take it 3-0. I think it'll be really tough for Night's Watch to show me anything different, but I would love to see it again. As a commentator, as an analyst, it's really tough to look at this match and say, yeah, Night's Watch have a chance and be serious about it. I don't see that happening, but like I said, it's also very great as a commentator and an analyst to see these upsets happen. Well, you're looking at Ryan Noob, you're looking at Rain. These guys have been in the game for so long. They have that they're wise, right? You might lose a little bit of skill as you get older in terms of how fast you react and your mechanical skill, but you still got that brain. That brain grows as time goes on.
Dakota, I think they knew where to throw their nades, Dakota. He landed at about 6 of them, and while 3 players go down right away for Night's Watch, Grand Shice the last alive, but that sniper in hand to try to keep his hopes alive. And we'll see
Ranger Dark.
Hey,
Ranger Dark 9973.
You can't call him out, or else let's just keep doing it. We gotta maybe boot him. Let's see if the host is able to boot him in time.
So hopefully
they got him out. He's out. Let's go.
Oh yeah, he didn't affect anything there. We're good. We're absolutely fine there. But yeah, I mean, lots of kills going on the side of Complexity. A great job by Night's Watch to kind of defend, though. You see, this flag doesn't go very far, and that's huge, right? They got the slays. That is Complexity. Got the slays in order to get this flag through, but Night's Watch coming off a spawn, doing enough damage and capitalizing on that damage.
I like how fast they are onto this counter attack. Couple kills here, and you could potentially find yourself with the first flag on board.
Yeah, please surprise me. I said it already. Please surprise me, Night's Watch. I would love to see something crazy out of these guys, and we're seeing 3 down for Complexity right now. The push comes in through the base. The nest is controlled here for the side of Night's Watch, but you can see the defensive hold of Complexity reigns true once again. They'll get flagged through, but a couple players pushing on that Mohawk side. This is going to be a tough pull.
Great shots from Dakota. Able to take down Ryan, but the problem is Night's Watch just did not have the numbers on the back end to continue that run. And that's the part, when you start making these attacks, you have to be pretty quick with pulling out these flags and getting them on their way. Every number that you lose while you're in the opponent's side base is a number that takes a long time to get back into that fight, right? And eventually, if you spend too long trying to pull out a flag, the team will just keep respawning and eventually get that numbers advantage necessary to push you out.
Well, you can see the numbers advantage going in the favor of Night's Watch right now, clearing out their side, but they don't do it in order, right? There is still a player on that nest side being annoying, and Ryanoob on top of that gets the overshield. That nest player is finally taken care of. Ryanoob's overshield will be depleted instantaneously. They're taking care of him very quick. I like the efficiency I'm seeing out of Night's Watch right now. It is honestly impressive.
Shots dropped, and there was 3 players in between a rock and a hard place. Was at least able to chip out a little bit of damage onto one for a kill, but so far Complexity has just been making Night's Watch base their own and breaking shots just waiting.
I love it.
I'd let him go, honestly. It's the shots in. Yes. Just in time to get the kill, but here we go. Gotta find the next breaking shot. Unreal, all 4 down. You gotta take it up the long way because you know that they're gonna be spawning on this snipe.
Yeah, again, we talked about that slave power. That's exactly what we're talking about. Breaking shot, winning a very important fight. Ryanoob surprises us with slay power as well. This guy can slay like the rest of them. You know, we don't talk about him often when we talk about slays as Complexity puts in that first cap, but definitely a player who's got that individual talent as well. As you can see with the no scope onto Grand Shiesty, puts a body into Sirion as well, and this will be another run going through the bottom rat tunnel.
Oh, the hurt comes all at once. Night's Watch is not able to get up together on the map, and this should be an easy run for Breaking Shot to bring back home. The snipers have proven to be just so damn effective for Complexity.
Bandit's effective as well, as you see Haas using that sniper and bandit combination to get a couple of kills. It'll be 2 down, make that 3 for Night's Watch. And you see it's Abassi pushing up. He's going to be the last player alive, but he immediately gives up that nest side hallway, and he's able to continue space on the map. This is big for the side of Haas. Gets another one, 9 and 6 for him.
Ryanoob's still in the opponent's side of the base. This guy's just been making Hut his own. They finally take him out once again, but Complexity is just having so much freedom on moving up and getting into these bases.
You know what's crazy about Ryanoob, and you see so many clips about him against pros on Twitter and all of that and all the like. He is just one of those really annoying players that will get in the back of your base constantly, and it's one of those players you have to really track him, right? A lot of there's some players that are just annoying like this. So you say, where's Ryanoob? Okay, Ryanoob's missing. You'll hear that come so often when it comes to Ryanoob on this Complexity roster. And it just makes it become a thorn in the side when you just don't know where this player is, what play he's making, and he just doesn't allow you any freedom on the map. He just tries to create his own scenarios on the back of your base.
Great shots in, more damage done. Night's Watch, just one player alive is Sirion. Complexity's not going to have the firepower to break through into this base right away once again, but they are certainly going to be able to set up and fight Night's Watch on their spawn. And this is where it gets really dangerous for Night's Watch. You just can't go first down in this situation, or else it will be a flag that's pulled out. Great job at least equalizing numbers and eventually trying to work your way out of your base. The problem for Night's Watch is they just been stuck on their side.
Time and time again, that's exactly what's happened here. You see one player does make it towards the top center of the map. That's going to be Sirion, and a great time to do so as well. With that OS coming up, it's a very important overshield for the side of Night's Watch, but they can't go down here early, and that's exactly what you see happen. Some trades come out. A lot of damage has been done. They do get the kill onto Huston, breaking shot, so that could open things up just a bit. If Rain can get this kill, he does not. So Dakota and the side of Night's Watch get Complexity 3 down.
Dakota just trying to do too much there. He had the overshield coming in from the top side. You got to let him develop into the base first and then try to steal away that sniper. It felt like Night's Watch had something going there. Still, this push not over yet, but you can certainly feel that Complexity starting to get their feet underneath them at their back base. And they're going to have an opportunity to break out. Ooh, or Grand Shiesty with a well-timed flank could potentially get the first flag back on board. Complexity felt like they had everything going right for a second. They go 3 down suddenly, and well, Night's Watch is ready to take advantage.
Yeah, you gotta be a little frustrated if your Complexity that this game is not over just yet. It just comes down to Night's Watch doing a very effective job at continuing to trade out these kills. Finally, the sniper in Dakota goes down. Ryanu picks up his own snipe. That will potentially be a return. You see, they're not really going for that return right now. Instead, getting space on the map and stopping these spawners from coming up on the back side of the red base.
5 minutes remaining.
Impressive how fast Complexity turns the situation from a bad to a positive, right? Flag was out, looked like it was going to get capped. They immediately found the pressure point needed to break out of their base, and now they're attacking on the other side, trying to find that third and final flag. But Night's Watch, it feels like they finally adjusted to the speed of the game. And I think that's actually what the big thing is for a lot of these amateurs. Is you play your first round matchup, the speed just is never the same compared to the pro teams. And it takes a second to get yourself adjusted to how fast a team like Complexity plays.
Well, you see they have their first flag run. It's nest control as well for them. And you see Complexity trying to break through there. Breaking Shot decides to back down towards the pit side, help out Ryanu, and that's the help that will work out for them. That's 4 down for the side of Night's Watch. Overshield coming up in about 8 seconds as well. So this potentially is an OS and pressure on the map for Night's Watch. You see Breaking Shot doing some great damage onto the spawners of Night's Watch as well.
And notice how Complexity isn't necessarily eager to get into the base right away. They wait for the spawners, and they're going to slow play it out. The reason they do this because Overshield's going to be coming up right now. They want to make sure that they get that Overshield first. Once they do, use that as the attack vector to get into the space and pull out a flag. It's like it's going to be Ryanu that was making a lot of that work with the Overshield happen, but he goes down, and this attack is over just as it started.
Some great defense here. You see Sirion coming off a spawn. A lot of damage that they're able to do before they go down, and I love the heads-up play here by Sirion. Doing a little bit of return on that flag, getting a couple ticks of return time, and then pushing up on the opponent's base. Rynoob once again in the back of their base. Look how annoying this guy is. You see him, he's sitting there, 0 shields in the back of Night's Watch base, and he provides enough time for Hus to come in there and help him as well. This is just a master class, but Avicii gonna come in, clean it up as well. 2 down for Complexity.
Avicii does a great job there, just getting information and then waiting for your teammate to make the first move, right? They don't know where you're at. Wait until the other team's too committed on one side. You can come in and get a great flank. It ends up being a double kill for his team, and they're gonna have another opportunity at a flag here for Complexity. Honestly, Night's Watch has done enough where if this was a matchmaking game, they'd have 2 flags on board. The problem is they haven't been able to deal with Complexity quickly off their spawns. It seems as if Complexity just instantly knows where to go, what route to take, and how to get the important kills after the flag is out. And one thing to notice, there was a disruptor in the back pocket of Avicii there, so no GAs being abided to, or at least
he's hiding.
He might have picked it up to YY with. You know, I do that, you know, even if it was a GA. You need that weapon for a YY. Is that breaking GAs?
Nope, not unless you use it. Not unless you use a Breaking Shot. I'm using that threat sensor. Not sure how that's not GA'd, but it's GA at all.
We don't GA the walls on the map.
There it is, though. Another kill comes out. 2 down for the side of Night's Watch. Rain doing some work, putting some damage in, challenging Avicii with the OS. Not sure if he knew Avicii had OS, but maybe just trying to get that OS melted down just a bit. That OS, though, gonna open up 2 kills. 2 down for the side of Complexity, running the flag towards the rat tunnel. With 1 minute and 27 seconds left, this flag could potentially go in. I don't know if anyone's in position. Yes, Huss is in position right here. They've got to pay attention to Huss. He's going to get some damage and at least be annoying, but the curbside might be enough here. No, the flag on the platform, too much damage from Complexity.
Yeah, Complexity's just so damn tough when they get into these spots. They're so good at being able to recover from these positions where we've had 3 flag runs now that looked like they should have been successful for Night's Watch, and now the final one's just going to end with a counter for Complexity. They're going to win this 3-0.
I mean, that right there is just like playing with your food a little bit, right? I mean, you allow that counter cap to go through. There's the 3-0, and you can see Complexity on your screen. 1-0 in the series as we move to Live Fire Slayer for game number 2.
Well, I'm really excited about Night's Watch, though. I felt like they played it extremely well in that game. It's just, I think it's two-pronged what went wrong. First, the speed, right? The speed of the game. The beginning half of that game, they just were not able to keep up with the speed of Complexity. I think that just comes from having to adjust from your first round to your second round. It is a different beast when you play against the pro teams. The third problem is being able to finish out your play strongly, right? They so often they are able to get the first part done, which is get the couple kills in the base, pull out the flag, get it going, right? The problem for them was on the back end when you have to at least buy your flag runner a little bit of space, push back Complexity, slow them down. They just were not able to do that. Slayer, a little bit of a different story where you don't necessarily have to worry about step 2. It's just about step A. There's only one thing that matters, right? It's getting to 50 kills. Might be a little bit easier for them to recover in this spot.
Yeah, this is their chance. I mean, I agree with you. They showed some life there in that game number 1. We'll see if here in game number 2, they're able to take this one off of Complexity. If there's one game type always available for the taking here against different tiered teams, it is definitely the game 2 and the game 5 Slayer. Live Fire, of course, the map that's been in since the beta 3 years ago. It's crazy, ladies and gentlemen, how fast 3 years have passed, but here we are. And here we are with Dakota. A repulse towards the flank. That's a good play here. 2 of his teammates are down, though, so puts him in a bit of a rough position, but he still gets the kill on a breaking shot, and he's got the sniper to work with as well.
Honestly, for Dakota, it might be start to rip bullets as soon as I see someone sort of situation. Wouldn't want to try to leave too much of the sniper for them to pick up.
Well, that sniper is on the floor now. You see Rain going for it. Breaking shot's going to do some damage to Avicii, and unfortunately not going to win that fight. Pretty close game here, though.
Yo,
5 to 6.
Crazy.
Goodness me. Oh, man. Gets the body shot, turns around. QT gets the cleanup as well, but still, Night's Watch in the lead by what?
I love the quantum translocator plays, man. Hey, I think it's one of the more fun things in Halo Infinite. Yeah, I like how it gives you an opportunity to make big plays, but there's so much downside to potentially using it, right? You never know what's going to be on the other side of the portal. It really feels like probably one of the most balanced additions to Halo Infinite. I think it's made the game much better in my opinion. I'm a big fan. Shout out to whoever decided to add the quantum translocator to Halo.
I say we GA it. It's too strong. I'm kidding. 13 to 10. 13 to 10.
So
Night's
this
Watch.
is not a joke. If he is dead in the morning, it was me. I'm booking the flight now.
That's not good to say. What if something happens? Goodness me.
I'm giving all your ops an opportunity right now. I will take the fall. You got 24 hours.
14 to 15. Complexity takes their first lead of the day, or of the game, I'm sorry. But Night's Watch takes it right back, and really impressive with Night's Watch here, keeping this game close. You see Sirion 7-5 now as he goes down to Rynoob in that scenario. And again, a lot of individual fights won here by Night's Watch has kept him in the game.
Disgusting. bandit camo from Ryan. What are we doing? What skin is it? This is just default?
This is the old man skin. That's what we call it.
This is crazy. Yeah, he's like trying to play Halo CE. Like, but put some color on there. I mean, look how beautiful this complexity skin is from Hus. I mean, come on, you gotta rep the org at least.
Yeah, that dragon is breathing fire here for Hus. We'll see if he's able to get any kills with it, though. Ends up going down to Grand Shiesty. Again, a lot of individual fights won by the side of Night's Watch. I'm really starting to be concerned here for the side of complexity. You see, the game is now tied 22-22. And there's an AR that was just used, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and that is a G8 weapon.
Yeah, but he
if
only
I'm not
used it
mistaken
for
as well.
like a half second. I mean, can we really say it's against the rule? I will say he just got stuck by a by a spiker grenade. I don't think that spiker was meant to hit the camera. That was a crazy stick from top cuts to bottom tower on a camouflage player.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Sniper on the top of tower here for Sirion, and a player who's having a really solid game here, 11-6. You can't really ignore this guy. I mean, obviously in a very powerful position here. Unfortunately, gonna have a bad time. He's gonna get flanked from the C side and from cut. So aware of it though, ends up turning his attention, gets a body shot, stays alive, still has 3 bullets to work with. A beautiful curb slide to the back of green will keep his life, and Night's Watch will keep the lead.
Wow, great repositions from Sirion. I mean, he eventually gets into a spot where he gets a kill out of his life as well.
Look at this fight, like, oh gosh, so much attention being taken here by the side of complexity. They finally take down Sirion, 12-7 for him. Hus though, pushing on the flank. This is some beautiful timing here. I say beautiful timing, but he is getting flanked from the back side, and he will go down as well. That's gonna be 3 down for complexity once again, and a 3-kill lead for Night's Watch.
Breaking Shot was able to get away with his life, though. It feels like a big missed opportunity. He used one shot in a very precarious spot. Instead, he gets away, and well, he's getting that extra value. Look at this. He's going to be able to find 2 more of his life, and he might just make it number 3.
Oh.
Triple kill, Breaking Shot. He was one shot hiding in the tunnels just not long ago. Now he's fighting for a lead for complexity.
You love to see this out of Breaking Shot. The kid has so much potential. I've said it time and time again. It's just a bit of inconsistency that haunts him, and if he's able to beat that demon, I guarantee you he can be one of the top players in the game, and that's probably why Complexity picked him up again, scouting out these great players. And you see Complexity starting to heat up just a bit alongside a Breaking Shot. Rain getting a double kill there. That'll be 3 down for the side of Night's Watch, and ooh, a camo hopefully for Complexity. They'll pick it up here. Breaking Shot's the one to punch it in.
We have a dedicated Breaking Shot cam for the rest of this game. I don't think he's gonna die. This guy's just in a zone where it feels like everything's gonna go right. We see he's gonna be trying to get right behind these enemy lines quickly. Man, okay, Dakota definitely spotted him, right? Like, there's no way you're throwing that many goated nades.
Still stays alive though, still takes a nice angle, gets the double kill
He's gonna go on a
here.
frenzy. He's gonna go on a frenzy.
Commando is good, Bandit is good as well. Grand Shiesty's gonna go down to that spike grenade. That's 44-40 now. Complexity have really taken over, and I say Complexity, but it's been all Breaking Shot here, 18-8.
This Commando in particular has just been gnarly in his hands.
Rhino doing a great job of staying alive on the back of green as well. You see they have a pinch onto Avicii. Avicii somehow wins that fight. It's only a 2-kill game here. Night's Watch has a chance to potentially win this game number 2 if they can pick things up, and they just gave Sirion the sniper in his hands. If he can get the top tower and get some picks here, Night's Watch have a chance.
Breaking Shot just ego chopped. Oh, he's playing with fire here, man. The sniper knows that he's over at back behind this camo, but he's still trying to take the fights. Unfortunately for him, his teammates go down 46 all. Can Breaking Shot persevere for his team? He finds the quantum translocator, gets shots, tells his teammates,
oh my goodness gracious, the head taken off here. 48-48, a 1-kill game. 49-49 now. Trades come out in the feed. All Complexity gonna push down the bottom center of the map.
You let Sirion win this game for you if you're Night's Watch. He has the sniper. Look at how Complexity's all. They know that sniper's on the map. They're just not gonna give him an angle. Oh, okay. This is scary. They're all going out to B. No one's looking. Sirion. Oh man, if I'm Sirion, I'm playing those back stairs. They've gotten all the way to back green. The sniper finally spots him.
It's up to Sirion right now. As a player, you live for these moments to close out the game here.
Wait, Ryan Noob stayed behind. He's not with the pack anymore.
They're splitting. Camel's coming up at 5 as well.
Right, I think Ryan Noob's trying to be a feint here. He's gonna like try to get some damage or something from green. He's gonna like let his position be known. When he does, the rest of his team's gonna spring into action.
They don't know he's pushing. Here comes the flank here by Ryan Noob. Sirion positions correctly, but Dakota gets the kill. And Nice Watch tied the series 1-1.
Like I said, big fan of Dakota. Big fan of Dakota. Wow, what a play, what a win. Sirion hit the big shot. You had to stop breaking shot. He was going on a run. They were able to find him with that sniper, and boy, oh boy, did that make the difference. What a win for Night's Watch there in the Slayer.
Once again, I say it all the time. If there is a one chance to get a point on the series, it is going to be in a Slayer every time. You know, a lot of pros will call the Slayer a dice roll. There's a lot of dice being rolled right there, but it was all Sirion. 18 kills, 11 deaths for him, and 8.7 KDA. Beautiful out of Sirion. You can't really, you can't take it away from Night's Watch. I mean, that was beautifully played by them, making sure to play patient at the very end of the game there. Just a beautiful job, and you know, like this flank from the side of Complexity, you said that Ryan Noob sat back, played that phenomenally, waiting for the pressure to come on that camo side. Ryan Noob ready for that flank, but it was not enough. It was, of course, Dakota who cleans up that very last
He just
kill.
went through the middle, huh? He just guaranteed it. We rewind that a little bit. I want to see, like, yeah, I guess they take the fight over at Sandbags. Interesting that Night's Watch would be the one to be the aggressor in that spot, right? You figure you like try to let your sniper get the shot, but they send 2 through the middle and like they catch him by surprise. I'm sure Complexity just did not expect 2 players to fly through the middle of the map.
Well, here we go. No more Slayers up until game 5, but I don't know if Night's Watch will make it that far. It's game number 3 here. Excited to see how this one turns out. A very long game, and when you have a long game like this, when you have Oddball on recharge, a game that could potentially go up to 15-20 minutes, you have chances for many mistakes here out of both sides. Night's Watch not going to get that camo. It's Huss though with the shock rifle. He goes down as well.
Grab that camo, still up for grabs into the pit. It's gonna be Ryan Noob, the one that gets away with it, and well, a little gift given to him by the players up high. The shock rifle in his hands is going to be a great opportunity for Complexity to get some opening time, right? Not only were they able to get him 2 down, they know where the last 2 players are. They can cycle kills here quickly if they're able to find these kills in long haul, and then immediately work on the split spawners across the map.
This is just beautifully played by Complexity, completely controlling that pipe side. Huss gonna do some damage to Sirion, who had a very solid last game and wins that fight as well. That was beautiful.
Sirion just took a 1v2 against a camo shock player as well, and it came out on top. Those are the kills that prevent teams from getting away in the game, right? As Sirion, you cannot understate how important that was for him to get the double kill there. It basically prevents Complexity from getting any more ball time.
And now it'll be Night's Watch that get that ball time again. It's the Commando. Very powerful weapon with the rate of fire here on the Bandit being changed. Commando definitely very strong. See a lot of players utilizing it and see how strong it's really become in this sandbox. And you see Night's Watch trying to get some ball time here. It's Dakota who's got that ball inside of pipes, and a lot of pushes coming out from Complexity. They'll get Night's Watch 3 down.
That ball being out into the open, it's really a neutral game here for both teams to decide who's going to get this camouflage. It's going to come down to these next slays. Whoever gets away with it's going to have a good opportunity to find the big slays and allow the ball to go back into their team's hands. And I feel like Night's Watch let Complexity get away with that a little bit too early. I'm surprised Breaking Shot went for the camo. He had camo, he went for that ball, and he goes down early, but it felt like a big opportunity there from Complexity that kind of goes away on some mistakes.
Speaking of mistakes, they allow Dakota to get through the shroud screen, plays the ball, also gets the win onto the fight with Ryan Noob. That'll give Pipes control to Night's Watch here. You see the push from Huss and Complexity coming through immediately, and this is what makes them such a solid roster is how fast they're able to attack off the setup of Night's Watch, immediately getting Pipes control for themselves. They've got a staggered spawn now as well, but Sirion with another big win. The man is doing work. I mean, 7 and 8, right? But so many opportunities where he's stopped Complexity in their tracks. And Breaking Shot's gonna go down there.
It's been a huge fight into the middle of the map, and on Night's Watch, they're just running, right? This is tough for them because they're just trying to get numbers back up on the map, stay alive, but they keep going down one at a time. But the big problem is that the fights just keep happening on a part of the map that's nowhere near the ball. It's allowing Complexity just to soak up a ton of time here. And Night's Watch, they've been thrown to the wind. They just have no collective power as they've been struggling to get together.
Well, speaking of power, Huss has really impressed me this game. 10 and 6 so far in terms of slays. A lot of ball time here for Irynib as well. And you see the rotation here coming through the long haul side. There is a player that's going to potentially stop that rotation. It is Dakota. He ends up taking out Breaking Shot. That's going to stop any ball time from being had here on the side of Complexity. Dakota doing a little bit of spinnies. Gets the ball in his hand.
Dude, Avicii won that fight against Ryan when he was one shot into the batteries. Throughout a day, and gets that trade out. And a couple times we've seen a big kill from Night's Watch when you think the game's about to be over. They've been able to fight their way back in. We'll see if they're able to be successful in completing the comeback this time.
Yeah, there's 2 down for Complexity. If there's any chance for them to get some ball time, it is right now with 4 dead. Make that Complexity off the spawn here on the pipe side. You see they're automatically on that red door, looking to push towards A. I like how fast they have just immediately go towards that A side and take that space on the map. And it's again what separates these teams from each other is just Night's Watch not being there, not able to prevent them from getting that space onto A, allowing them to get inside of A. Night's Watch still, though, getting that ball time, now approaching 55 points of ball time here on the back of Hydra.
And the way that Huss played this, right, he had confidence that his teammates were going to get those kills towards ball, but his job is trying to keep that space for his team to have quick access towards these spawners at pipes, and he's going to get rewarded for it. That's a great example of just having trust and confidence in your teammates that they're going to make the play, and you work onto what comes next. Work the next steps of a successful play.
Night's Watch have to act soon here. Only 12 more points need to be acquired by Complexity. You see the kills do come out. It's going to be 2 down for each side, though. But Complexity in the driver's seat with this ball time. You see they do drop it for a moment here. But that will be round number 1 here for Complexity. Bar anything crazy, there it is. Round number 1, Complexity take it.
I think that play by Huss at the end was really a guarantee or play. Like he just comes back, he's able to find one immediately off spawn, and from there, grabbing the ball is an easy task.
See if Grand Shiesty can make something happen here on your screen. You see Huss, the only player from Complexity in the battery side of the map, on that side of the map at all, and because of that, he'll go down pretty quickly, and so will 2 of his teammates. It was 3 down momentarily here for Complexity. They'll get the long haul spawns. Immediately Breaking Shot taking space there on the red stairs, but he's gonna have some help from Rain, and now it's up to Avicii to prevent this push, but he's gonna have a 2v1 situation, and he will fall as well, and that'll be 2 down for Night's Watch.
And Night's Watch, unfortunately. Oh, does Breaking Shot know about the next?
That commando, man, it's insane.
Oh, he's so good, dude. It's crazy how good Breaking Shot is at just winning fights, guaranteeing the 1v1s in games. He's also just he's a fiend with the weapons on the map. He's always gonna have something in his back pocket to work with, and the commando has been an effective weapon for him this game.
Breaking Shot's gonna fall, though, and this will open things up here, but Rain, my goodness gracious, the shock rifle comes out. Rain cleans up that kill. Rain on the bottom of tower here, doing his best to stay alive. It's 30 points acquired for Complexity, and no points for Night's Watch as of yet. Even though they've gotten these slays, Complexity have done a really good job of acquiring all the ball time possible. That Shroud screen might allow Night's Watch to go in, but no. All it does is allow Huss to get the triple. Can he get the overkill? Yes, he does! With a perfect
Kill tag.
The overkill comes through, but no kill tag as he falls.
Yeah, great overkill by Huss, great positioning from him, but that all starts with Rain earlier in the life, and Rain does a good job of showing that you don't have to get the kills to be an impactful player. What does he do? He just gets damage and slows the opponents down. Eventually, by slowing them down as much as he did, Huss takes a central position on the map as they're trying to reroute and take down Rain on the other side. It opens up the opportunity for him to get a big multi-kill. So early work by Rain helps Huss succeed, and then, well, obviously the nasty shot for the over. That's the difference maker between the Joes and the pros. There is a reason why these guys are as good as they are.
Complexity will get a bit of time off of that. Huss, once again, I'm telling you, I don't know how this commando didn't make it on the list, but it is what it is. Might as well take it all out. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit partial to the whole GA thing, but regardless, it's Commando, the king of this match right now. Complexity utilizing it to its fullest potential. Grand Shiesty utilizing the shock rifle. That'll be a shot into Breaking Shot's body. And that rotation of the ball will come out here due to Grand Shiesty creating all that space and doing all this damage here with the shock.
That's interesting for Grand Shiesty. Look how fast he's playing into those players of Complexity. He gave up a lot of space for his team to get into that fight, and he's taking a fight where he doesn't necessarily have the advantage. And well, you're gonna get another overkill for Ryan, dude. This time he's gonna go for the tack.
He almost had it too. Avicii was once again the victim who stopped the kill tag from going in. It was the same thing on the first overkill. Does it again on the second. Huss, no bandit needed. Just gonna use this commando here. Avicii's gonna be the first one to fall on the side of Night's Watch. Complexity in a great position here with this kill to take some more ball time, and they will do just that. Triple, that's a double, I'm sorry, from Huss. This commando's insane. Almost gets the triple, does, but it's a trade.
The commando is unfair in certain players' hands, and Complexity just happens to have two of the best commando players in the game in Huss and Breaking Shot. They have been using it to great effect. The way that these guys are able to shred with those weapons is unbelievable.
The kill time is just faster. I mean, the BR and the Bandit are now in sync in terms of kill time. They're exactly the same. Battle Rifle, I was told, has a little bit more aim assist, but the Commando beats both of them now. So, I mean, it's just a matter of using the fastest kill time weapon in the game, and if you're good with it, like you said, if you got a good Commando shot, that's all you need, and that's all Complexity needs, as they're 11 points away from closing out round number 2.
Night's Watch, they're trying to make something happen. They're doing a great job of playing keep away right now, but you're gonna have to win this fight right here. Here comes the push from Complexity. They're coming in as a pair, and there's just nothing they can do. That was actually kind of cinematic, huh?
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
It was like cameras on the ground looking at the fights. That was sick.
Well, there you have it. Complexity will take another series score, now leading 2-0 against Night's Watch, who haven't really been able to find much success. Again, like a lot of these times, we'll see sparks of brilliance here out of these lower tier teams, but Complexity reign true. There's a reason they are who they are, and they showcase it there in game number 2.
We saw unbelievable plays from Huss and Breaking Shot in those games, and that's why I think like this team does have Sunday potential in my mind. If they can have a run and let those two just take over games, and that's the thing, is that we have to see them be able to take over games against the best teams.
Right,
that's what these tournaments are for, right? You get more of those opportunities to play against the best teams. You also get some opportunities to hone your skills against some of these best AMs. I think that Night's Watch has been playing pretty well for an amateur team. Obviously, they have the win in the Slayer, but they're meeting their challenge. You know, they're playing well. They're giving Complexity at least a run for their money.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. Definitely a lot of potential there in this roster. obviously showcasing it. Oh, this is such a beautiful overkill.
You like one overkill? You liked one overkill?
Oh, I mean that was good. Yeah, but is there another one?
What about
is there
a
one more?
second overkill?
Was Ryan Noobs as crispy though?
It was clean.
Okay.
He had the potential to get the tack. I think that's what made it special, right? If he would have just waited for his shields here, unfortunately he got hit by that. If he would have naded and then not taken damage, I think he gets that tack, to be honest.
Yeah,
this was absurd too.
Right.
What a fight.
This is crazy. Like again, look how good this weapon is. It's insane. It's so good. You see reversal. You just watch the feed when you see someone with a commando, and you'll see so many reversals on their side. It just again comes down to that kill time being so fast. But
Icy just hit the gnarliest jiggle peak I think I've ever seen in this game, and well, he didn't get the kill, but he certainly earned one for his team.
this is where things get a bit scary if you're Night's Watch. I cannot stand being on the other end of a triple cap in this game, especially in matchmaking with random teammates. It is so incredibly infuriating.
Okay, can I get off my high horse? I've lost 2 games yesterday because my team refused to play for the trip cap in this game. You can't be satisfied with 2. Play for the trip. It's just too easy.
It is. It's so easy to lock. Look at the spawns here. There's gonna be 2 spawners on that yellow corner. The other 2 will happen on the carbine side, but you take care of those 2. Oh, actually, no. It looks like they're gonna happen on the bunker side. Chaos ensues once again on the side of interference, and you see it's Night's Watch who do get out of that triple cap scenario. Sirion's gonna end up capping A. This will give Night's Watch a bit of points here.
Great escape route from Sirion. Gets up high, is able to at least stay alive, and he'll try to work with his team to get into tower. And unfortunately for him, I mean, that's a great job by Complexity saying, hey, we need that tower control. In Halo 5, towards the end, tower became such an ineffective spot because of the movement where you were able to go from tower 1 to tower 2, but that not existing in Halo Infinite really makes tower that power position like it was in early Halo 5.
Oh, you see the triple cap locked in here for Complexity. 2 players on that bunker side, and you see 1 player does go down in Grand Shiesty. Once again, Dakota, though, evening up the odds just a bit. But again, now it's Sirion all by himself. The overshield acquired here for Complexity. 4 down for Night's Watch.
Ryan Noob's doing a great job of throwing out on the catwalk. Even though he has this overshield, I like how he's taking his time to get info for his team to allow the push from Complexity to develop. And look how all 4 of these guys working as a unit to come in and just systematically break down Night's Watch. They'll be able to get the trip cap secured once again. And the dangerous part about this is they know what they left open, right? They're going to be able to just turn around and start to play against the spawners at bunker right away. And it's not necessary for them to get the trip cap right away. As long as you know where those spawns are, you can eventually work your way back into the trip cap.
Yeah, unfortunately, the kill's a little bit too close together, so they weren't able to stagger anything. And you see like you said, the spawn comes out onto A. It's going to be Rain trying to do some damage to that Nest player. A still being acquired here for the side of Night's Watch. 3 down for Complexity, and B for Night's Watch as well. So now it's Night's Watch in control here. The question is, how long can they hold that?
Shiesty hit that perfect shot. Now I feel like that's a life where he should have died. He stays alive. How much more value can you get from the extra life that you've been given? Unfortunately, the teammate's gonna shut him down early. I felt like he could have gone on a true spree there.
Really impressive that Night's Watch is able to continue to fight Complexity here for space on the map, and winning these slays is huge. You see, they do get a 2 cap for a little while. They end up scoring 52 points, but Complexity once again right back in the attacking seat here. You see Breaking Shot at the forefront of that, making sure to prevent C from being taken, and just moving on through to get more slays. 11 and 5 so far out of this player in Breaking Shot.
Like how Breaking Shot's not worried about that hill. He's going to try to get a better position to fight for this overshield. And I mean, can you call? He just gave him the back, I suppose. He's like, he just offered it up on a platter there. Unfortunate situation for him. Overshield's still up for grabs. You have Complexity, the better position to fight for it, but not the numbers to get away with it. Obviously,
Overshield. Yep, it's picked up. Picked up by Night's Watch, and they'll get the kill as well. That's going to be 3 down for Complexity momentarily. This will be a trip cap for Night's Watch. I'm very impressed here at what Night's Watch is able to do. C going to be taken here by Complexity. Slay, I'm sorry, will go down into Sirion. He'll be the first one to fall. I love this play by Grand Shiesty. He's going to play slow on that tower side, assuming the push will come in from the back of C, but unfortunately no one there, no one home, so he'll take space on the carbine side.
It's tough. Like it's a play where you're committing to at least play into C or expect the push to come from yellow corner, but because they're playing slow and passive over towards yellow corner and not being active in their position, it allowed the players to get into engine 2 unknown and unscathed, and that allowed Complexity to get a couple big kills and to keep scoring for just a bit longer.
Complexity at 144, Night's Watch at 95. B will be taken here by the side of Night's Watch. If Dakota can stay alive, which will be really tough, but he does just that. Beautiful job by Dakota. The reset does come through, but Grand Shiesty gonna come off a spawn and assist on the push here towards A. Again, very impressive out of Night's Watch. They'll continue to score, and they just eclipsed 100 points.
Praja does such a good job of being in the most open position on the map and somehow finding his cover, right? He does a great job of understanding where his opponents are, using the geometry to make sure that they can't see him, and while he should have died, he stays alive, and well, what can he do with his extra life?
OS once again for Night's Watch, though. That's the big thing for me. It's Sirion once again with this OS in his hands. A looking to be taken here. A little bit of push comes out from Complexity on that yellow corner side. The OS is true. He's gotten 2. Make that 4 kills with this overshield, and now putting damage into the spawner and Huss, but he ends up falling, but Huss will get cleaned up. This is very impressive by Night's Watch.
Dakota, in the meantime, has always just been patrolling over on this outside towards the B side, been winning some big fights, preventing Complexity from getting that space that they want. And here we go, Night's Watch is going for the jugular now. They're wanting to find the trip cap and start putting this game away.
Trip cap they will acquire as well. You see Breaking Shot and Rain on that C side. Rhino finds a way through the back on yellow corner, but Avicii ready for it once again. Trip cap is locked in. They know B is the next contention point. They'll have to take out Breaking Shot first, but one of the best players at playing his life is Breaking Shot. Gets his shields back, does a lot of damage, but that damage just doesn't do anything, doesn't amount to anything. It's 3 down for Complexity.
3 down for Complexity, but Night's Watch hasn't been exactly quick on the uptake. Complexity, while 3 down, and we're looking at potentially getting trip capped, what do? They give a double dilemma right away. They're able to secure C, but they have position to get themselves back into a 2 cap. This is excellent recovery from Complexity, from being in dire straits to suddenly scoring once again.
They find themselves 2 down. Not going to be a trade there. Breaking Shot, though, the last player alive. 2 caps here once again for the side of Night's Watch. Breaking Shot able to find a kill. You hate to see that. Breaking Shot doing a great job of finding these angles and finds his way into B. If he can avoid some nades here, he could potentially take this, and this also might be Complexity's first overshield as well.
Overshield on the body. This is where they can start working towards their own trip cap once again, and it's been a great run from Night's Watch, but things have swapped, and oh my Huss.
Love it.
But that is just knowing your route and finding a perfect angle because of it. A double kill never looks so easy. It all starts from using the button jump to get yourself into that high ground.
That damn button. It works out for the double. It's 2 caps now for Complexity. Mounting this lead pretty handedly here. Rain gonna be on the engine 2 side, pushing towards the catwalk. He'll find Sirion. He'll find the cleanup kill. Grand Shiesty goes down as well. That's all 4 dead for Night's Watch.
Night's Watch is going to feel a lot of pressure right away. They see A, it's so close to them, but because of how they died, it takes them a long time to get 4 players up at the map at the same time. Complexity was able to isolate the spawners at bunker. They're going to get these kills unless Grand Shiesty does something insane. He's not going to be able to stay alive, and well, Night's Watch, they're having to use all of their numbers just to try to get to this 2 cap once again. Ryan Noob stays alive, and Complexity, a masterclass at keeping Night's Watch at bay.
Yeah, way to flip the switch here for a Complexity. They'll continue to score here, approaching that 250 mark. There's one player in their sights. They take him out. They reset A. And now you can see the spawns come out on the Carbine side. Ryanoob having to fight his own fight. He ends up going down there. Look at his assists right now, by the way. 20 assists for Ryanoob, 11, 20, and 16 out of this man. And it's been a big factor of why they're able to continue to score here. 240 points and counting.
And suddenly Night's Watch has to find themselves to a hill quickly, and it's just going to be a lamb to slaughter. As you can see, the open field was their only option. Complexity finishes this fight, but Night's Watch, an impressive performance throughout that game, right? There's moments where you can see the potential. The problem is you just have a team that scrims against the best teams in the world time and time again. For Night's Watch, you're going to get good practice once a week during these tournaments where you get an opportunity to play Complexity. For Complexity, they get great practice day in, day out. That's why it's so hard to beat teams like this.
I agree. It's tough when you don't get scrims against the best teams. This is your only practice if you're a team like Night's Watch. I mean, a phenomenal job though. My question at the very beginning of this series was, will they impress me? And honestly, they did. They're very impressive. A lot of sparks of greatness. Nothing that turns into a fire just yet, but you gotta love to see it out of Night's Watch. They had control for so much of that game. It just seemed like Complexity flipped the switch at one point in the game and just took over. A big player for me was Breaking Shot. You can see right there, 20 and 9 in this game. And of course, Ryanoob with a 20 assist towards the end there as well. Complexity doing work when it matters the most.
Round 3 got to be coming up next. Some new teams potentially making their way to broadcast as we start to see some of these pro teams fighting against each other. Do not go anywhere. More action on LVT Halo to come.
Triple kill.
You got something behind your eyes. The way you're talking,
Double kill.
it's a cheap disguise. We were made to
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Complexity versus Ascending Baseline. I'm excited to see this one. Garrett, this Ascending Baseline roster is pretty stacked, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's an interesting roster. A little bit of a throwback to a roster we saw earlier in season 2, early season 3, was Slavonic, Facti, and Kid Nasty playing together once again. Glitchy being added this time around to the roster. So a team that has a lot of experience with each other throughout season 1, and already they put Complexity just 4 dead. They're getting plenty of time.
I want to be honest, that last series that we watched, Complexity versus Night's Watch, Complexity had a little bit of a rough time, and I was you know, more my goodness, Fact with the ninja.
I don't know. Can you count it? Can you count it? I don't think that one passes the sniff test.
But yeah, I mean, Complexity, I wasn't expecting Night's Watch to do that well against Complexity, but I was kind of giving more credit to Night's Watch here, but it seems like Ascending Baseline have started this game off on the right foot.
And so far at Ascending Baseline, we were able to put up a great score. Now, though, Complexity has a setup. They know where the spawn trap is. They know that this pressure is going to be coming from A, and a well-placed nade from Breaking Shot. And look how he's just working behind that pillar. He is making it so hard for those spawners to even get any damage on him. And now he has that internal sense of like, okay, I haven't seen anyone for a really long time. I think they're going to come behind me soon.
There's a lot of a great run here by the side of Complexity. Finally, it is broken through. Complexity gets a lot of time, about 3 ticks away from getting that hill, but they can't close it out. Ascending Baseline R2 down, and that does clear them out of the hill here, so Complexity have a chance to push into that hill and get that last bit of time. This is a close first hill.
Yeah, it looks like Complexity, though, is pretty committed to making sure they win the rotation. And, well, you're going to win the rotation for sure. The question is, can you still win this first hill? It's going to be a foot race between the players at the top of the map. They both get in at the same time. Slavonic, can you win it?
He does, and he gets the first hill. That's massive from Sylvonic. He was talking a little bit in my stream the other day saying, man, if I had a PC, I would, or if Lands were on PC only, he'd be playing mouse and keyboard, but it seems he's got the controller down. My man is 7-5 already to start this game.
I think you just got to commit to the mouse and keyboard. You want to pull a switch over. I mean, it's so much easier, Slavonic. You make the pass. I think it's the way, man. You'll have such a good time. I mean, it has aim assist. It's just so easy.
Oh, goodness me. But here we go. Ascending Baseline, momentarily 3 down, and that'll allow Complexity to get a bit of control here on the back of Hydro. Breaking Shot, once again, winning a massive fight by himself on that long haul side. That'll alleviate that pressure there on that side of the map. So you see Hus rotating back towards the pressure coming from A. That pressure alleviated as well, and part by part, piece by piece, Ascending Baseline fall.
Oh, wow. Rain's doing a great job getting damage on Slavonic. He's going to be ineffective in this fight because of it. And, well, Complexity, they rotate early to make sure they won this hill. They're going to be able to tie it up 1 apiece. Now, it's all about this neutral game. Who's going to be able to win the spawns out here? Ascending Baseline set up early, but Complexity, they should have a chance to at least find a break.
Well, that first kill on the Husk makes things a bit difficult on this break. You might see the pressure come out of the glass. It's going to be Breaking Shot immediately trying to take out Sylvanic. So a great priority there, going for that glass player. And now that allows the cross to come in towards A. And it's Facti, of course, who's going to have to try and stay alive, but it's too much. Complexity overwhelming the opposition here. Ascending Baseline, trying to find their way towards this elevator side, but not able to do so as Rhinoob's there for the kills.
Well, I like the strategy from Complexity onto that break. Their strategy, it's simple. Ape together strong, right? It's just 2 players muscling their way throughout the base. They're able to take down those players by ensuring that they shot at the same thing at the same time. They're able to work themselves into a little bit of time. Camo, though, did go into the hands of Complexity, but did they just melt him like it was nothing?
Yeah, there was a nade there. The nade exploded on the trippy corner on that box, and yeah, Camo immediately goes down. It was Complexity who picked it up and Hus who was trying to utilize it, but now it's up to Ascending Baseline. Try and stay alive on this bottom elevator side. Just so much damage coming out from Complexity on all different angles here, and because of that, it's going to be 3 down for the side of Ascending Baseline. Glitchy goes down as well. That's all 4 dead.
Complexity's doing their best to just make sure they get that hill. Notice how they had 3 players there. They weren't going to try to let Ascending Baseline steal anything from that. Complexity goes up 2-1, and once again, Ascending Baseline is going to win this rotation, but it's going to be up to getting these big kills. And Slavonic answers 2 for him and 2 for his teammates. That's all 4 down. And look at the spawns of Complexity. Notice how far away they're spawning. Look at the space that Ascending Baseline has. They're widening. They're casting a wide net.
Yeah, the only thing is there's a couple players here from the side of Ascending Baseline that are just singular players on these double pushes from Complexity. It still ends up being a 2v2 situation, but Complexity end up getting Ascending Baseline out of the hill, which is their primary objective. You see the double push here on the long haul side. Rhino sitting in wait for this long haul push, but they're gonna spot him here inside the corner. It's Kid Nasty, the first one to get that kill. And then more kills come out here. That's 3 down for Ascending Baseline, though. Complexity only lose 1, Tools.
And look at this, Breaking Shot gets to the back. Oh. Well, it was supposed to be an easy kill, but in fact, he makes it anything but.
Fact, he ends up going down, though. They make sure to prioritize him. So Vanek, my goodness gracious. Every time we turn to his screen, getting multiple kills here on the side of Complexity. So Vanek doing work here for the Ascending Baseline roster, and again, he continues to put damage in onto the players crossing. No one really aware of his position, and because of that, he's able to get that free damage in, but still, it's Complexity pushing back the likes of Ascending Baseline. And so Vanek now finds himself in a position for a flank here on Rain.
Well, there's 2 things I like about Ascending Baseline so far this game. I like that they're working together to get a lot of these kills, but the second thing is the space that they've been taking on the map. Now, it can be dangerous when you start to lose your gunfights, but they have no fear of expanding out and trying to catch players on their spawn across the map, even though the hill is on the other side. It's working effectively for them thus far. They've been able to get 2 hills, tying this thing up. Complexity has won this rotation, but nothing is for sure yet. This hill is so milky. Any angle from A or C can just push players out. It's gonna be tough for Complexity to get this yet. They still have a lot of work ahead of them.
What's impressing me a lot is Ascending Baseline is leading in the slays department, at least as of right now, and it's still a tie game. It's not by a lot of slays, nonetheless, but Ascending Baseline contending with the slay power once again of Complexity. Something we talked about at the very beginning of the show. Something I wanted to see out of this Complexity roster. That slay power. Out of the likes of Breaking Shot and Huss. See Kid Nasty, though, putting some damage in to Breaking Shot. Ends up going down, and now Kid Nasty looking to push aggressively. Gets Rain as well. Huss, both have to reload, but Facty's there to clean it up, and he's also there to punch in a camo.
He really wants to try to work to get behind these 2, but you got to be aware, right? You can't waste too much time trying to get these kills. Right now, nothing's happening in that hill, and he has to realize there are blue pipes, right?
He turns around. They end up taking out 1. That's Breaking Shot's the first one to fall. They get Ryan Noob as well. They're continuing to get hill time. I would assume. In fact, he pushes the spawns on the pipe side now, but maybe looking for a straggler here on that A side. It's Complexity that make it through the pipes. Ryan Noob is the straggler. He's going to be the one that plays on the grapple side, but still, all the while, it's Ascending Baseline who get a ton of time here. But now Facty left as the last one alive. He'll fall as well.
Yeah, Facty having a little bit of a tough time there. Reading the routes of Complexity, right? Just spending a little bit too much time with Camo, finding those players into the back. They eventually found those kills, but because it took too long, it became very unclear of which way the other players went. But nonetheless, Ascending Baseline, though, we're able to get a massive amount of times. They're able to get that hill, and although the triple goes to Ryan Noob, they're down in this game. Complexity has a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, the third hill is going to be difficult. There's 1 minute and 38 seconds left, and I would assume that you play cautiously here. I wouldn't necessarily say you play for time, especially against the Complexity roster. And with 3 down for Complexity, this is a perfect opportunity for Ascending Baseline to get in. A lot of damage is done, so Vanek's going to be down to basically no shields here, but he does have that shock rifle to utilize on the push here for Breaking Shot, who's that initial player that's trying to make his way through glass. He has to be known, though. There's no way they let him live in this situation.
Break Shot struggling here because his teammates are going down. So every time his teammates are down, and because they know his position, he knows that he just can't challenge. And it's frustrating because he's right there, right? But he has to wait for these spawners in order to make his play. And now there is no option. You have to go. And by the time he commits, the rest of his teammates have to come. But it's just a killing field in the middle of the map. And ascending baseline take game 1.
What just happened? That was absolutely insane, and you're 100% right. In my head, I was immediately thinking, okay, Sylvanik, we gotta push this guy out of this top red side. We gotta push this guy out of top red, but no. Sylvanik stays patient, knows that there's nowhere for Breaking Shot to go. He has to stay there. I would assume maybe a flank through the pipes, but yeah, I mean, Breaking Shot stays on the top of red. And like you said, the entirety of Complexity dying around him, and that'll be ascending baseline who take game number 1 in a 4-2 fashion.
I'm honestly shocked at how this one has unfolded. The Sylvanik pickup back to his old teammates of Facti and Kid Nasty, and honestly, I felt like this old team that they used to have underneath. Oh man, that Sniping Lies roster. I really felt like they shouldn't have broken up. I felt like they had a lot going for them. They kept going pretty far into these tournaments. This really looks like that old Sniping Lies roster once again, and well, you can see already finding some big upsets in this tournament, and still have to beat Complexity, right? And that's it. That's a whole task in itself. But getting one objective in before even going to game 2, right? Like, you have a real chance of going up 2-0 in the series, and if you do that, you're at least going to guarantee yourself a game 5 Slayer.
Well, we'll see what happens here for game number 2. It is a Slayer here for this game number 2. Ascending Baseline taking that first game. Really excited to see how things work out here for the side of Ascending Baseline. They led in the slays for a majority of the time. We'll see if they can continue to slay out here in this game 2. We saw Complexity losing that game 2 against Night's Watch here in the previous series. We'll see if Ascending Baseline can take advantage of the I would say, the lack of slay power here on Complexity.
Camo is up for grabs at the 30-second mark, and looks like Complexity going to be the first one to strike there. Huss so quick and effective at getting it and getting out. Not one bit of damage taken, and he's going to be able to get lost in the sauce, right? Complexity, there's 2 players down, but with Huss having this camouflage, he has the potential to get behind all 4 of these players that are sending baseline and wreak havoc because of it.
They did spot him, and he makes his way through, but look how quickly the rotation comes out here. It is Sylvanik kind of caught out, but I mean, it was going to happen. He was going to go down in that scenario. Haas with a beautiful repulse sticky. Take out 1 player. Gonna get a second as well. Glitchy falls as well. That's 3 down for the side of Ascending Baseline, and a triple for Huss.
A great pacing from Huss, right? He had that camouflage. He spent a ton of time to get behind those players, basically wasting the entire camo to do it, but it earns himself a triple kill. He stays alive for a bit longer, and oh boy, he almost took down the 5th with them. That was a great run from Huss there. A 4-kill spree for him.
We'll see what Sylvanik's able to do here. Still a close game. All Complexity pushing on that B Street side. Sylvanik does have a little bit of a flank here. Are they aware of him, though? Glitchy's going to fall. All of Sylvanik's teammates are going to fall, and now Huss is going to look for the kill here on the stairs, and a great job staying alive. The spawns do come out, though, on that PD side, and it allows Sylvanik to get that beat down, surprisingly.
Complexity, I feel like they've just been out muscling this Ascending Baseline roster thus far. We've seen a lot of trades here and there, but Complexity always seems to have that extra kill in them, and those are going to add up for Ascending Baseline. They have to start finding these untraded kills, and with Complexity going 4 down, suddenly things are going to become a lot more clear for them. Kid Nasty gets away at the camouflage. You know where these spawns are going to be at PD. Let Kid Nasty get to work, and Ascending Baseline, they need to get into a position where they can help Kid Nasty here, but great job being patient, getting behind players. This is fantastic work so far from Ascending Baseline, and they're right back in this game.
Yeah, this camo has looked to be a big impact here, and he's making sure it is. Kid Nasty very patient on the spawns there from Complexity. Complexity still lead by 1. Camo will dissipate. 30 seconds went by very fast there for that camo. They're aware of his position as well. They will take him out as he's overextended. That will be 3 down for ascending baseline. Sylvanik, the last player alive.
Boys did a great job throwing that nade and was able to give them that extra damage needed to not trade out over on the B side. They're going to be able to stabilize for now, but largely a neutral game. And what do we see right there? No shotgun pickup. So it looks like both these teams are going to be abiding by the GAs in this game.
Well, Commando's still being used here.
Double
You know how
kill.
powerful that is in some of the hands of Complexity. Complexity take a bit of a lead. Breaking Shot trying to do his best to shoot that nade. Glitchy somehow stays alive. Is still alive. Finally, Huss does take him down, and that'll be a kill there for the side of Complexity. Will give them their 27th. Kid Nasty, though, controlling the B side all by his lonesome, and a lot of weak players from Complexity in his sights, but not really able to clean any of them up. But it'll be Glitchy on that C side doing work to give ascending baseline their 25th.
You have to keep yourself within like a round of slays for ascending baseline as we approach into this mid game. If you let Complexity get a 7-8 kill lead, I feel like it's going to be too much for them to overcome.
Well, hopefully ascending baseline can continue to pick this up.
Double
Rain finds an
kill.
opening once again, though, and starting to see all of Complexity come alive here. 3-kill lead, Glitchy in a 1v1. Oh my goodness. The peeky weeky. Beautiful shots there. Rain goes down.
Yeah, right. It's tough when you get trapped in that spot because Rain's not close enough to any cover to try to jiggle, peek his own way out. So it just becomes a let me try to hit the pre-fire, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to get world start.
Glitchy, my goodness gracious.
What a
off
run.
the spawn.
They took the lead.
Once. This is crazy out of ascending baseline. You see Complexity starting to show some life, like I said, but ascending baseline, there's 2 assists for Facty, 3 down for the side of Complexity, and a 2-kill lead here make that still a 2-kill lead for ascending baseline.
Well, big deal right there for ascending baseline is they found a couple kills where they didn't get traded, although they were like almost absolute in those fights. Glitchy waiting until Rain. I felt like he could have maybe taken that shot a little bit earlier, but he does still get the kill. But they've done a great job at not getting traded out on a couple of these big kills, and now they had that lead to work with. It might just be a 1-kill lead, but now you know in your head, hey, as long as we trade out, we'll win this game.
A lot of individual fights here won by ascending baseline. Seeing Glitchy pop off, 13-9. Facty ends up going down. They're having a little bit of a rough game here. Has 9 assists, but 6-12. Kid Nasty looking for a couple kills here, very important ones at that, with that camo coming up. It's a pretty beautiful spot here for Sylvanik, who's in a perfect position to get this camo, and with that kill on the breaking shot, that will secure the spawns here onto C, but Huss somehow still just goes in, picks up camo, and punches it in his chest.
Camo's going to be the X factor at the end of this game. They take their 2-kill lead, and some great shots from us to take down Kid Nasty quickly could be the change that Complexity needed.
We'll see what Huss does with this camo. They know he's there. Nades continue to damage him. Continues to be down to 1 shot. Beautiful nade by Sylvanik. They understood the location of the camo player in Huss. Threw a couple of nades, took him out, and now we're at a tie game, 45-45. No one in control of anything that will take them over the edge like that camo. And now we're tied at 46 with that trade on to Kid Nasty.
They are playing trade for trade. Oh, I think Sylvanik, he heard a 1-shot call. He didn't know that there was 2 players. He committed for that kill because of it, and that puts Complexity to game point here. And now Rain's gonna find that final kill. Just a miscommunication that costs deeply in the end. Ooh, big clutch up by Complexity, but boy, oh boy, did ascending baseline make that one close.
Yeah, that's tough, right? You talked about it at the very beginning, Tools, like going up 2-0 in this series and give you such massive confidence, and they were so close to doing just that. Now it's Complexity to take the reins going into this game 3 in Aquarius CTF. Let's take a quick look at the stats here for this game, and you see once again, it's Facty with 11 assists, but a little bit of a rough game out of him. And of course, the damage done, a nice 4K for both Glitchy and Kid Nasty, but Huss coming out with that top damage of the lobby with 4,400.
right? It's all started with Huss. I mean, Huss made so many impactful camo plays, right? He got this triple kill early on, but remember, he also got the camo at the end. Although he was only able to get 1 kill with it, that denial of letting Ascending Baseline get it, paying dividends in the end of this game as well.
CTF Aquarius is gonna be tough. I think you know, we always say that momentum, you know, the wind in the sails. I don't know if it's necessarily wind in the sails of Ascending Baseline anymore. They did show life throughout that game number 2. Even though they were down a couple times, they still showcased that they could contend. But CTF Aquarius a bit different here for this game number 3. I think Complexity has all the momentum in their hands going into this game 3. Of course, we all know the change on Aquarius here, with OS now being at the top center of the map, Thruster being on bottom P where OS used to be, and that changes things up a little bit as well.
Yes, this map's gonna be super interesting. One thing that we haven't seen yet is the potential flag routes with the nade runs, right? You can nade yourself up to top window now, if you have the timing for it. Maybe that feels like something that we might see from some of the nerdier players in the lobby. But Aquarius plays so different compared to just how it was a couple weeks ago.
We'll see how it plays here for Ascending Baseline. It would really be nice to see them start out strong here in this game number 3. They showcased a lot of talent in game 1. Now we hop in to game 3. It's Glitchy going directly for that thruster off the rip here. Not a lot of pressure on that P side due to the overshield not being a factor anymore. But Glitchy takes the route, stops the OS from being used, and gets 2 in the process.
The problem is there's no one from Ascending Baseline there for the immediate follow-up. The overshield still falls to Complexity.
That's unfortunate. That is an OS that you would love to have, especially with that massive double kill. But like you said, falls in the hands of Complexity, and now Complexity on the prowl here. You see 2 down for Ascending Baseline and 2 trapped in the back of Ascending Baseline's base. So Complexity attempt to take full advantage of that, and they should potentially pull this first flag, but they've got to take care of Kid Nasty first.
Kid Nasty making himself a frustrating kill, to say the least. He's just been in that back base, and they haven't felt confident enough to pull it because they just haven't had the numbers. They eventually do throw it out, but certainly not free yet. They have to find these kills, and finally they preoccupied them enough that they believe they can get away with this flag.
Yeah, Breaking Shot goes for it with no shields, and like you said, it was because of Ascending Baseline being preoccupied in the back of their base. This will be cap number 1 going in the hands of Complexity.
Yeah, great recognition right there from Breaking Shot to realize, okay, I think these 2 players are just in the back. There's no one else up on the sides of the map to stop me. Let me just get this flag right back through. They have the numbers advantage, but it doesn't feel like a numbers advantage when you're taking such heavy fights in the base with the flag just right there. But great heads up play by Breaking Shot.
Sylvanic takes his entrance into the base. Breaking Shot flips the map and goes into the opponent's base of Ascending Baseline. At the back line of everybody, he's going to pull a flag here towards Ryanoob on the utility side. If this fight is won by Kid Nasty here, this could be a potential stop. But Kid Nasty decides to turn his attention towards the utility and take a ton of damage here. Flag not being run though, so not really bad here for the side of Ascending Baseline. Now really up to Ryanoob to make something happen and stop this flag from going in.
All right, I'm trying to do his best to stay alive. Man, he just did his best, and his best works out. Fantastic work from him. And Complexity look to have a counterattack on their way. Ryanoob able to get right into this base, and he's ready to pull if they can get 1 more kill.
That's just unfortunate. You know, it's an OS in the hands of Ascending Baseline. They had a guaranteed cap there, but so much damage done by Huz with that overshield player. Ryanoob once again being a thorn in the side, and it's crazy, you know, see a lot of players, a lot of professional players playing very different in terms of how they play in matchmaking and how they play in tournaments in terms of play style. No, Ryanoob practices this play style day in, day out, getting in the back of people's bases, being so annoying to deal with, and he's so good at it too. It's 2-0 for Complexity.
And big thing for Complexity is they've just been hyper efficient on their kills as far. They've done a great job moving up on the map, taking their space, but they're especially deadly as soon as they get into that 75 point of the map, right when they're entering in that base. Once they get one kill, once they have one little bit of advantage, they're gonna pull a flag right away.
With that devastating loss there in game number 2 in that Slayer, ascending baseline, just try and find themselves any form of life here. It's just tough. Complexity have gone up 2-0 in this game number 3. Complexity starting to take that top center control. Ryanu in a big fight here in a 2v1 on the fridge side. He's going to go down pretty quickly. But Breaking Shot continuing to pressure the base as well. Once again, one of the best players in the game at staying alive is Breaking Shot. As I say that, he's going to chow and fall, but still gets a trade on the way out.
Complexity, the first time that I felt like we saw an attack from them that just failed from the outright. Went down too early, ascending baseline, able to fight out of their base, and now with this overshield having an attack, a potential counter attack of their own. Glitchy is waiting for the help to come in. He's done a great job of just tanking that damage, but the fight the players on his team just were not there quick enough to help him break through.
I mean, that's just tough, right? You see Breaking Shot, he takes an angle where he can see if anyone's coming up those shroom stairs. He spots the OS, and the OS still commits, and he gets a beautiful nade. That's the second overshield in a row that you see from ascending baseline that is literally non-existent, that doesn't assist them in any sort of control of the map or any flag cap conversions, and that's going to bite them in the butt. Yes, they have gotten control of these overshields, which is obviously great, especially on a map like Aquarius, where it's now at the top center of the map, a very vulnerable position, but they're not utilizing these OSs in any way that is effective. And because of that, Complexity has continued to take control until this point where they find themselves 3 down, and somehow Breaking Shot finds a kill as the last player alive.
And this is so tough for ascending baseline because it feels like they've finally started to get this bit of momentum, but just as soon as they do, they keep going 2 down, and Slavonics trying to do his best at the opposite base, but he knows that he has to win this because there's a flag coming from the other side. Ryanu took advantage of that open space that was left by ascending baseline, and Complexity might just be answering it so swiftly here. Ryanu, look how fast that flag run was from him.
Yeah, it was like 10 seconds. That flag went completely across the map.
Perfect.
And you're starting to see the slay power that we love to see here out of the side of Complexity. Huss 13-11, an OS for Complexity as well, which is going to make things very difficult for the side of ascending baseline. Like you said, 3 caps punched in already. And this is an ascending baseline that honestly gave us a very good game number 1 and a very close game number 2 Slayer. Complexity has either come alive or ascending baseline have overheated. It's one of the two.
It's Complexity has just had too much freedom. They just keep flooding into the util. They get their control. They pull flags in. There's no one there to stop them, and they've been able to pull flag after flag. What's been so surprising is the last 2 flags, there wasn't any real damage from ascending baseline to even stop it, right? They just haven't been able to control the util side at all.
Well, Breaking Shot once again finds an opening inside the base. It's going to be Glitchy who goes down as well. Breaking Shot's going to pull this flag
look
through
at this,
unscathed.
Tim. There's no one here. Look, nothing. No one to even stop him on the left side. Finally, there's a player that comes in from the middle, but not before this flag gets all the way back home.
A free lane to run through, and another cap punched in. 4-0, Complexity lead.
Yeah, it's just incredible work from Complexity thus far. They have realized how they've been able to get these flags in. They are just executing it to a T, and sending baseline, go 3 down once again. This is going to be another flag that should momentarily be on its way. Looks like Kid Nasty did get the big kill at the back of the base, but you can see Breaking Shots just waiting for his teammates to get there. He knows that the spawners are going to be here, but one big kill and you can make something work.
What impresses me about Breaking Shot the most is how he isolates his angles, right? Consistently doing damage, but not taking a lot of damage Finally, he ends up going down, but not without doing massive damage to 2 different players, also getting a kill as well. This overshield up once again towards the top center of the map, and it'll be Complexity who get that once again. 3 down, ascending baseline go, and with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left, this looks nearly impossible for ascending baseline to come back from.
Okay, I'll say Sylvatic, I think that was a Ninja. I think you heard that one. That looked like a clear backsmack to me on the overshield, but Ryadu lives to continue on, and they've gotten back into this flag once again. The spawners are in for ascending baseline, but the double kill from Rain, that gives the go ahead. And look at this, the last 2 players are on the P side. Once again, there's just no one to stop the flag on the util side. Ryadu's not even gonna take a shred of damage. There's ascending baseline's gonna have to overcommit towards the top half of the map, but there's just no way you're gonna stop this.
5-0. A beautiful game by Complexity, what we expect to see out of these guys, and it'll be a 2-1 series lead for them. Hopping over now to this match on our hands, and of course, we've got, I believe they're called Team Liquid now, if I'm not mistaken on that blue side, Tools.
Team Liquid, I mean, I assume it's Team Liquid, right? I don't think it would be a troll from these guys. We haven't seen any official announcement on a pickup, but big opportunities for Mortally, Manny, Collect, and King Nick to represent one of the OG esports brands in Halo once again. The last time we saw them in the Halo scene, they were rocking with Spartan, Eco, Stellar back in DreamHack 2017 in Denver. So I'm glad to see the brand back in Halo. They're a fantastic org.
And on the other end of things, you got TLF, of course, Common, Rami, Haynes, and Yaxon. I think I talk about Yaxon a lot, a player who has really gotten better as time has gone on. We'll see if he continues that here. It looks like so far he has, and it's going to be Team Lethal Fox once again with the 1-0 lead here against Team Liquid.
Mortally, he's, the Team Lethal Fox up 1-0. I'm sure Mortally wants to get his kill, right? He's got 4 assists. Boy, it's frustrating when you start these games out and you're like, okay, man, it's like I'm getting damage. Just so someone leave me 1 kill. Let me get the first on the board, please.
Well, Collect is the first one to fall here for the side of Team Liquid as they try and push and break this hill. That shroud screen will allow players to stay alive. It'll also allow a push here towards the back of Hydro. Common's gonna fall. Mortally's getting another one. That's gonna be Rami, and wants to get this triple as well. Yaxon's gonna fall to the commando of Collect, and it'll be Team Liquid finally in control of this hill.
Look how far up Collect is. He's gonna take the fight right to these players at the cold stairs. Would have liked to see at least one more player there to follow up on that damage, but there it is. King Nick, he's just waiting patiently at the doorway. He's going to be able to help with 3, 2 of his own, 1 an assist for Mortally. Last player's Rami, and Mortally's trying to do his best to get there. Oh, you can't run from me. Grapple in. Mortally wins the spawns just in time.
Mortally's such a great all-around player, and just a player who grinds the game day in, day out. You can see it right here. Another double here for him, and it'll give more time for Team Liquid and potentially give Team Liquid their first hill of the game. Common's the only one in position to stop it. Collect trying to stop him from getting control here, but Common will come out with that kill. 15 seconds for Camo.
Ooh, I think that's a little bit too aggressive from King Nick there. You got to work with your teammates to get through. Mortally's trying to follow up on that damage, but because he died so fast, Common gets his shield back just in time, and Lethal Fox able to win that hill. I think that's a bit of a case of, hey, the hill is at 99.9%. We just need 1 kill. Let me just run out. And, well, the lack of coordination, I think, costs Team Liquid deeply there.
Well, it's a 2-0 lead now for Team Lethal Fox. Like you said, Team Liquid on the precipice of getting their first hill, but a misplay will cause that to not happen. Team Lethal Fox, once again, with that elevator side control, which we always talk about being one of the most important parts on this hill here, on the Needle Side Hill, or what used to be Needle Side Hill. And Common will get a ton of time here, especially with 2 down being, or I'm sorry, Team Liquid being 2 dead. This is just more time for Lethal Fox to continue to rack up.
Yeah, that's great work from Lethal Fox thus far, too. Notice how when they're set up, a straight line through the middle of the map, they basically cut it in half. Say, hey, you're going to have to come through us in order to get to this hill. And even then they get one kill, but they haven't quite won the spawns yet. Man, he's doing his best job to make this hard. Haynes eventually will find that kill, but boy, did Haynes have to work for that one.
3 down for the side of Team Lethal Fox, and now it's Team Liquid once again in control of this hill. We've seen what they've been able to do before. Once they get control, they lock it down for a very long period of time. You see the pipe side push is coming in. Mortally trying to fight off that push, and he ends up going down. And now it's up to Rami to try and push with his teammate here on the elevator side. That kill onto King Nick is going to be huge, and it's going to give them their 3rd hill. Team Lethal Fox up 3-0.
I mean, they've just been so effective at stopping this Liquid squad from accessing the hill. They do a great job of finding space on the map. They cut off their angles correctly, and it's been probably a very frustrating experience for these Liquid players.
Well, finally, once again, it's Team Liquid who find themselves in the hill. Manny's going to try and get this kill onto Yaxon. Yaxon pretty much trapped here, but none of them are pushing up onto him. Finally, he does go down. And that allows Manny up towards the top side here. Common, the last player alive. Spawns will potentially come out on that A side. So Common just doing as much damage as he can as these spawners come up. But this might be Team Liquid's first hill. This break will decide it all right now.
Yeah, Lethal Fox is going to take one last stab at this. They're committing into this backside to work this hill. And this isn't necessarily bad as long as you get a break. The problem that arises if you all go down like they are, and then you let the opponent just get themselves set up at back C and back A for the next rotation. Because now Team Liquid, they have complete control of tower side, so they're going to have perfect control of the map for this next hill.
There it is. First hill goes in for Team Liquid. Haynes with the shock rifle. Spawner coming out. That's going to be Mortally able to help collect, but Haynes takes him out instantaneously. And you see the assist goes in as well. King Nick, the last player alive on Team Liquid.
Haynes did a fantastic job there. He found his break, and look how they flipped the map. The setup that they want, they now have. No, King Nick thought he could maybe get away with a little peek, but Haynes comes in just in time. And oh my, this is just devastating. They got the split spawn right when they needed it. They were able to catch the first player, now catching the spawn of Mortally. King Nick's last alive, and he just can't challenge, right? Because you're last alive, he has to wait for these spawners. It's going to be a ton of time that goes into the hands of Lethal Fox, and Haynes has been just the X factor with the shock rifle in his hands.
Yeah, he's not stopping. Another player taken down to no shields, and Mortally. Mortally's not going to go down, though. He's going to reach out with half shields, ends up getting the kill. That shock rifle will probably despawn there. I believe it had 3 bullets, one more shot in the chamber, but that's going to be potentially the 4th hill here for Team Lethal Fox, unless Collect can do something here to stop this.
They're just going to have to start flooding into this hill. This is where it gets dangerous for Liquid, is when you have no options, right? When you have to play forward, it just makes it so easy for the rest of Lethal Fox. And a couple hills that just slip out from the hands of Liquid that they're going to be kicking themselves about, but doesn't change the scoreline. 4-1, dominant win.
Very dominant win. We're in the red zone action, ladies and gentlemen. Back to our featured match here. Complexity versus Ascending Baseline. You see Complexity lead the series 2-1. And we're on Oddball live fire. Very close round number 1 here for both squads.
I think this is the ideal way to watch Oddball, right? Like let all that early action happen. Let me come back in when it's 80-80. You know, last 20 seconds. Well, who can win this thing? Ascending Baseline, they're trying to flood on in. And well, Complexity, they go 3 down, balls in their hands. They have sniper, but they certainly don't have any sort of position to easily take down this ball.
Yeah, Savannah going down first, though, is massive. And Ryanu hopping up with a snipe, gets another kill on the ball player.
Oh, no.
Oh. Ryanu picks up the AR. Wait a minute. No, that's a reset, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very close game, though. And Ryanu getting those 2 kills with snipe really set up Complexity to potentially win that round number 1. But we'll come back to that as soon as we can. Regardless, it's a beautiful series score here for the side of Complexity. Feeling confident here going into this game.
Yeah, I can't believe Ashes pulled out the network plug as soon as they went down. Like, tough break for a setting baseline. It felt like they were about to do it, but that being said, Ryan Noob did just get a big kill on ball. Like, that was still definitely up in the air as who was gonna win that round. Just yeah, you hate to see the crashes.
It's unfortunate, but we hop back over to Team Lethal Fox against Team Liquid. Really cool to see Team Liquid back into Halo. If this is official, I haven't, like you said, I haven't seen any official calls just yet or posts about this roster, but regardless of that, looking pretty solid here as we go into game number 2. It's Team Lethal Fox that won that game number 1. 4-1, I believe, was the score line, and very dominant. But Team Liquid had a couple of moments of brilliance here. We'll see if they can capitalize on a couple slays here in this game number 2.
Team Lethal Fox, they've been struggling to having 4 players alive at the same time. That was one of the big problems for these guys in game 1, but they were able to eventually find their footing, right? And then they were like really strong. Like, if they can get to that neutral game, that's where they're really strong. Lethal Fox. Liquid, whenever they would go on those runs, it's because they'd keep like one player down and they'd just like keep that numbers advantage and take a lot of space and put pressure onto those spawns. And that might be a little bit more effective for this Liquid squad into the Slayer, where there is no objective to orient Lethal Fox.
13-9 now, Team Liquid lead. Morley has been a player who, like I said before, has been grinding non-stop and always does. You always see him in the matchmaking playoffs, but I feel like he's finally got his shot here on this squad, and you know, starting off this game with 4 assists already, making a big impact, and he's going to be getting that cleanup kill. Morley stays alive, but unfortunately not able to clean up Yaxon. That Shroud Screen being utilized. Yaxon should die here unless something crazy happens like that. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yaxon's still alive as well. I mean, the nades just can't take him down. Yaxon, I think, in my opinion, I don't want to say underrated, but I think the best player that people just don't know about, I think, is the best way to put it. You know, this guy has been unbelievable, in my opinion, for the amateur teams that he joins. He's finally been starting to make his headway into these sort of pool play matches. He was playing under that Carolina Gaming roster going into Atlanta. Unfortunately, they didn't have the greatest performance in pool play, but I think these guys will figure it out. They made some changes. Looks like you know, I think there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Manny ends up going down there. Nice little 1v1, but not able to come out on top of that. It's going to be Haynes now. Ends up going down as well. A lot of pressure here on this B side as the push comes in. Morley cleans up one collect, doing as much damage as possible. Has to push into Yaxon here, but Yaxon once again just stays alive, gets his shields back, being a nuisance here. Still alive on the map as well. It'll be 2v2, but Team Liquid take the lead by 3.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Rami getting awfully aggressive over on these players, and that will cost him. It's easy to fall into that trap of like, okay, one player alive, let me just try to ent out real fast and find him as quick as possible. But that spawner comes in right at the perfect spot, was able to help that teammate right away, and well, that one kill could be a big error that helps this team get back into this game.
Yaxon almost gets 2 there. The spawn comes out from Common on the backside, ends up cleaning that one up. It's 3 down for Team Liquid, but they still lead by 1. And now Haynes with that stalker trying to make something happen on these cafe spawns. It's going to be again another wipe here for Team Lethal Fox. Team Liquid, well, with all the power in their hands.
3 shots from Collect, but not quite able to hit that final head. He's going to have to back up and try to stay alive. He's trying to help King Nick's trying to keep him alive. King Nick does. Oh, Rami. The second time he gets caught out trying to go for that last kill. And we see Collect. He's been the one that thrives because of it. Him staying alive, getting that red gun in his hand, still is able to find a kill for his team. And the lead grows to 4.
I love his positioning here as well. As the spawns come on the purple side, just make sure to watch this lane. Common's gonna play nice and slow here on this purple side. Jackson is gonna be baiting here. Common not able to really do anything though, ends up coming out with no shields, and he falls as well. It'll be King Nick that gets that kill, and now the lead has grown to 6 here, 40 kills for the team that's named Team Liquid at the top right of the screen.
They're going to start to try to make a two-part attack here. They're going to send 2 down to the driveway and 2 up the stairs at the same time. Looks like the right side attack is successful. It's going to be up to Jackson to break out through the left side. He has 3 players chasing him down. He's trying his best to get some value. No, value he does. He gets the kill, but still down by 6. They have an opportunity here, though. King Nick, last player alive. He's over at C. They will get the spawn trap. Lethal Fox, if you're going to make something happen, this is the way to do it. You know where they all are. It's time to execute.
Well, they've got this B side held here. Common's gonna play really aggressive on that B rail. Haynes does back down King Nick though. This forces some space on the B side of the map. It's gonna be Mortally who goes for the trade there. He ends up going down. So do 2 other members of Team Liquid, and now Haynes from Team Lethal Fox gets the kill and gets the camo as well. Liquid still lead by 2, but this is the chance for Team Lethal Fox to come back.
And they've been able to flip out the spawns. Once again, they know where they all are. Team Liquid's in trouble. Jackson makes it just 1 now. Can they complete this comeback?
44 to 45 now. The comeback looks like it's becoming a reality here. Rami, lots of damage being taken. Jackson jumps out, ends up getting caught out, but Comet gets a trade. 47 to 45 now. Team Liquid still have the lead. Haynes misses the melee. The 48 goes into Team Liquid's hands. 49 to 45. 1 kill left here for the side of Team Liquid. It'll be Haynes here at the back of C, and that will be it. Nothing to be done there. Team Liquid stop the comeback in its tracks and take a game.
A great stand from them. Lethal Fox, I felt like they had it, right? The momentum was behind them. They had completed the comeback to get it back to even, but right when you think you're gonna start taking over the series, they remind you what happened at the beginning of the game. It was just a clear win from Liquid. I mean, when you looked at how they played at the beginning, they earned themselves that lead, and well, they were able just to hold on from there and collect a big part of it. But the amount of times that Collect was able to stay alive and get that extra value out of his life, I think is the big reason as to why they win this game. And 21 kills from him and a massive 4,600 damage in a Slayer.
Very impressive, and the damage taken as well is also very impressive. It is one thing to do all of that damage, get those kills, but to also isolate players in a way that you just don't take damage. 3,900 damage taken. Almost the least in the lobby is for, obviously King Nick taking a lot less, but regardless, we go into capture the flag on Aquarius, and my goodness, it really looked like Team Lethal Fox had a chance to come back in that game number 2, but now we're at a tie series 1-1.
Aqua Flag, remember what we saw from Complexity when we saw this match? You can see how fast this game can get out of hand if you don't occupy your lanes. It's important to make sure that you don't leave any gaps. Both these teams have plenty of experience behind them. I don't expect to see those same mistakes this game, but Aqua Flag can quickly get out of hand if you let a team get big control and start just controlling a single lane.
Now, speaking of controlling lanes, it's already Jackson with the overshield, decides to go forward towards the bottom center of the map. Definitely a good play because of the fact that he has OS, but he's gonna end up getting melted as those spawns come out of the fridge. Maybe not the best route to take. Utility was completely open in that scenario.
Yeah, I think the overshield makes you feel like you're invincible, and you feel like, hey, if I get past 50, I'm gonna be good, right? But you also have to keep in mind, it's like, well, why are we changing the way that you would normally play flag because I have overshield? Like is speed always the best answer? Your util's completely blocked, just run it through util. It's like fine, you'll have a little bit of that overshield to work with to finish your fights in the final lane. And I think that was a big missed run for Lethal Fox there. They would have just taken that flag through util.
Well, 2 down for Team Liquid here. You see Rami fighting out of his base, but All the while, it's Haynes that finds a way through. They get 2 down. The last 2 spawners are on that P side. It's going to be Collect, the first one to push on through. His teammates there to clean up that kill, but this flag potentially goes in here. No one really in position to stop it. There it is. The first flag goes in for Team Lethal Fox.
Yeah, they're effective, man. They are flying on this map. They are getting into that base, pulling flags out, and I think we should have seen a 2-0 lead from them, honestly, in this game thus far. Liquid's just been on their back foot this entire time.
They're going to continue to be on their back foot as well. Rami goes for a bit of a crazy pull here, but Yaxon's going to relay that pull. OS coming up as well. This will be a very interesting point in the match here. Collect somehow makes his way towards the top center, grabs the overshield, and now, once again, going to be able to pressure and potentially stop this flag from going in.
Collect's doing some one-man army stuff right now. That's absurd. He just got away with that overshield. What does he do? He instantly pushes into the base. His teammates find some big kills, and they're going to be able to have at least a chance at pulling back a flag of their own. But now they have to do the hard work, right? Neutral game, four up against each other. Win your fights.
Manny will just continue to touch this flag to reset that reset timer. Make sure he has enough time to make a play here. Manny's gonna end up going down to no shields though. Mortally and Yaxon and Collect trade, so that'll be 3 down for the side of Team Lethal Fox, and Haynes in a position to potentially get this return, as it was very close to returning, but somehow King Nick comes in there and makes sure to get that touch. The great thing is Haynes does stay alive for the next engagement.
Liquid staying alive over towards this util side, man. They are really trying to put up this this flag back into their side, but Lethal Fox, they were just gritty that entire time. Slowly worked their way back up the map, were able to find the kills and the return, and now potentially working at their own counter once again. I'd like to see Yaxon not worry about this flag at all. Try to help your teammates get some big kills, and you're just working for another chance at a flag pull.
Yeah, Yaxon doing so much damage at the top center of the map. 10-5 to start this game, by the way. Very impactful game out of him thus far, and with 3 down for Team Liquid, Yaxon's going to go in with his flag pull. He's going to bring it towards the middle side of the map as well. This time, he has a bit of timing here, not going to take any damage from the spawners on the fridge side. He's going to make it towards the shroom stairs with about half shield, no shields to work with, I should say. And that flag potentially goes in here, but the question to me is who's going to get this overshield?
Man, he's going to try to at least stall some time by pulling out this flag, but Common needs to get his shields back and touch this flag. There's just nothing they can do. They get the return. I think they left that flag for too long, trying to focus on getting the kills too early. I think that flag should have still at least had a chance to come back home if they would have won these slays. They needed to touch it one last time.
2 dead for each side. Rami's the first one to fall on the side of Team Lethal Fox, and Manny's going to get another kill onto Common. That'll be 2 dead once again for each side. It seems like Haynes has control of the utility side. I would assume a patient play here to try and just get something going, but instead a trade will collect will do. This will be a stalemate here for a short period of time, but still Team Lethal Fox lead by 1.
Nick able to find his way through the bottom of the map to get that easy kill, but you see Liquid, they really are just so fast at pushing up on the map. Sometimes I feel like you need to throw that change up where it's like, okay, like we got these slays, like they're going to be expecting us to come through these hallways super fast. Let's just slow it down and play a little bit more heavy on the slays.
Couple slays go in here, or at least one for Haynes. He's going to take that top car control. And he's going to try and find a couple of slays of his own. He gets one. Gets another here. 3 down for the side of Team Lethal Fox. Flag pulled on the other end. That's going to be Haynes in the base of Team Liquid. But Manny will take this opportunity to pull this flag for free towards the bottom of car and into his utility, knowing the spawns are coming out of the fridge. A great route to take. This flag potentially goes in here, and OS up once again at the top side of the map.
Man, he's just going to be able to get this relatively free. Great job from him. And while he's distracting with that overshield, his teammates punch in their own flag. They make it one apiece. And Manny is just a monster to deal with right now. He is flying at players.
Yeah, just a moving turret, shooting everything, doing everything, pulling flags, getting slays. See Soul alive as well. Collect, pressuring the base alongside of Manny. And a little bit of bait and switch comes through. I believe they get one. They'll get the second. That'll be 2 down for each side once again. But Collect in a very odd position here, as he does have the spawners to deal with, and he will not get that kill. A kill we thought, or I thought I would be 100% for Collect. He ends up falling.
Just a bit low on that final shot. Sometimes it's hard to adjust the verticality of your aim or mid gunfight. Oftentimes you overcorrect. Just need to pull that reticle up just a little bit more to get that that 5-shot headshot.
Oh, 1v1 situation here, and it's Manny and Haynes, respectively, for both teams, pulling both teams' flags. But Manny's gonna win out on these fights. Gets one, gets the second with the help of Collect, I believe that was. So it'll be 2 down for the side of Team Lethal Fox, and I would assume this flag continues to run, but Haynes in a position to try and stop it. And that flag will return as another flag potentially goes in here for the side of Team Liquid.
Rami did a great job just staying alive as long as he did. He's going to be working back towards this other side to try to work with his teammates to stop this flag, but counter on their own. And
jeez,
man, this looked like it was just going to be guaranteed for Liquid for a moment, but instead Lethal Fox, they battle their way through it. It's gritty, but they get the job done. Now, the Big Man's been killing Lethal Fox, the overshields. They've been going to Liquid time and time again, and there's just no one there to help Yax, and Mortally gets the extra shields.
Mortally gets the extra shields. He gets an assist as well, and now he'll continue on the tear here. Not going to take that melee. He's still going to have a little bit of overshield left to work with. And now going to work on the spawners of the side of Team Lethal Fox. Another kill goes in. Gets another player down to no shields, but no position, no flag pull will come from that.
Haynes got all the way towards this opponent's side. He's just trying to get lost in the grass here, and what a way to do it, right? Just sit in the front of the base. No one's ever gonna look down low, and everyone's just walked past him. I like how he's working back. He's not necessarily worried about staying in the base. It's more about just helping your teammates get kills, and then hey, then I'll start to potentially worry about getting a flag.
That could have been a 100% kill there on Mortally, but it ends up going down anyway to his teammate. But still tied at 1-1. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left of this game. Yaxin trying to make impact once again. Ends up getting that kill. That's going to be 2 down for Team Liquid. Make that 3 dead. And you know the flag pull comes out from Rami. I love the efficiency right there, though, how quick that flag does come out. And they find the last player alive in Mortally, who's being annoying in the back of the base once again.
Mortally's going to give his team an opportunity at least to counter off this play. Did they find Mortally? I mean, he's just sitting in the back.
Took an interesting route there.
Yeah, Lethal Fox has just been stuck towards the middle. They're getting sandwiched from both sides.
Mortally tries to get another pull there on the flag, but yeah, once again, returned is the flag because of Mortally's pull. It's time and time again, they're not able to track this very last player, and he's able to just make big impacts on the opposite end of the map. And once again, it's going to be OS, but this time in the hands of Yaxin, which Team Lethal Fox haven't been able to get over shields, but it gets back smacked and it's gone.
Yes, it's been a crazy sequence. I feel like the last 3 minutes have just been flag after flag being pulled, no one able to get it back home, but this might just change with Liquid. Collect's got all the way to the shrooms. He gets around the corner now. It's just a matter of time before this thing gets hauled. They're trying to create a battery in the middle of the map to stop this thing, but there's just nothing Rami can do. Collect puts it in.
Yeah, great job. I was worried about the counter cap at this point, but looks like there's no real opportunity to do any of that right now. It'll be Rami push again, gets his first kill, or gets a kill, continuing to do damage across the map. You love to see the shots put in by Rami here, not missing whatsoever. And that will be now a flag run for Team Lethal Fox. So it could potentially be a tie game here. with 50 seconds left.
We're seeing a normal flag run once again. Looks like Common will get it in. Look at that, Common 17. He likes the 17s, baby.
Lots of 17s on the side of Common, and a tie game once again will bring us potential overtime. Depending on how this very next fight goes, is depending what the outcome will be. Common hit some good shots there. Rami and Yaxin gonna get a kill in the feed. That'll be 2 down for Team Liquid. Yaxin does fall to Manny though. Now King Nick, very interesting position on the back of Team Liquid's base.
I like this from Haynes. I like the disengage. Like, just wait for your teammates to get in. He's gonna take heavy damage, or Rami can try to keep him alive here.
8 seconds is all that remain here. Yaxin, potential position to stop this flagpole. Manny's gonna somehow live, but not for long. A sudden death comes in, the pie chart activates, an OS in the hands of King Nick, but that's melted completely. And that will be a return, but wait a minute. Flag is still out, pie chart's still out.
Yeah, they're trying. They thought that they could maybe try to win the slays on the way back. Unfortunately, I think Liquid realized, hey, we're gonna play for overtime. We have this flag out, but we're not moving up anymore.
Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Overtime first cap wins. Back and forth. Both these teams have gone in not only this series, but also in this game. And now it all comes to this. It's 3 down for Team Liquid immediately as King Nick's the last player alive.
Yo, Yaxin, what are you doing, bud? What are you doing? We haven't seen it all game, but he's got something special in the back pocket. I think it might have literally been muscle memory. He's probably like, oh, I didn't pick that up.
I don't think it's going to be utilized. That is the heat wave, but we'll see how things go here. Collect ends up getting a couple kills of his own. It was 3 down for Team Lethal Fox momentarily. They get the spawns on the back of base or fridge regardless though. Manny's caught out, unfortunately. Not able to get any sort of damage on the player spawning in the back of base. And once again, we end up in a stalemate where Collect is pushed up, looking to make an impact on the players pushing out of their base.
Collect's done this a couple times where he's just like so forward on the map, but he tries to stay alive as long as he can. This time, getting caught out. I would like to see him maybe just stay in that fridge, see if the players just forget about him, or try to close down some distance to ensure that you get a trade. But with him going down right away, it allows the opponents to have that numbers advantage to get through.
Common not able to get the trade on to Collect. That's going to be 3 down for Team Lethal Fox. Once again, Yaxin was the last player alive for a moment here, doing his best to be a nuisance, but they find him. It's Mortally, I'm sorry. The one to find Yaxin on his side, and they'll take him out. OS coming up in 14.
This is bad for Lethal Fox. They've been consolidated towards the P side while the util run is happening, and their forward player gets taken down. King Nick, that's a great name for Yaxin. That stops the flag, and Haynes was already on his high horse. He said, I'm getting here, baby. Let me get to this return. Wow, what a play. Wow. I mean, that looked almost guaranteed for Liquid. Instead, now Lethal Fox, they're on a counterattack.
Well, that flag does come out. It will be also Lethal Fox with that overshield in the hands of Yaxin. Lots of damage coming out. Unfortunately, that entire overshield is gone, but he does get that kill on to Collect. And Mortally might share the same fate. There's a thruster here, picked up by Yaxin. Gonna reroute towards the backside of the base. And again, he ends up falling, and it's 3 down for Team Lethal Fox.
And it feels like every time we see Lethal Fox start to get their attack going, it's immediately countered by Liquid. And the thing is, Liquid's just been so much more efficient at getting flags out and having better routing on their objective plays. I mean, when we look at this game, is there anyone that's negative? No, there's not one negative player from Lethal Fox. They're dominating in the assist column. They're winning the slays. This should have been a game that they won long ago. Instead, we see them going 3 down, and Liquid, they've been hyper efficient every time they've had a chance like this. I don't expect this one not to go through.
Unless we see a crazy nade once again by Yaxin, I would agree with you.
No, man, that's the way they're set up. Collect. They have 2 players at the back base to deal with the overextend. There's one that's getting damage on the players that are pushing forward. This is almost as perfect as you can get it from Liquid. This is going to be too easy for them to push in.
There you have it. Team Liquid go up in the series 2-1 against Team Lethal Fox in very convincing fashion there in overtime. back and forth game, one of the closest games we've seen so far today, but Team Liquid lead now in the series.
The thing is, right, that game ends, and when we look at the stats, not one player. Okay, no, Haynes went -1, but they won the slays. I mean, they outslayed, they out-assisted. It was poor efficiency that cost them, and I think it goes back to the start of that game, right? Remember that first run that they had? They would have just went util. They would have just taken it the safe route. Play it like it's normal. You know, you don't have to play at 200% speed at all points in time. Sometimes it's take a step back, relax, think about it, stay calm.
It is how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But yeah, that overshield gives you that extra bit of confidence and sometimes makes you feel like you're unstoppable. But unfortunately, in that situation, that's not the case. I believe we'll get a reset on this lobby here momentarily. So we will continue this. But Team Liquid, once again, it's been back and forth between these two teams. It's been back and forth in the games as well. Team Liquid, though, more efficient in that OBJ. Let's take a quick look, though, at the winner's side of the bracket. Of course, you've got Space Station at the very top in the winner's quarters. Pure and Complexity facing off against each other. And of course, Sentinels and Cloud9 towards the bottom. FaZe waiting for their moment to shine as well. Great to see all of these rosters playing in today's Open. I believe the only one of the big teams that are not playing is Optic. And I believe Rebellion as well. Right. So those are the teams that we will not see, but we get to see everyone else with these bandit changes, which I feel has really impacted the state of the game, as well as the GAs, the professional players have formed themselves. I think we're going to see a very different game here, and definitely, a very competitive game today.
Now, I'll say those matches that you saw in that winner's bracket, those will happen tomorrow, Sunday. So if you're wanting to see some great matches, I mean, already Pure Complexity, like that's going to be a great game. A rematch of what we saw in Atlanta. The winner of this match will go on to play against Space Station, and then FaZe is just waiting between the winner of Native and Tenrai to decide who's going to play against them. Imagine probably Native that gets out there, but Tenrai, a very good roster. That's going to be that Tenrai roster going to be Onboard, Descendant, Piggy, and Ezo. So could see an upset happen there, but I think Native probably going to be edging that one out.
Very interesting tournament, and again, our series right now very interesting as well. I love that we're going to an oddball for the very next game. I feel like this is the ultimate test for any team. It's just you have to perform. You have to perform at your highest capability for the entirety of potentially 20 minutes, even more. So it is great to see this oddball being game number 4, especially with how close this series is. I would not be surprised if this goes to a game 5, but you're gonna want to see that objective efficiency out of Team Lethal Fox. You can't have the most slays, the most assists in the game and not get that ball time and not be scrappy with ball time, because Liquid are gonna be scrappy this entire game.
That's so funny. Like what we saw in game 1 was hyper efficiency from Yaxon and the rest of Lethal Fox. We did not see the same on the other side. But folks, right now we're just waiting for a couple players to get back in with some easy anti-cheat issues. You've been playing matchmaking, In the meantime, we're gonna get up, take a quick break, and run an ad. So if y'all want to help support the channel, then stick around. You're not gonna miss anything. But we're gonna run a quick ad, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've entered the lobby and now we are ready. A very close series we've had thus far. Team Liquid versus Team Lethal Fox. And we're going to live fire Oddball. Tools, what do you think about this series as a whole? And of course, this game type coming up next.
It's been a true battle between these two teams, right? We've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen some hyper efficiency, some lack of efficiency, some overslays, some underslays that win games. And, it's a good series. It's a good back and forth. And I think it has Game 5 written all over it. Lethal Fox need to win this game to stay in it. And then the winner's bracket.
Jackson gonna find himself in a precarious position right there, trying to go for snipe, but with all his teammates going down, all four down for Team Lethal Fox. This will be a setup here on the side of Team Liquid here on the C side of Tower, and of course a sniper to utilize as well. Camo coming up, just dropped. Collect's got a position here to stop this camo from being picked up, and he does just that with a snipe onto Rami.
I wish I was, he makes sniping look a lot easier. It's like, yeah, he has so many hours of the game. He knows instantly where to stand and line that up nice and easy. Headshot into the camo player. And, well, it looks like Jackson's going to have his turn with the sniper. But that even though he hit that sniper, that camo player right away, Liquid not the team that gets away with that camouflage. Instead, it goes to Lethal Fox, and the sniper transfers hands as well. So a bit of a surprise there after Collect hit the big shot.
Ball's gonna be put towards the bottom side of the map. Jackson just trying to find some space with his snipe. Mortally's gonna be the first one to contest him. Jackson, that's the last 2 bullets I believe he has. No, that one is the last one. He had 3 left, and all of them will ring out. Nothing will come of it. You see the rotation towards the bottom side, but Manny tries to shut that down. A lot of back and forth for both these squads. Collect, the last player alive for Team Liquid. He's gonna push on in. He'll get traded out as well, and Team Lethal Fox will end up with the ball in their hands momentarily.
Jackson's gonna be the one that gets away with this ball, and they're not gonna get much time out of it though, because look how fast Mortally was through the bottom half of the map. He was able to get a double kill, an all triple kill from Mortally, and well, he'll be the one that reaps the rewards, able to get to that ball.
Great win by Mortally, and with that spawn for Manny coming out on the A side, it'll be a rotation back towards A. You see Manny not really staying inside of A, right? Wants to try and create a little bit of space on that camo side of the map, but with him falling, it is now a rotation that has to come out here towards the back of green to allow for this play ball to happen in case pressure comes through.
It's just not a lot of pressure for Lethal Fox to put down. They're gonna wait for that camouflage. Rami's gonna be the player that gets away with it, but the downside is, right, he gave up a lot of a lot of time for this ball carrier to get that camouflage.
Yeah, this is big. This is a lot of ball time here. Great damage from Collect. Mortally will pick up the ball and continue on the ball time. No play ball comes out though. It'll be a 1v1 situation. Common makes it a 1v0 as he gets the triple kill, and now ball time for himself.
Look at that big rotation from him. Sniper into the hands of Haynes, and Lethal Fox for the first time gonna have a big opportunity for some good ball time.
It's up to Haynes here. He's got a timing on this flank. Him and Jackson, the last 2 players alive. Jackson's the one with that ball in his hands, and unfortunately with that flank and that rotation with the snipe, he leaves Jackson all by himself, and because of that, Jackson will fall, and Haynes with that sniper in his hands, not necessarily making too much of an impact, decides to go back towards top center and goes down because of it. That'll now be Sniper in the hands of Team Liquid, and Sniper in the hands of King Nick, who gets a double.
And fast work from him. Lethal Fox going 4 down. That's a bad news, as they're gonna get that spawn towards B. Now Mortally's having a tough decision here. He's like, I think they're spawning B. Let me try to get back towards this tower. As soon as that teammate spawns, they do get the good time and to get at least a good little chunk of time here, but Lethal Fox is gonna have an opportunity to find their slays, but right as soon as they get there, 3 down, not gonna make anything happen.
Collect staying alive on the back of tower here, allowing King Nick to come up and clean up some damage, and he does it once again with the double and the killing spree. It'll be more time for Team Liquid on this tower side, and you see the double push coming through the cuts here. Is King Nick ready for this push is the question. My goodness, Jackson melts him from the camo side. That is the sniper player out of the play now, and Yaxon gets another kill onto Mortally. Massive kills by Yaxon. Will it be enough?
You got the two players at Yaxon and Common trying to keep this game in line for Lethal Fox. They just need some help from the supporting cast. This is where Lethal Fox just needs to start winning slays outright. It's as simple as, right? This has just been a tough game for them, as they just have been constantly been the first player down. Liquid's been able to move on the map relatively free. That has to change now in this first round.
Been able to move on the map, like you said, dancing around the pillar side. Enough time for them to play that ball as well. Haynes ends up going down. That'll be 4 dead for the side of Team Lethal Fox. Liquid not picking up this ball as quick as you'd like. And there is also a camo in the hands of a player on Team Liquid. So we'll see if that's utilized to make something happen. Mortally, though, getting all of this ball time, whereas Team Lethal Fox still trying to find an option to push up on the map. They deal with Manny. Common takes him out, and somehow Yaxon makes it through the mud and forces the play ball.
Sandberg's coming up soon as well. This is going to be a big opportunity for Lethal Fox. It's going to have to start with Yaxon, though, and he's going to find 2. The chase nade.
Oh, wow.
Gets the damage on Manny, gets the assist. Oh, man, Yaxon's a one-man army right now.
Yeah, like we watched free-for-all yesterday, the Native and LVT free-for-all last night, and a little bit of free-for-all action going on right there. Multiple targets, multiple kills, doing as much damage as possible. It will be 2 down for each side once again, which is honestly what we've seen all series long. Just constant trades for both squads. No one really able to find a lot of control and 4 up at the same time with a clean 4 dead on the other side. But finally, Team Lethal Fox do get that 2 dead cleanly, and they'll get some ball time here because of it.
Lethal Fox just became a very scrappy team towards the second half, and the big difference is they're starting to win the slays. I mean, Yaxon and Common have just come to life. 15 kills apiece for them, and it's led to them getting some great ball time. But with them going 4 down, it's going to take, 8 seconds for them to respawn. You already have the ball. This one's over. They got to think about round 2. They made up some good ground here, but clearly not enough to overcome what was put down by Team Liquid early in this game. And honestly, a big performance from Mortally in particular. 15 kills, right? Tied for the most in the lobby. What also is impressive to me, 76 seconds of objective time. That's with him holding the ball for over a minute in that first round, was still able to lead the lobby in slays.
What really impressed me as well is on the other side of things, you have Yaxon, who's also got 15 of his own with 37 seconds. I mean, so many plays as well that we've seen made by him that have turned the tide and allowed Team Lethal Fox to even get any ball time. We'll see if that continues here. 3 go down for Team Lethal Fox, though. Manny doubles back, not unexpectedly. And because of that, look at the flank he has on both these players here. This is beautiful by Manny, but the spawner on the big door ends up taking him out pretty quickly, and he'll go down.
That was a great job by Lethal Fox's 2 players over at Sandbags to realize that they were in danger, to take it seriously. They didn't just try to both push them at the same time. They waited for their 3rd player to make the triangle with them. And once you have that triangle established, it's so hard to even get a trade at minimum, right? It's just each player understands that, hey, I don't have to win the fight. And that's when Halo becomes easy, right? It's when you realize that you don't have to win the fight. Have trust that your teammates are gonna finish the right play. Once they do, well, life becomes a lot easier. Collect sniper camo. Couldn't ask for a better combination.
Let's see what he does with this. You see that he does get the slays on the side of Team Lethal Fox, but that ball not being picked up as quick as you'd like. 4 bullets to work with here for Collect on the top of tower. Just avoid some nades. That's yeah.
Perfect. It's like, hey, that nade landed right where his feet was. You know, there's one way to escape it. That repulse it.
He just tried to 360 off the map as he plays the snipe. And you see Rami trying to do a little bit of 360s off the map himself. He goes down. It's gonna be 3 down for Team Lethal Fox, and Team Liquid will take advantage of that with the tower set up with ball.
So fast from Liquid, right? Like, as soon as they lost their setup at tower, they gain it right back, winning their fights once again. It's been the big difference maker all game. Mortally eclipses that 20 kill mark. To me, I'm curious how he's gonna finish this thing. It feels like he's having one hell of a game. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him have an incredible stat line by the end of this.
Enemy has the ball.
3 down though for the side of Team Liquid. Manny, the last player alive. It'll be ball time now for Team Lethal Fox. Camo coming up though. Team Liquid has control of this side of the map, but they are pinched from both sides. Both C and A controlled by the side of Team Lethal Fox. It's gonna make this camo very difficult to get for Team Liquid. Lethal Fox and Yaxon gonna pick up that camo, and they'll get more ball time as well as the information of the push on from Mortally.
Yaxon just was trying his best, but Mortally made it too hard. And Mortally finds another one as well. Just he's been brilliant on the backside of this tower. He's had 3 players of Lethal Fox around him. Not only did he find 2 of those kills, he also gets his shields back and ready to fight for the 3rd. That's 3 kills for him now at this back tower side. And yeah, you maybe gave him a little bit of time to Lethal Fox, but he certainly allowed Liquid to play the long game. They're set up well for this next rotation. They're going to get plenty of ball time here.
Already past that 40-point mark here for Team Liquid. They'll get that first kill onto Haynes, but King Nick ends up trading out his life. It'll now be 2 down for Team Liquid. You see the push coming out from the Nest side, and that'll force the play ball. I would say a little bit early there, but regardless, never. It's better to be safe than sorry. And that ball will be at the bottom center of the map. Manny taking the snipe in his hands. He'll fall, and Team Lethal Fox with 3 down for Team Liquid will have the control of the map, the weapons, and the ball.
Fox did a good job not getting too caught up on their individual slays. We saw them slow it down for a second, wait until they were able to coordinate together, and then they were able to push in. Yaxon kept players preoccupied at the back tower. Once he went down, the remaining 3 players were able all to flood in at the same time. They got the break, they got the setup, but once again, Liquid's been very quick on their breaks. It's been the one thing that's been holding back Lethal Fox, is that they just have not been able to deal with these quick punches that Liquid's been providing.
More and more ball time here for the side of Team Liquid. Yaxon doing his best to stay alive on the tower side. He understands how important tower is, especially with his snipe in his hands. He's got 3 bullets to work with, but they are focused on him. And with that QT, that'll mean King Nick stays alive, but Yaxon once again, look how much of an impact he's able to cause on the seaside tower side of the map. Will it be enough though? His team does get a bit of time off this, but Team Liquid with 1 round already won and only 30 points to score the second makes this a bit scary for Team Lethal Fox.
It really feels like it's been the battle between Yaxon and Mortally this game. Mortally eclipsing that 30 kill mark. Yaxon just 1 away with 29 of his own. The Slayers for both these teams trying to compete with each other to see who can win this round of Oddball. But so far, Lethal Fox has always been on that back foot trying to make up ground, whereas Liquid's had the benefit of playing with that lead, and I think it's making life a lot easier for them. Lethal Fox, every time they go 3 down like this, you gotta realize it's like, hey, we got 1 or 2 pushes left. Collect, you know, not every day that everyone just spawns behind you with a reticle on you.
Yeah, he was trying to block those A spawns with his positioning, but unfortunately the spawns still happened. King Nick trying to play slow with his ball player on the pillar side.
Kill.
They will get punished for that though. That's going to be 3 down for Team Liquid. Collect the last player alive needs to get a kill here onto Rami, and he's going to try, but not going to succeed. Trade out comes through, but still really big lead here for Team Liquid. Team Lethal Fox have a lot of work to do.
A ballsy fight from Rami to take against Collect there, but pays off in the end. Mortally's just signed different, bro. He said, yeah, I'm here with the Cypher. I'm going to get all these kills. He's like, someone just left the ball. Let me just get this back to my team. Maybe make life a lot easier for me. Now, suddenly, Lethal Fox, they just have to fly out into the open to try to take care of this ball. And the last player alive is going to be Common. It's a must-win for him, and nothing to do. It's just going to be teabags for the rest of the game. Man, he giving it a quick back and forth. The ball will get in there. Everyone's taking their chance, letting them know, hey, we'll take the series 3-1.
My goodness, we cannot talk enough about Mortally, and again, I gotta bring it up, right? It's just that grind and matchmaking that just does it well, right? You put all that work in and you are successful. Why don't we go into a listen-in
Game
with
5
Envor on your screen here. A nice match going on.
Balance right out. Balance one shot. Okay, here. I'm playing A. Bottom A weak. Bottom A one shot.
I'm trying to get out. Turbine. He's gonna kill me. Gonna kill me. Needle.
Here.
Needle, balance.
Turbine one shot, guys. I'm backing up here. I'm back here. Back up.
Long go. Just walking out.
Here. They're gonna push us through. Tower right now. Good shots.
I'm gonna flank.
Nice.
T-box fine. Pushing me.
C-plant.
Backside again. Backside again to me.
I'm here.
Spawning already. Pipe spawn.
Get him in.
Can't hill.
APG one. He's trying to
Here, I'm looking. Dead.
It's my hill. My top A. 2 guys.
Alright, we're gonna play it.
Yeah, 2A.
I'm gonna help you right here.
I might have one.
Alright, I'm bringing the red fast. Red steps weak. Go in, Jason. Go in.
Look. I'm pushing tower.
He's red steps supporter.
I'm near tower. I'm looking across.
They went batteries.
L2.
Nice.
I'm trying to
Make a play for Jason, guys.
Turbine bottom of
Yeah, bomb tower. My tower. He's tower stairs.
They're right behind you.
Back to one shot.
I'm here. They're going mid-bridge right now. I just saw one. My turbine.
Yeah,
Two there. Top A right now. Good shots. Top A one shot. Gilkey.
I got him.
Nice. Bottom mid, yes.
I traded. Fuck.
On Megan.
He's gonna go for the trade.
Nice. Might be one more, yes. Good try.
Well, the game 5 victory for Native Gaming. That means their day is done. Everyone from the winner's side going to be doing it tomorrow. The winner's bracket determined for what we're going to see on Sunday. And well, the best teams will be there. The loser's bracket, though, still to come. That does it for me and Tim, though. Hey, we got some great games in from the winner's side today, man. What'd you think about the tournament?
Oh, so good. It's great to see the bandit change. Always nice to have changes happen in the game, right? It makes it nice and fresh. You get to see how things transpire because of the changes. And of course, the GAs as well. Interesting to see how those play out and how they will play out the rest of today and of course tomorrow as well.
Take a look. Looks like we got an update. Looks like quarterfinals are gonna happen today. So we're gonna take our pick, see what we want over there, and get ready for the new talent to come in. Tony, old man Mikowski, gonna be taking over for us today. Fantastic games, fantastic teams here still to play. Don't go anywhere. When we're back, you'll see some familiar faces, but some different voices. Thank you guys for watching me and Tim take it down today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for y'all and welcome us for the first time. Why not be reckless here? AK Why Not Be Casting. I got my man, oh man, Mikowski. Welcome back, Mikowski. You scared us a little bit, but it's good to have you back, homie.
Hey, the prophecy, the self-fulfilling prophecy when I was 12 years old, making my gamer tag Old Man Mikowski would come true 20 years later when I pulled my back and missed a Halo tournament because of it. Love to see it, and we love to see Pure versus Complexity on our screen here. Pure with one of the best runs of HCS Atlanta. How are they going to follow up that incredible tournament?
Pure and Complexity going at this is going to be a fun matchup. You got Complexity who kind of shifting the meta on how to make a team, right? Forget the FaZe route and putting 3 to 4 players that can slay out. Oh my.
That was nasty. That's a lot of disdain for you. That's a lot of disdain for your opponent, Tony. We've only had a minute off the clock, and last shot's already acting like it's a game 5, and he's developed a little bit of a bad blood with the opposition.
Yeah, you just let him know, okay? You gotta let him know who's boss around here. Last shot, he may be a rookie this year, seems like, but let me tell you, he plays like a vet. Meanwhile, Complexity, you know, they're playing well prepared as well. But they're also losing out on Charlie. Gonna have to out-rotate, go after the alpha side as Pure go up 54-0. What a start. A pure dominating start coming out of Pure.
Well, Pure picking up where they left off in Atlanta with a great start here in game 1. Great sticky toss there from Talik. Lands on the left foot of his opponent. 3 go down for Complexity, 3 go down for Pure, and now we have a 1v1 for B.
Drug dancing around that R2 side. Oh, give him a little jiggle peek action. Rain ends up going down, but Pure not able to take away Bravo. Talik is there, but Ryan Noob quickly on the reset. 3 down go Complexity, so not only going for Bravo, it looks like Talik, he has eyes set on Charlie.
Oh, and just as Complexity had the opportunity with that 1v1 at B to flip some map control in their favor, it's Pure who are running away with it a little bit in the early going. C goes back to Complexity, but that's the disadvantageous spawn here to have on recharge. Pure are in full control off the start.
81-8 lead in favor of Pure at the moment. Talik gets up high here with that shock. Breaking shots avoids the angle that Talik was trying to create, and finally Complexity are able to get a double cap, able to put some points on the board here.
Talik now making his way down the long haul side towards C, spots us on the main bridge, but Talik not looking like the main character with those shots, missing a couple. Now with us as he goes down, 2 down for Pure. Druk now gonna just hold the line at B. This looks like Complexity's best chance to get a heaping of scoring here, and if they can capture B, they should have a trip cap here, so Complexity bouncing back.
Druk had to cover over toward the Whirlpool side. Sadly, did not have that gold side cover. And once Druk goes down, the same for Cherish, and eventually Pure end up getting squad wiped off the map. You know, Complexity take advantage of that. They're able to grab a trip cap. By the time Pure are attacking the Charlie side, Complexity are cutting them off there as well, Matt.
Gotta hold strong in Strongholds. You might see the score look a little lopsided, but like I always say, 100 seconds at Strongholds is like 10 seconds of Halo time, as Complexity have brought it back to within 20 seconds. This one's close. The Pure retain control of A and B. Rain looking to break through on the gold side, but goes down. Holding the line is Druk and Cherish, but they go down. Now Complexity has a chance to push through. Talik looking to push through, but the defensive effort from us are strong, and he's going to turn that defense into a little bit of offense. The fist takedown cherished, and it's another potential trip cap for Complexity as they look to reclaim the lead.
That is a huge play coming to Huss right there. Not only gets the first kill, but also clears out the A side, gets the reset, and he had to win that piv because he was by himself. The other 2 members of Complexity were attacking the Charlie side, and everything works out perfectly for Complexity, and yet another 3 down go Pure, and another trip cap. Complexity are attacking Pure on one of their best game types.
Well, the first strike goes to Pure, but the counterpunch is stronger for Complexity, and after a nice stretch of a couple of minutes now, looking at 3 potentially in total, they have the lead heading into the hundreds as Druk pushes along down the gold frag side, looking to retain the high side. And now with the recent GAs, that plasma pistol feels like with the bandit nerf, feels like a lot of the different weapons in the sandbox have risen in tiers. Curious to see what Druk can do with that plasma pistol, but for now it's Complexity continuing the scoring with ANC.
Oh, I agree 100% with you. I feel like every single weapon has gone up in value. The BR is so strong. The Plaza pistol definitely does work to the point where they had to GA everything else in the damn game, man.
Hey, if we're not careful, the Plaza pistol might get GA too.
Are we allowed to slide? Complexity with the trip cap. 150 points in counting here for Complexity. Pure came off hot with a 54-0 run. What happened?
And it has been all Complexity ever since, and that's just one of those reasons you can never get too down and out on yourself. And what better team to be put in a situation where they're looking at a 100-0 deficit off the start to Pure than a veteran-led roster like Complexity, Ryan, Rain, back in action, breaking shot. Reminds me a little bit of precision, reminds me a little bit of Cycle in the sense that Complexity, like Tools pointed out earlier in the broadcast, great indicators and finders of up-and-coming talent. Could breaking shot be up next?
As of right now, Complexity still holding on to that 176-89 lead. Pure once again going 3 down at Complexity. I mean, tell you, picking up where they left off back at Atlanta, they are looking so good against this rising Pure roster. This was not what I expected to see in game number 1. Again, Strongholds is one of Pure's strengths, one of their best game types, and now they're finally starting to show it. 4 down, go Complexity.
Here we go, Pure with their best chance in the last 4 minutes in total of time. It was the first opening 2 minutes that went to Pure, but the last 4 have all been Complexity. After that 4 down, how much map control, how much control of these cap points can Pure take? Well, they're taking everything.
Trip cap being held here, and last shot. There's a lot of responsibility on his hand. They're leaving the B side all towards him. Combining that camouflage and shock, it's going to be hard for Complexity to get over and through the gold side. As he jumps behind Rain, has no idea. There's the back smack off the screen. Talik was able to take down Ryan. A double kill out of Talik, and he's moving in for the trip. Huss, watch out. That's a 4 down for Complexity.
Last shot, no time to teabag after that back smack on to Rain. Now, with this deficit, down by a minute. It's all about the action. It's all about map control as Pure have all of it. Complexity looking to get back on the board in the sense, starting so with C, maybe turning it into A control as they have capped A, but they miss C. Rain goes down, so did his breaking shot. It's a wrecking ball from Pure as they're able to reclaim C, and what looked like a scoring potential for Complexity might actually go to Pure, but B is going to be crucial.
I hate to bring this all the way back here, but Ryan actually made a genius play. Talik purposely grappling over toward the A side, trying to force those split spawns. Gets in there quick and knows for a fact at least one player spawned there. Ryan knows this, hides in a corner, waits all the way to Talik, thinks it's clear, runs out, and then Ryan gets an easy kill, flips A, and look what happened from there. Complexity gained a bit of control, right back into the double cap, but you can't stop Pure for too long. Shenanigans will not be enough. You need that firepower, and Pure got that.
Catalyst in this comeback has been Cherished, but he's finally taken down. Great trade there from Rain after Cherished found looked like 7 kills in a row. That's why Pure could potentially steal it. We are deep into the game, only 30 seconds left till Complexity can win it, but 3 more go down for Complexity. They've been in a blender, you could argue, ever since they lost all 4 members, and now Pure continue the scoring with control of B and C. They're into the 200s. It's just a 20-second point game.
Talik gains the information that there's multiple members of Complexity pushing from A toward the towers as the Talik makes sure he grapples into the fight, makes his presence known, and breaking shot makes his nades known. Right onto the feet, into the pocket of Talik. Now back-to-back kills favor Complexity, but can they get in a stronghold? Because right now, Druck is hunting him down, getting his killing spree. Druck now cross-mapping, making sure that everybody is cleared out, and Pure holding on to both Bravo and Charlie masterfully. There's the lead for them.
Hey, when 99's switching POVs and it's killing spree after killing spree, you can see why Pure have been able to get back in this fight. Cherished and Druck leading the way, but Druck, his spree dies. Talik holding the line at gold, looking to defend the B cap point. All the while, though, Complexity going into C. They're looking for split control. They capture it, 233, 225.
Complexity need to answer right here, right now. Both Ryan and Rain hitting the black screen is not what the doctor ordered. Charlie already belongs to Complexity. Breaking shot needs to break out of his spawn and make something happen. It looks like Alpha is being attacked right now here by Pure. Breaking shot and Ryan waiting for the right time to push forward, but It looks like Cherish has backup. It's last shot with the shot, breaking shot with the push, and last shot with that shot. 3 down go Complexity, and that just might be game.
Huss goes down, and last shot can get back where he started off in this match. And you know what? He's not going to shoot any dead bodies. He's just going to look 1,000-yard stare into the dead, lifeless body of Huss as Complexity felt like they had the counter back to Pure's good start, but Pure regained control in the end game, led by killing sprees from Cherished and Druck. Find the way to take game 1.
That was just so well played, honestly, across the board. I mean, Pure coming out with that 54-0 run, really kind of making their presence known early. Impressive by them. Complexity with the clap back and answering them back. I thought they looked so good. Again, the moments I talked about that Ryu play, just hiding in the corner off the spawn, waiting for that push, and then attacking at the right moment. It was back and forth. But eventually, Pure, they're the ones that come out on top.
Dude, Tony, look at the grouping there for Pure. Not only are there kills all within just 2 of each other, the deaths are as well. That tells me everybody's looking at the same thing. Everybody's shooting the same opponent. Everybody is playing their 25% there for Pure. That is a statistical breakdown that you will not see more often than not. There's going to be at least a little bit of separation, at least one player maybe rising above the rest, but really everybody had their standout moment. Everybody had their spree that brought them back. As we head back to live fire game number 2, Camo going to be our priority, in addition to that S7 top mid.
You know, we always give credence to the likes of the Ryan, the Complexities, teams like that come into the games well prepared in series. You know, a lot of times I feel like we don't give enough shine to teams like Pure, who also take preparation very seriously. You know, they're in that film review. They're putting in as much work in scrims as they are in the actual film session, making sure that everybody knows their role, knows their job, and that's why you see plays like that. Pure are a very different roster. I don't care who's popping, I don't care who's getting the kills. It is the system that really shines for Pure.
2-3 off the start. And this is such an intriguing match for me, Tony, because you look at a team like Complexity, started off the year as a top 4 favorite. Now Pure gets into that conversation as well, placing top 4 at Atlanta. Complexity haven't done that just yet. So Complexity, the mountain to climb to that top 4 position, it gets harder and harder. You had Sentinels in the way, Rebellion. Now Pure are there too, but what better opportunity than to go face-to-face with that opponent in your way? Put fate in your own hands, if you will, as we're still close here off the start. Pure with the 1-kill lead.
Pure regrouping up to the green side, trying to play the alphas, but what a nade. Cherish gets shredded, and that leads to a 3 down. When the first domino falls, you know it's only a matter of time for the rest to do. Pure down to the final player in Talik, who's doing some good damage from across the map, but Complexity, they won that engagement.
Icky toss goes out, but that's a desperation effort there. Talik actually maybe even Huss looked absolute, so maybe a little missed decision there. Let Talik maybe a little ahead of his paces and process. Throws the sticky when a body shot would have been enough. Huss has a second lease on life in control of the snipe tower.
Rain shot getting challenger toward the side corner. Well, he's ready for it, man. The movement just too smooth. Breaking shot. Got this movement. Ryan who has his back. Last shot now stuck behind this pole, and breaking shot wants him out. The A side is clear. Complexity have a 2-kill lead.
Here we go. Breaking shot at 6-2-1. You want to talk about making an impact in a Slayer where your life is the objective. Breaking shot having about the most efficient match you can imagine. Rhino goes for the cheeky sticky grenade. Thought it got repulsed back to him, but he somehow finds a way to find the Slay. Who better than Rhino to somehow make lemonade out of lemons in that situation as Complexity have a 2-kill lead.
Skill jump up toward the green side of the map. Now it's Pure stretching from the A all the way to Charlie, but looks like multiple going down for Pure. They're not able to infiltrate the tower side of the base, and now Complexity going in for a big flank, stretching out themselves, and now taking so much space is Complexity. Druck down to 1 shot, goes in for the challenge onto Cherish. Oh my gosh, Huss, you have no business doing that.
Huss, that bruising, damaging roll through the middle of the map, but it's not a middle of the map push that everybody had caught out. It starts with the flank opportunity from the B side. Rhino gets sent off the map from the repulsor. So impressed though with the positioning there from Huss. A couple of the back of the headshots, 1-on-1 win there. As Huss, a big reason why after that flank, Complexity are still in the lead, but it's close, 19-20.
Ryan looks like he's stuck toward the camel side of the map, but the moment Talik looks away, Ryan who pokes out. Luckily, last shot is there covering his teammates back with that sniper and has 7 more bullets to work with and tied up at 20 apiece. You got to think last shot is the most important player on the map with the sniper in hands.
7 shots to work with, but that could quickly go in favor of Complexity. It does. Us, the former Call of Duty player, knows how to work this S7 sniper rifle as he takes his claim to the top side of Snipe Tower. 24-22 Complexity. This is where they really find ways to manufacture, to find the trades that matter most in the middle of the match and take that lead into the 30s. That's the next checkpoint that we're heading towards. But Pure will keep it close. 23-24. Nobody's been able to break away.
1 kill advantage here for Complexity. Quantum Translocator is coming up, and Rain wins a 1v1 against Cherish as we switch gears towards the last shot. Couple players down here, wants to slow it down a bit for his teammates to come off a spawn, but Complexity again taking space and doing it together.
Breaking shot, working his way through the pillar, senses the flank, but it's the pinch from Pure. Perfect timing from the garage door and the pillar door. Us goes down. Now we're starting to see Pure roll a little bit, but Complexity still have a lead. Now they're up by 3. So despite a really nice sequence it looked like from Pure, Complexity find a way to answer back, take 3 down. The lead is ballooned now to a full team wipe. It was previously 5. Complexity are finding their form when it matters most, and this is exactly what I was referencing moments ago, Tony. Complexity, this is where their veteran leadership really shines.
All the old men always tell him about the Slayers don't start until the 30 kill mark. Well, Complexity are there, and Pure just hit it. And right now, when Druk and Talik back-to-back kills for them may just lead to a camouflage because Complexity are starting a man or 2 down, and that means Pure, they're getting themselves a camo.
Tony, the tone of this match has been the exact same as it was in game 1. It's been back and forth. One team or the other finds a way to show a little glimmer of hope, but then the other steals it right back, and then Complexity takes it right back. Just as Pure find a 3 down, Complexity go up 6, now 5, as they have a 2-possession lead heading into the 40s. And again, this is where Complexity will manufacture and manipulate the map for trades, but Ryan was looking for more. Calls for help from Breaking Shot. He knows all the attention is on him at Cuts as he calls for the flank on the backside of Mud. Now Ryan just looking to clean up the final member here of this push. It is Cherished, dead to rights at the pillar, and now dead on the respawn screen.
Talik wasn't able to escape his spawn, and now back-to-back deaths for him. He's being cycled at the moment, and Complexity continue to have a man advantage over Pure at every single point in this game, and they're using these numbers in order to overwhelm and swarm Pure. Finally, Pure, a 3-man push out of their spawn from the green to the tower side, and Ryan catches an angle out of nowhere. He's gonna attack Talik as well. That is a huge trade. Ryan making plays to get his 13th kill, and Complexity now are 1 squad wipe away from tying up the series.
This is a 1-2 kill game going into the 30s, and now we're looking at a multi-possession, multi-team wipe lead and a potential victory here for Complexity as they only need 4 more. Pure not even into the 40s just yet. So Complexity in full control, feeling comfortable and confident about their chances to tie up the series.
I mean, how many times do we talk about numbers in Halo? You just can't be the first one to go down, and when you make a game-changing play like that, there's nothing the opposition can do. They were the first one to go down, but luckily Druk gets that snipe out of the hands of us. An attack coming out of Pure is answered back by Breaking Shot off the screen with the back smack, and just 2 more kills needed for Complexity, and Pure find themselves 6 kills behind. The 49th is there. The trade is as well. That looked like 51 on the board with all the kills that popped up on the feed. It don't matter. 50 was accomplished. Complexity tied things up.
You know, Tony, this is an overarching conversation that we'll take to the broadcast now, but I'm really curious to see how Complexity fares with this new TTK and new rate of fire from the Bandit. Now, let's take a step back. Let's flash back to the beginning of Season 3 when the Bandit replaced the battle rifle. It was the pace of play, a ferocious, feverish pace of play that put teams on top. SSG and Rebellion, I can recall, in every single grand finals, and there was no questioning that they were the 2 fastest teams in the HCS. Now with the lower rate of fire, though, does that materialize as maybe a little bit slower pace of play, a little bit more methodical, maybe even pace of play that really translates to playing fast when you need to and slowing down when you need to? So the way this all ties together is that I could see teams like Complexity, I could see teams like Optic, who have been right there on at the cusp of winning a tournament, taking advantage of this pace of play change that could come as a result of the TTK and rate of fire change on the Bandit. So I think the two teams that stand the most to gain from this change, all the changes that we've seen since Atlanta, it feels like the whole game is flipped on its head, are Complexity and Optic, who we see here in this series tie things up at 1.
Yeah, I mean, I actually agree 100% with you, and it's funny because I feel like I've been kind of in the minority with that opinion, where I feel like a lot of the slower teams or the faster teams, I should say, on the other side, are going to get a little bit punished. I feel like players that try to make those high risk, high rewards are going to get in there. And one of the ways that they're able to get the rewards side of things is just with that faster fire, that ability to put shots, stay alive, get behind the corner, stop the enemy team from even pushing forward because you put enough shots in and you control the pace of the fight. Even be able to just outstrafe and outshoot your opponent as well with that faster firing rate will get you a trade in like a 1v2 that maybe you shouldn't have, where now if you speed on into a 1v2, you're done for. You're getting shredded, and you're not getting that trade because by the time you fire off those 3 shots, you're already on the black screen. So I actually agree with you on that, and it's funny because I feel like I've kind of been on the minority as far as that opinion, as I've been asking people around. I haven't been in love, I'll be honest with you, I haven't been in love with the exact change with the Bandit. I wanted a slower firing rate. I didn't know it was gonna be this slow. This is, you are punished for missing even 1 shot.
Yeah, you got time to make coffee or tea between this first and second shot, it feels like now with the Bandit, whereas before it's just it's like chugging a Red Bull or a Monster as far as the metaphor towards pace of play. So things could slow down, they could also speed up. Who knows? That's sort of the fun and excitement of watching some new Halo Infinite being played here, as we've had plenty of changes, changing gears as well into this series between FaZe and Native Gaming. And Native Gaming, they've been darlings of the open bracket throughout most of Season 3. Can they break through on a squad led by a former world champion in APG? You've got Gilkey, one of the GOATs, honestly, overall, just in the grand scheme of things in Halo. Dude's been doing this for decades. And then you got tapping buttons and barcode, 2 international phenoms on that Native Gaming squad. So going into Salt Lake City, is this the moment where we start to see Native Gaming not only start in pool play, but break through into that top 8 where I feel like a lot of people think they could be?
Well, my question for you, are Native really been the darlings of the open bracket? Because if anything, maybe they're the swiper, they're the foxes of the open bracket. They somehow find a way to sneak their way on out of it on technicalities. Time and time again. They supposed to be in the open bracket, but on the damn technicalities every single time, they find themselves in pool play. But it's actually funny because back in London, I talked to Hoaxer. We took an Uber together toward the hotel, and he said they wanted to compete in the open bracket. They wanted to get reps together, and they're kind of robbed of that opportunity. Now they've gotten that, they've gotten experience together, and they're a team that are real. And going up against FaZe, obviously finding a bit of an uphill battle here, but Native are always one of those teams that are going to play up to their competition. When they play against the top 3 teams in the world, they play better. They play like they're in the same conversation as them.
Yeah. Speaking of conversations, FaZe, where are they? I mean, you could make a case for them being the best team in the world. They're the defending world champs, but 5th, 6th at the previous tournament, and it's what have you done for me recently type of competition here in Halo. So certainly FaZe is not a top 5, 6 team, but it's what the result was in Atlanta. So you talk about a team that's out for vengeance, and they were previously before the event that they won in London. They had a pretty shortcoming in Arlington, and that's a team I don't want to have with a chip on their shoulder as FaZe Clan.
110-54 lead in favor of FaZe at the moment, but Native Gaming holding on to that double cap and APG removing Royal 2 from the map. As Camouflage is up, he wants to make a play for it, but he knows that FaZe are baiting and surrounding it. He's going to have to fight his way out. He's going to have to earn this camo if he really wants it.
FaZe with a strong start, but like we saw in the previous Strongholds between Pure and Complexity, it's Native Gaming who are gathering control of the map, turning it into control of A, B, and now C potentially, but with a roaming Royal 2 and that camo, C should retain in favor of FaZe Clan, using that as bait a little bit, keeping it at the 50 percentile, making Native Gaming maybe think that they can take it, but no, they're not going to take the bait. A smart heads-up play, but despite that, they go 3 down, so FaZe Clan should regain control of the map. Just waiting for B to trickle all the way into red, which it will.
Native Gaming were able to take away Charlie. However, FaZe out-rotated him. Alpha and Bravo now belongs to them, and Barcode not gonna have this tower side for long. And you know, World 2 wants it. Charlie is being attacked by FaZe. A potential trip cap if Renegade can push out tapping buttons. There it is. 3 down go Native. All 3 belong to FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan starting to put the ingredients into the ninja blender. We've seen Native Gaming go down 3 in droves of 3, I should say, excuse me, 2 times now. And it's looking like a potential third here. If World 2 has anything to say about it, might just do it himself with a triple kill. Instead, focus his priority on the objective as he retains control of A for FaZe. Gets another slay on the Barcode, make it a killing spree.
Some scrappy play out of Native Gaming leads them to taking away Bravo, but they don't have it for long, and they're forced to rotate off his spawn. Scrappy plays are great, but we need some clean slays, some clean plays being made by Native Gaming. Otherwise, FaZe are just going to out-efficient them the whole entire game.
And that's an interesting point you bring up, Tony. It's been the efficiency conversation that has stuck to FaZe ever since they formed as a roster. It's sort of like outside of Snakebite, you know, who's gonna play the objective, right? Sometimes you need more than just one guy. And FaZe Clan have done a good job. We talked to Frosty on the podcast. It's been a maturation process for them, a sort of dropping of the ego, if you will, to say, you know what, I might be frying. I could put up a killing frenzy, but I'm still going to grab the B cap point. I'm still going to go for A. I'm still going to go for the oddball. So FaZe's maturation towards OBJ efficiency, we know they can slay out, but it's going to be their OBJ efficiency that gets them back on top, that gets them back into the grand finals with a chance to defend the title at the Halo World Championship and just get back on top simply at SLC.
Yeah, but we always hate to sound like a broken record, but when we're going against Optic, you know, Optic were the most efficient team at Atlanta, and FaZe, the reason why they lost, they weren't. They were not a good, efficient team as far as objective-wise, and that's the reason why they weren't able to get the win. So I could definitely see things changing. I could definitely see them hitting the film review and turning their weaknesses into a strength. How many times have they done that in the past? And Salt Lake City and Worlds, it's going to be fun to watch. Just like this matchup here, FaZe against Native Gaming. FaZe 182 to 106, and we talked about their efficiency. They're looking quite efficient here against Native.
I'll never forget, Tony, casting my first FaZe team of 4 with this team of 4, and they went up against, I think it was Complexity in a pit CTF where they outslayed Complexity by 28 and lost 3-1. So it just goes to show some of that ugly early growing pains that we saw FaZe go through when they first formed still rear their head from time to time here in Season 3. So it's still a priority for FaZe. It's still maybe the last thing that they need to do before they could potentially roll as a dynasty, because this team of 4, on paper, one of the best we've ever seen. 205 to 107 now as Native Gaming have cut this lead in half, and with control of a potential trip cap here, hold the line. FaZe Clan needing still a full minute to secure the W. Hold up, Native Gaming have life.
Gotta love the bait and switch action coming out of Native Game right there, clearing out the A side. The gold side already belongs to them, and Renegade not able to get away with Camo. Gilkey says, thank you, buddy. He's gonna get himself a free one, and Native Gaming not only have control, they have a camouflage and eyes on every part of the map. Snakebite, where's your head?
Back on the respawn screen, Gilkey looking to send Frosty to call for Gilkey, goes through in the communication, but despite the fact that Camo seemingly always gets spotted out, World 2 can't find him. Gilkey has the shots in the back, they're perfect, as Gilkey somehow stays alive, goes down to 1 HP. He's been a menace, and he gets another stick, a trade that gives Native Gaming a chance to reclaim the lead going into the 200s. They're only down by 30.
See, y'all been playing with his name too much. He's mad now. Y'all been playing with Gilkey's name way too much, and you done pissed him off, and you just see what he can do when he's popping off. When he's playing like this, Native Gaming are so tough to deal with, even against your defending world champions. In FaZe Clan, Native found himself behind by just a bit, but the way they're playing, they're constantly cycling FaZe. Again, rotation after rotation. Native Gaming, if they can clear B, they'll be looking really good to take the lead. And there it is. That's it. That's the reset.
They stop it at the 99th percentile. It looked like FaZe had control of the scoring and the match in the end game, but Native Gaming keep icing up. Frosty goes down. Barcode just looking to stay alive. As Snakebite at the back of elevator finds the slay, tapping buttons. It's a brouhaha at the elevator. Everybody going down left and right. Only 2 players alive in total on the lobby. 205, 192. This game has gotten so close. It was a sleeper until now, but we're wide awake.
It was a momentary 1v1. You notice FaZe, they favored the A side. Native had to go towards Charlie, and eventually FaZe spawned towards Bravo and ended up taking Alpha and B at the same time. Points starting to add up here for FaZe. Meanwhile, Native numbers starting to subtract. Active camo about to come up. Do Native even have enough time to attack a base and camo at the same time?
APG trying to prioritize the camo. He should earn a burn here. Oh, but they're being tricky with the stacks. Oh my God, just like we saw previously. Native Gaming with an incredible play with the camo. Now FaZe has one for their own, and that could be the catalyst for a win here in game one. But they still have a little bit of meat left on the bone. Snakebite still with a little bit of camo left to work with. Oh, and with 3 going down for Native, potentially 4 if Gilkey goes down to the body shot. He does. FaZe have all but secured it. It'd take a miracle off spawn from Native to win this one.
I feel like I don't want to call it early, but I mean, come on, man. FaZe already had control, and they weren't able to get the burn on that camouflage. You allow FaZe to win the round of slays. You allow them to take advantage of the camo, but Native, they break out. They get Bravo. Tapping buttons may have gone down, but now Native are quickly attacking gold. APG has to win a piv, and it's going to be tough to do when Snakebite is watching that angle perfectly.
Oh my, Tony, that is why Snakebite is a world champion, preemptively setting up to block that push from APG, but APG, he's a world champ too. He has the timing to get into B, and now 1v1 with Snakebite, but Snakebite wins it! And what could have been a potential tilter there might just tilt Native Gaming instead as FaZe Clan win what turned out to be an incredible match.
World champ on world champ crime right there, and eventually it's FaZe that come out with the win. But man, was that an exciting one, and I hope you guys aren't tired, because we have another matchup coming back to our feature. It's a tied up series in a swing game number 3, where Pure already up 1-0 as far as rounds, and even have the lead here in Oddball.
Nobody does it like the LVT Red Zone. Love all the action we're getting to see as we pick back up here with this series. Tied 1-all in a game 3. Pure already with a 1-round lead, and up by 30-40 seconds here. Complexity got to prevent this rotation from clearing through to the C side, as it looks like Complexity is instead going to rotate it to A, back and forth.
68-33 lead in favor of Pure at the moment, and you're seeing Pure favoring the strong side of the map. They're trying to push the Bravo side. Huss thinks he might have a 1v1, but you're in a 1v3, but he ends up in the middle of almost all of Pure. Breaking shot survives over toward the PD side. He's going to try to work on Talik, all while Camouflage is coming up. Pure gathering points. Breaking shot being a nuisance on the side of Pure.
And look at Breaking Shot just not backing down despite being 1 HP. I guess he knew he had help over that right shoulder. Eventually goes down 2v2 for now, but it's an advantage in the Molnar suit of Druck. But that advantage gets mitigated quite quickly as Rain takes him down. All the while, though, Pure controlling the backside of PD with control of the Oddball. Talik positioning himself so well, drawing in Complexity with the invisible hand, just waiting and baiting, using his Oddball carrier as bait, but 3 go down for Pure. Complexity with 20 seconds left for Pure to take game 3, have a chance to potentially tie it up, and who knows, maybe even regain the lead with control. Backside of A.
Pure going to continue to push up despite being at a numbers disadvantage here, and Huss going to take advantage of that. Cherish goes down. That's a double out of Huss. 3 down, go Pure, and now they will be forced to wait for spawners and watch as Complexity's points add up.
One sequence victory there for Complexity has them in a position where you could very well make the case that they'll not only tie this matchup, but they could very well regain the lead. One more push here from Pure, and if Complexity wins another one, they might just win this match, but it's not looking good for them. They lose numbers advantage, a +1 net outcome for Pure. Now tied 2-2. Druck looking to push on through the backside of A. Preemptive grenades going out right. Spiker to the left, trying to take down Rhinu, but he's tricky with the positioning, giving Druck fits. But Druck gonna be able to grab onto the Oddball, work it back to the side of Cafe with a nice repulsor, and because of that, Pure are able to instantly rotate this Oddball.
Yeah, you gotta think it was a huge lift coming out of Druck. That should have been a trade 9 times out of 10, but he survives and eventually repulses that ball over towards his teammates who already had a bit of perimeter side control. It's rotated through the subway, and now Pure only need 8 more seconds in order to take this round, which would be game. Huss is over toward the back C, finds himself a weak player, can't go after the ball just yet, knows there's at least 1 or 2 more players that are ratting it out. Finally, Druck goes down and Huss back on the ball. It's not too late here for Complexity.
Yeah, last player alive, just trying to hold the line, maybe play a little keep away with that Oddball, rotate it towards the Commando, and now Perished is in a fight for his life and this round. It's still close. Complexity with another one of those 2-3 downs could find a way to bring this back, and now they're just looking to bring it to B, maybe rotate it all the way to PD, but the cutoff comes through on the B stairs. Cherish wraps around, completes the pinch, and Pure complete the Game 3 win. They'll take a 2-1 series lead.
It was looking pretty good for Complexity for a bit. That subway side break was huge. Huss having the awareness to make sure to take down that one-shot Drunk before committing to that ball, not allowing Drunk to be that nuisance like he was towards back A just by surviving. Complexity did everything right, it felt like, at least as far as that break, but eventually Pure quick on the break off of spawn, and they ended up ending after a quick 4 down. Now game 2 between FaZe and Native Gaming. Winners quarterfinals. Who's going to make it to the semis?
I just want to point out quickly that sometimes the plays of the game don't include Jeff Steitzer, sometimes they don't even include a slay. Sometimes he might even die in the process, but Druck with that repulsor on the oddball to help that rotation to C was the clincher there. As we shift gears here, FaZe versus Native Gaming. Frosty with that S7 snipe, and if you watch the most recent top 10, you know he's pretty nasty with it.
Tower side belongs to Frosty and FaZe at the moment. Barcode's head does not belong to him. 3 down. At least momentarily for FaZe, but a spawning player in Snakebite covers tapping buttons. Gilkey still has that camouflage, wants to make a play toward the weakened Snakebite, and at least is able to get a trade, but I'm sure he wanted more.
Frosty works his way off of the tower, sends the push from Native Gaming, and finds a way to maintain pivotal control of this S7. And I'm not sure Native Gaming know exactly where Frosty is. They do not, based on the way APG ran out of the dummy door. And now Frosty, APG might be anticipating a chase, so I think he might even be calling out Frosty towards the cut side, and they do finally pick him out. And as the last member alive for FaZe now, all eyes are on Frosty. But he's able to manipulate a trade there, despite being in a 1v4. Nice play there from Frosty. 9-10. FaZe are only down 1.
Gilkey may have the sniper. There was only 2 bullets left in this one, as he's gonna hold on to tower, and Frosty off his spawn wants to fight back for that snipe. Shot in the knee of Snakebite. That's gonna slow him down just a bit. The cleanup comes in quick, and World 2, it's taken down, and now tower side control. Everything looking good here for Native Gaming. I said it before, they play up to their competition. When they're playing against the top 3, they play at their best.
Gilkey might be the most underrated sniper in the HCS. Now, it's a shame we won't get to see that point proven with more ammunition in the S7 for Gilkey. No more left, as he'll have to wait for the next one to spawn top mid. But, man, if there's anybody I don't want to fall into the scope of, it might be Gilkey even more so than anybody else. The dude is just so nasty, so consistent, whether it's a no-scope across the map or a nice little drag shot like the one we saw previously. Gilkey always hitting his shots, but for now, it's 3 going down for Native Gaming. Still a very close game 2. And Native Gaming, despite going 3 down, are still up 1. Now 2.
Barco with a clean kill onto Renegade, staying alive, and now working with his teammate over toward the Alpha side. His spawn is easily blocked, and now it's time to find out where you influenced and where you manipulating the spawners to be. Renegade's already towards green. Barco wasn't aware of it. Off screen, Snakebite gets a kill onto tapping buttons, and now Native, they're forced to retreat. They're gonna back down just a bit. FaZe get map control off of that push.
Yeah, Barcode caught lacking a little bit, looking around to the B side of the map. Very fortunate, I'd make the case, to have maintained his life, and important too with the snipe coming up. Barcode battling for positioning of it. I'm not sure who made it out with snipe. Oh, what do you know? It's Frosty once again, but the calls are in for Native Gaming. Frosty, the first priority to take down, might drop this snipe off the side of the map. No, he holds on to it, trades out. So sure, he takes the slay, but he leaves almost a full snipe for Native Gaming. And again, Gilkey, if he gets a hold of it, that could be the win condition here for Native.
23-22 lead for Native Gaming, only up by 1, and Snakebite chasing him down with the commando, but a stick, and Gilkey looking away like Steph Curry off of the shot. 3 down go Native, though. Eventually, FaZe are able to find the kills that they're looking for, and Barcode, the final player alive. He's over towards C-Plat, and looks like we're going to, they're gonna hunt him down eventually. Now, looks like FaZe are working on the rest of the spawning players, and wow, cycling them out as another 3 down, back-to-back of them in favor of FaZe, and this run is about to go crazy.
You know what's ironic? I think despite the fact that we just GA'd, what, 3 weapons, which would be in total, what, a third of the sandbox, we might actually see more of the sandbox. I've seen the pistol, I've seen the commando. Huss with it previously, was shredding with it. So despite the fact, Tony, that we've GA'd 3 weapons and seemingly all of the sandbox, we might see more sandbox because the Bandit isn't the power starting weapon it once was.
Now we see a plasma pistol in the back pocket of Snakebite. favoring the bandit though, especially with the weakened tapping buttons. Active listening there. Is there a player that's? I swear I saw a player over towards tower side. I must be going crazy. No, he is. He's right behind Snakebite. I knew it. I'm not going crazy. It was Gilky, the sneaky snake he is.
Gilky, whether he's got a sniper, a spiker, I don't care. Gilky just finds ways. He's a wily veteran. A lot in the likes of a APG or a Ryanoob, just guys that you can trust in the end game to have the ice. But for now, it's FaZe Clan who have come storming back in this one. Native Gaming carrying a lead into the 30s, but it's now FaZe who look to have control heading into the 40s.
Camel being snatched up by Renegade, but he's not able to activate it. APG gets the kill before it gets burned. Luckily, Snakebite is there, and he's gonna secure it. And more importantly, I don't think Native have any clue where Snakebite is going with this camo.
No, tapping buttons, helpless. Barcode spots out Snakebite, but momentarily, Snakebite will take advantage of that timing to get back full invisibility. Barcode at full shields, but if Snakebite hits all of his shots, he should take him down. And a little bit of a missed opportunity there. No worse for the wear, though. FaZe are up 6, so Snakebite not going to be kicking himself too much for that missed opportunity on Barcode.
Native did have the lead for quite some time, but FaZe, they have control and up by 4 at the moment. Also have eyes set on the sniper. Snakebite knows he has to fight for it, and tapping buttons, he simply wins those.
All right, I don't know, maybe deja vu, you look back at that, and maybe he will be kicking himself for missing that free one on Barcode, because Barcode, with that butterfly effect, has taken a couple of slays. In addition, now Renegade finally makes sure that he goes down with use of the repulsor, gets back up to top mid, and Renegade makes a perfect play with the positioning. Snakebite, look at all the equipment options that FaZe have in their back pocket. They got the repulsor, they got the QT. It's that sandbox control. Sometimes not just as it relates to weaponry that matters most, as FaZe Clan have controlled more of it. Because of that, they're up 6, feeling comfortable heading into the endgame.
It's the plays like that you gotta laugh at. I mean, Renegade should have gone down multiple times over toward the bottom mid side. Repulses right up towards top mid. Eventually gets the backsmack onto Barcode. You're denying access to kills and points toward the enemy team in a close game and a closeout here. Those are valuable kills that Native Gaming need, and they were robbed of it. A 4-kill advantage now as FaZe only need 2 more, but APG and Native coming out of nowhere, and you don't give Gilky a sniper if you want good things to happen.
Oh, Gilky gets the slay, and if he holds on to the last 3 shots, they could actually reclaim the lead. 48-49. Native Gaming and Gilky have the match in their hands, and they could bait the next camo with Gilky eyeing a potential lineup with that reticle, looking to line up the middle of the map for now. But camo up soon. That's going to be the next point of emphasis to get these players off their marks.
If Native Gaming are able to win this, it's going to be on the back of Gilky and the sniper. He is already baiting out that camouflage. Frosty's trying to draw the reticle of Gilky away from that camo so he can double back and try to grab it, but there's so much action going on the green side. He has to look away for a second. Luckily, tapping buttons APG are able to get back-to-back kills. It's 49-48. FaZe only need 1 more, but Gilky still has a sniper and at least 1 bullet to work with.
And either Barcode or tapping were able to make it away with that camo. I don't believe Frosty burned it. And if Native have the camo, they do. Tapping buttons could make the flank through the garage door right now. You have to imagine FaZe, though, have all of these 3 lanes lined up. As Barcode makes his way, he could back out and allow tapping to clean up anything here. Oh, but FaZe Clan clutch up at the very end. Native Gaming had the push, and it looked like an opportunity to steal the final 2, but FaZe Clan get it instead. If not for a ferocious comeback there from Native. However, they're still going to go down 0-2 in the series, down 0-2 in this CTF. Our complexity, and they better get it together here in the final 5 minutes. Pure on match point. 1 more score secures the series, and Talik sends another one back to the respawn screen with a no-scope.
Let me tell you, if Tall is shooting like that, the complexity may not stand a chance, because less than 5 minutes on the clock. It ain't out of reach just yet, but it's going to be tough. Luckily, breaking shot shuts him down immediately. Last shot's getting pushed up as well. He's going to be cleaned up. Looks like their flag was stopped short. Ryanoob going all the way toward the tower side.
Oh, look at Cherish. As the last player alive for Pure gets a double kill, and now he's running the flag by himself. Oh my God, Cherish with a potential solo flag run here. Drops it back off at the long haul, and with the situation, Cherish sees it flawlessly. It's 2-0. You don't need to overextend that flag. You can play for slays here and try to inch it forward for the victory, but complexity are finding the ice instead. They take down 3, and Rain has 1 rocket left in this tube. With 4 minutes left, Tony, I dare to say that complexity gotta have this one.
I mean, they need it. There's no doubt about it. You simply can't put yourself behind the scoreboard and the shot clock. And with 3 down, go Pure. This is your opportunity. You had rockets. You have map control. This is it. You watch the spawns. It should be an easy run for you as Pure spawn all the way toward the courtyard side. And we see a green box jump. But here is it. Going through with our Complexity. 2-0 for Pure forward now. But Complexity may just put 1 on the board.
And depending on how this situation plays out, Complexity could go for the double cap, but they are going to need a few more. Ryanoob going to need a few more points of shield and armor left as he's gone down to low HP, gets it back up. Talik pushing back out from the back of snipe spawn. Now at half shields. It's mid-map control still for Complexity. Huss could wait for that next upcoming sniper in 10 seconds, and with 3 going down, that's going to be a reset opportunity. But how much of a thorn in the side can Breaking Shot be? Just simply staying alive here in Pure's base, getting a flag out, making them think about something other than pulling this next snipe, which they do, is going to allow Complexity off spawn, despite going 3 down, to likely regain control of that 50-yard line. So a great play there from Breaking Shot, finds the trade, stays alive long enough to allow Complexity to get this pull.
Just 1 cap between Pure and Complexity at the moment here, and it's already started as Ryanoob shreds Druck from across the map. Cherish answers right back, and Talik is chasing Complexity away from their base. Huss may have a sniper right now, but looks like that push is going to be stopped immediately, and they're going to have to reset. They're going to have to get another round of slays with Complexity.
2 going down. Numbers advantage for Pure. They could use offense as a form of defense off, but Ryanoob, knowing that the numbers have dwindled for Complexity, sets up for the back smack there, earns it. And now with OS and Rockets up, this is the next crucial fight for the sandbox that, again, you feel like Complexity has to win. 2 minutes left, 2 options of the sandbox up for grabs, but it looks like Pure will at the very least take control of the OS. Talik on the Rockets, and this spells devastation for Complexity.
Pretty sure Talik wanted that repulse back. The teammate just robbed him of it, but it's okay. You have Sniper and an Overshield. Relax, Druck. You're gonna be okay. As Druck pushes up through the green side, Ryanoob already controlling the tower side, and now Rockets and Snipe. T2 would be so happy watching this.
He's got an OS too, Tony. What is if the T2 combination's Rocket Snipe? What is OS as well?
We call this the straight whipping.
There you go. As Druck still has a glimmer of Overshield left, still has a little bit left, and oh my God, reaches up to the stars and hits the no-scope that could seal the series.
It's so crazy. People constantly ask, what were Pure missing? What was that missing piece? It was like, well, the player that couldn't make it to land over and over again. Like, Pure have always been this good. This has always been Pure. We just couldn't get Druck to land. Now that he's back, I feel like he's even better. Even online, that energy is like transferred over. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of this Pure roster. I love what I see out of Druck, and also Cherish. He has 27 kills right now. It's kind of ridiculous.
Cherish is a monster. He's a madman. He's a young player that is coming into his own. But I used to say, Tony, that Halo is better when Druck is in it. But now it's pretty clear that Pure is better at Halo when Druck is on the team. No longer getting kept out of the country and unable to compete in these tournaments. Everybody was holding their breath to see if he would make it into Atlanta. I think everybody knew he would play in London. Now that he's gotten through to Atlanta, you have to assume the coast is clear for Druck and Pure to make those types of runs, to spoil brackets, to be HCS's new Cinderella, as it looks like Pure will take this series, if not for one final push for Complexity, but I don't see anybody close enough.
Yeah, at this point, Pure on full defensive mode. Nobody from Complexity is going to be able to leak through for free. Just corner camping right now, looking like a Call of Duty match here for Pure, and it's easy slays that come in. That's the squad wipe, and that's it. Pure advance forward.
Pure make it to Championship Sunday in our NA Open Series #1 road to Salt Lake City, as Complexity will have to earn it from the lower bracket. But my God, what a series. Felt like it should have went to 5, as every game was very good, very close. And man, Native Gaming, again, down 0-2 in the series, but every time you look at the score, they've had moments where they've manufactured leads and look like they could take down this FaZe roster. 3 go down for FaZe in this moment. APG makes it a full team wipe. Fortunate spawns for FaZe, though, on the backside of A, allow them to clear that space and fill out where Royal 2 and Frosty went down. But Native Gaming, at the very least, are able to maintain an even number split. And at 69-50, feeling pretty good about themselves until 3 go down. FaZe Clan just find ways, objectively efficient at that, to take the Oddball back to seed.
I mean, I said it before, and I'll say it again. Native Gaming play up to the competition, and when they play against the big three, they step up their game. They're playing FaZe phenomenally right now. They've played SSG great on land. They've had great scrims against the likes of Optic Gaming. For some reason, when they play against the big boys, they reach deep in their bag, and now we try to see them do that consistently against everybody in the league. At the end of the day, though, you're still down 0-2, and nobody's remember how close these matches were. They're gonna say, you got 3-0 swept, you're not able to win it here.
Yeah, it's a great thing, Tony, to play up to your competition, but more often than not in competitive sports or esports, it feels like teams that have that characteristic sometimes play down to their opposition, which could be why we've seen Native Gaming muddle around the top 12, top 16 area, where we know that the players on this roster are very viable for a top 8, if not a run to top 4. This is a team that I think could make it to Championship Sunday. So, and we're seeing here what they can do if they put it together. However, though, FaZe, this is what they do best. When their back is against the wall, when push comes to shove, FaZe clan usually push out and find a way to find the win.
92 seconds in counting here from World 2 and FaZe, and Renegade, the final player that was able to possibly get that ball out of the hands of World 2 and FaZe, ends up being stopped from a smooth angle from Renegade, and that's 100 points and round number 1. One more of those, and FaZe are advancing forward to the semifinals.
Frosty practicing his sticky trajectories there as he finds the the stick towards the end. As we hop on board with the man himself off the opening break, grabs that repulsor. Surprised he doesn't utilize it to whack back a couple of those fragmentation grenades. Instead, reshields, repositions with perfect timing. APG not expecting it as FaZe clan win the break and the Oddball 2.
I wonder if that was a situation where, like, if he would have repulsed those nades, Native would have 100% knew he was there.
Yeah.
So maybe by not repulsing them, he's like, okay, let me just survive this, and then I'll get a flank through Arcade because they weren't sending enough resources through the strong side of the map.
I think you're exactly right, dude, because APG, he's been doing this for 18 years. You usually don't catch the back of his head more often than not. So I think that's great analysis there, Tony. You're exactly right. I think with 2 grenades going towards that player for FaZe with the repulsor and not seeing any repulse back, they had no idea it was there. That's how they earned the backsmack. So, yeah, heads up play there from FaZe.
18 years. Good God. My God.
APG's Halo career is a freshman in college right now.
we need to start a GoFundMe or something. Get this man a vacation, bro. APG needs to take an event. He needs to go on vacation. 18 years? 18 years! Oh my goodness!
That had to be
the
why.
longest tenured professional, at least in Halo, all of esports.
Wasn't
he's never taken a break, has he?
Well, he was in Japan for 3 weeks after the Halo World Championship, I think, and fittingly so.
Probably
APG
still scrimming.
yeah, probably scrimming from Japan at that. So does that really count as a vacation? I mean, man, one of the best Halo players of all time, APG, man, gets a lot of flack in the chat. I think it's all unwarranted. I can't think of a better player in my eyes than APG. When you stack up the totality of his career, he's one of the GOATs.
24 to 21 lead in favor of Native Gaming at the moment. APG wants to take up height, and he ain't taking no days off, but he is going to watch this strong side of the map. But not a full setup just yet. FaZe pushing heavily towards purple. World 2 and Snakebite, the duo putting in work. But eventually, forward down go FaZe. The only player alive on the map is tapping buttons, and you can't get that shotgun. You get a red gun. You're good. You're all right with that.
I was starting to worry, dwindling between those 2 weapons. If tapping hadn't started working his way to A, could have seen some PD spawns there for FaZe, but instead, tapping buttons blocks the spawn. Barcode gets it instead, and now you're starting to see how this all materializes because of the heads-up play there from tapping buttons as the last player alive grabs onto the Oddball, grabs onto positioning at the backside of A, grabs onto the killing spree, but FaZe find a way to win that fight instead. Now they have control of the Oddball, but not before Native Gaming double up on the lead.
APG does give Barcode a great spawn to push with them, and a double push out of PD gets him over towards Alpha, but with Barcode going down, so will APG, and the staggered spawners are going to be punished by FaZe every single time.
How did that backwall grenade from Snakebite not take down tapping buttons? I'm watching it on the replay, and I'm even more shocked. Anyways, I'll have to leave that one for a VOD review later. I do not know how that grenade did not take him down. 3 do go down, though, for Native nonetheless, as Renegade. Not used to seeing him grab control of the Oddball, but he's got 30 seconds of his own. as he rotates it back to the PD side. C-spawns for Native Gaming. How can they work their way out? Working out through the driveway with 2 gives them a good chance. Snakebite shuts down the push on the cafe side. And for now, it looks like red is the play for Native Gaming, as you can see the numbers stacking up on that side.
Every time I get asked in my streams about like nade jumps and whatnot, they're like, oh, what are you most excited with nade jumps? I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna be most excited about nade jumping, but like plays like that when players stay alive from like crazy nades, I'm more excited for like the momentum that nades will give you. Like if an explosion is about to kill somebody, you just jump away from that momentum, kind of propels you away from the damage. Just stay alive. Like I guarantee there's gonna be players that stay alive, like just some crazy plays, and mostly due to momentum from nade jumping. That's just my opinion.
Tony, you are coming up with some flawless theory crafting in this match and all throughout the day. I feel like is this why not be Eli? because the analysis has been on point. 57-49 now as FaZe have regained control of the map and this lead. All 4 going down for Native Gaming, and this could be one final push, if not 2 in full. But you got to worry about Royal 2 with the camo. Oh, Renegade's got the stalker. Too much sandbox control and oddball control, it looks like, here in the end game for FaZe. Can Native bounce back?
74-49, favor FaZe at the moment. And Snakebite has the responsibility of making sure that Native don't cross the driveway side towards Subway, at least not for free. But Tapping Buns has friends. He has APG, he has Barcode. It is a multi-pronged attack coming out of Native, attacking Subway, and Renegade doesn't stand a chance even against the teamwork of Native Gaming. That is a clean break out of them, and one more round of slays, they will take the lead.
Native should be able to stretch this to 65. Even with APG going down, they should be able to get into the 60s, maybe even the middle of it. No, APG going down actually forces Native to drop the oddball, play for more slays with the oddball in their favor. Would have been a 2v4. You don't want to fight that. You want to try to bounce back here with numbers against FaZe Clan because they can bully their way through, which they just have. And at the 80-second mark, Native Gaming looking at one final push, but this match is over. The series is over.
Ball over toward that Subway side corner. Native, it's their last push coming here. APG's already in the base. Barcode trailing behind APG just a bit, and he's going to be dealt with. Tapping Buds not able to make it through purple, and over toward the Subway side. That is FaZe with that ball, and that is FaZe in the final 2 seconds on the map, and that is FaZe pulling off the clean sweep. Native down to the elimination bracket.
Royal 2 is such a gamer. Did you see the reaction time there, Tony? With the option to pick up the shotgun, I feel like just subconsciously you tap that X button as fast as you can to pick up that power weapon. But Royal 2 abiding by the GAs with great reflexes, whether it's shooting his shots or abiding by the GAs. Royal 2 is one of the best gamers that we know in Halo, and FaZe, one of the best teams. Try to bounce back from a 5th-6th finish in Atlanta on home turf, no less. And again, watching a FaZe Clan roster with a chip on their shoulder, watch out, because these guys are deadly, even deadlier when not only is the target not on their back anymore, but again, they got the chip on their shoulder. So that is a 2-pronged dichotomy that I don't want to go up against if I'm going up against anybody right now. FaZe is the team I don't want to face.
Yeah, I feel like, we know how good FaZe are going to be time in and time out, but coming off of a bad tournament, or at least a tournament not to anywhere near their expectations, they're going to come in with that heat.
Yep.
Going into Salt Lake City, they want to take Utah away from SSG, who already have 2 wins as far as this year so far. FaZe want to snatch it in their home territory. FaZe, they're going to be even more dangerous. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we talked about Space Station Gaming. They're going up against Pure, and Pure have definitely, I feel like it was Shopify Rebellion Ultimate Dark Horse Squad. Sentinel's another great Dark Horse, and underdog team going against any of the big 3, but you know that they can win. Pure have put themselves back within that conversation after what we saw at London, after what we saw at Atlanta. Pure are quickly becoming a crowd favorite, and they're going to be playing against an org. I would probably say most of the Halo community's favorite org, but SSG. Everybody loves SSG, yeah. Right? Everybody loves them some SSG.
You know what's really interesting? There's going to be hell to pay for FaZe placing 5th, 6th in Atlanta, because they're not going to have a 1 seed, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're looking at a FaZe clan that's going to be the 2nd seed in their pool. I mean, my God, again, that just disrupts all of the bracket, because somebody's going to have to play a FaZe clan 1 round earlier because of their disappointing finish. So again, the the trickle down from that placing in Atlanta could spell trouble for the rest of the HCS. As we look to send it to a quick break, we got more Halo action for you guys on the other side. We're going to be heading to the lower bracket to see who can make it out from that side.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's your road to Salt Lake City, and it's been fantastic so far, and it's gonna get even better because we gotta find out who's making it to that day 2, who's making it to our championship Sunday here in your HCS Open Series number 1. Mikowski, how are you feeling today, brother?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. Had a lot of fun in that previous series, watching a couple of pro teams duke it out, but you know what? I might enjoy this even more, man. Watching the hungry AMs try and fight their way to day 2 of these NA Open Series. Across the past couple of tournaments, we've seen teams that have taken advantage of the opportunity, right? Like an Optic doesn't sign up, a FaZe not here or there, or Sentinels, whoever it might be. That's opportunity for teams like this. One spot opens up, and someone's going to break through the door and take it. Could it be one of these 2 teams here? Got to find out.
I'm so excited to watch these 2 teams go at it. You got Forsaken on one side, shout out my boy Freezy, and then you got Old Guns. You got a few names I know a lot of you guys might have recognized, at least the old heads do. I promise you, there's a combined age of 212 on the side of Old Guns right now. It's actually really impressive.
I think everybody on Old Guns has their AARP membership, and Cole Kane says, despite the dwindling eyesight, I can still spot Camo. He earns the Sneak King medal, and this one's pretty close off the start. Nobody really able to win the opening break. That hill virtually tied.
Top control in favor of East Lake at the moment. S4, the place you want to be. Until Lido is just eagle-eyeing you from across the map. Zoom and Morgan off screen are able to get back-to-back kills. And although Eastlake stays alive here, how much impact can he have from up there? He has to drop down to the low ground just to deal with Morgan. Eventually, 3 down do go Forsaken.
And this is the advantage to being an old guy, I would know. Positioning, map control, decision-making, communication. There's a lot of intrinsics that old people have an advantage on, you could maybe make the case for. So while the shots might be a little bit crispier and fresh for Forsaken, Old Guns have the strategy, they have the positioning, and so far it's kept them close. We're still virtually tied on this hill, but it looks just like, as I say that, Forsaken trying to inch out a little bit of a lead, but they still need a little bit left to secure it. Fate looking to secure the double kill, and he gets it. So Old Guns are gonna have a chance. Potential triple, no, does not go through with the trade, but 3 still go down for Forsaken.
It was funny, as you were going through down the list, experience and communication, I'm thinking, okay, well, cramping hands. I'm thinking you get to bed on time, maybe. Like there's more. There's more to it. I mean, keep going, but really close so far for this first hill. Hill number 1 on Solitude is always an absolute war. You need to go through a couple different camouflage cycles before anybody's able to grab a hold of it. That may lead to this game going down to time if it ends up playing the way it is right now, but Lido with the camouflage wants to end it here, and looks like he will.
Nice use of the camo. I think especially, Tony, with camo not being that Halo CE proficiency like we were used to seeing, speaking of old guys, I like camo in the objective. I like camo getting in the mix, right? You're practically a shiny Ed Hardy t-shirt, it feels like, on the map. So why not get in the mix? Why not score with the camos? We saw just that from Lido as they utilize a little bit of camo efficiency. Take a 1-0 lead.
You oftentimes use the camouflage to bait your teammates to try to get kills, but with an objective like King of the Hill is there, like, you're the bait. The enemy team has to kind of put themselves in a vulnerable position in order to find you, and while that's happening, your teammates are baiting you and getting easy kills because of that. So it's definitely viable. I can see it from both ways. I can also see Old Guns doing their thing right now. East Lake clearing out the yard side. This is some valuable time being gained after Forsaken practically take this hill.
A little over a minute dwindling away off that first hill. Not much time on the second one because both teams have been extremely efficient in securing time. Fate efficient securing the no-scope reversal onto Zoom. Great shot there. You saw Forsaken open up an 80% to 10% lead, but it looks like Old Guns again gonna virtually tie it here. So this one's been super close despite the age disparity. 4 go down though for the Old Guns, and Forsaken gonna take advantage of the camo because of it.
Forsaken gets themselves, excuse me, a camouflage and a 2-0 lead. Fate's the only one. I need to check that AARP membership. I don't know if that's legit. Fate's the only one that I'm over here like, he ain't old. Like, I mean, he did play a ton of Halo 5 and he was damn good. I'm excited to see him back, and So was Caden Despair. So excited to see him sliding into him. But Fate's nasty. I just don't know if he's old enough to be on this Old Guns roster.
Yeah, I'm seeing some clarifications from chat. He's a young gun, so but hey, 3/4 of the squad is an old gun. Yeah, that's how they take control of the team name, I guess. You can't have middle-aged guns. That just wouldn't be a cool team name, and that's half the battle, right? Coming up with a cool team name. 3 go down for Forsaken here as Old Guns starting to fight their way back. None of these hills have been uncontested. All of these hills have been tied, but on hill number 3, with an opportunity to cut this lead in half, Old Guns have all of it.
Love the space that Old Guns are able to take. You know, I remember Coach Callis, who now coaches Forge Hub, he's always talking about that U setup and really stretching your space and your influence on the map and limiting where your opponents are. It makes it very easy for you to put down shots on the enemy team and really manipulate where you want them to be. We've seen that being taken here from Old Guns, but Forsaken with the break. Caden Despair with a couple crazy kills, and 4 down go Old Guns, and they were so close but might be so far away.
Man, Caden had the barrel stuff, no scope with the shock earlier there, utilizing the geometry and a couple of jump shots to earn the double kill, but despite that, Old Guns still have a lead, but Forsaken are cutting into it. Zoom, the defensive posturing here, looking for a back smack or at least a couple of back shots. As Cole Kane goes down to 1 HP. Zoom down to 1 HP as well, but he gets the better of him. 2 go down for the Old Guns, and Forsaken have reclaimed control of this hill. So, in a little bit of a deja vu scenario, despite a couple of leads, Old Guns have had a lead on every single one of these hills, but Forsaken find ways to ice up and close it down, but 3 go down for now. Caden with crucial Overwatch control, though, on the snipe tower, so despite losing the rest of his team, he's in a good spot to defend this.
Camo and Shock do end up coming up, and Fate tries to steal one away. That's going to be tough to do when Caden Despair and the rest of Forsaken are still being aggressive towards this hill. That's a double perfect shot out of Caden Despair. Fate, one shot, can't sneak it away. 360 kickflip coming out. He's out of bandit ammo. Don't worry. He got the shock, baby.
And if he flies in to claim the score here for Forsaken, that would be incredible because, like I said previously, 3 went down. Oh, the no-scope again. 3 went down. Caden was the last player alive, and simply with control of that snipe tower, held the line, took down 3, 360 at that, and then slid his way into security. He says, fine, I'll do it my damn self.
3-0 so far here for Forsaken. Old Guns may have to set up early here towards this next hill, but they are down quite a bit. Trying to capture 3 hills with 2 minutes and 24 seconds on the clock seems crazy. It's even tougher to do when you end up going 3 down. If you're not winning the Slays battle, there's no way you're going to get yourself any hill time. 4 go down for Old Guns.
Aiden popping off earlier. He's sitting at 15, 12, and 7 now. A little caster curse sends him back to the respawn screen, but I have been so impressed by Caden's ability to not only slay out, but have that objectively efficient game to his name. Reminds me a little bit of a little mini Dead Zone or a guy like Legend, and that's really the difference maker. If you look at the top teams, they have guys that can slay out and play the OBJ, and Caden looks like that for Forsaken.
2 minutes on the clock here, and Forsaken, you know, I'm always of the mindset, if you have your opponents down to less than a minute per hill, even if it's 3-0, I think you play time. I think they should have played time for 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Because if Old Guns end up getting this hill, you got to think about it. That's time that you didn't waste off the clock, and that you ultimately would probably play the time over toward the next hill. Yeah. It sounds crazy, but I'm of the mindset 2 minutes and 27 seconds, 3-0. I think they should have been playing time, because now Old Guns, they kind of stole one, and they didn't get time off the clock that really should have been.
Yeah, rule of thumb in King of the Hill, outside of that opening hill, bottom mid hill, it usually takes, let's call it a minute per hill. So at 227, 3-0, you got a plus 30-second differential that, like Tony said, you've arguably given right back to the Old Guns. But despite that, Forsaken do get control back of the hill, and they're not content playing to time. It looks like their strategy is clear. They're playing for 4.
That hill right now, and this time it is Old Guns that are way far away from any angle that they might be able to create, but a long rotation all the way through yard, through glass side, now kind of favoring the strong side of the map. Love that play by Old Guns. That is an experienced veteran play. Don't try to attack from the blue side out into the open. Rotate around, you sacrifice time, but you end up making the right play from there. You still get wiped, but it was the right play.
Hey, sometimes, like we said earlier, a death could be not only the right play, but it could be the catalyst towards winning the match. Halo, it doesn't always come down to the multi-kills or the killing frenzies. We love to watch and we love to see them, but instead it's going to be that 4-1 victory for Forsaken as they take it. And I don't want to say rather easily. The score might reflect that, but all the way up until at least the final hill, it felt like all three, the first three, were very highly contested. Old guys were able to get on the board with one, but it wasn't enough as Forsaken take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big win for Forsaken. And to me, I mean, I'm going to sit there and say that maybe not dominant, but I'll say very comfortable with the way that they took that game number 1. And if game number 2 is kind of leading anywhere near there, it's going to be 2-0 and a possible 3-0. Old Guns managed to put moments together, but moments are not going to be enough to put an entire game together. You got to be consistent, and you got to be on the same page throughout that entire game if you're going to beat a team like Forsaken.
Yeah, and look at Lido and Caden Despair on the stat sheet. 23-13, 18-9. 2.0 KD, a plus 10 KD for Lido. I mean, that is a lot of time spent on the map, and in a King of the Hill, that affords you more time in the hill. I'd be really curious to see what their average life was, Lido and Caden Despair, because it felt like every time we watched them, we didn't really have too many chances for Frazilla to switch off of their POV because they just weren't dying. 77 freaking %? What kind of accuracy is that? Can we go back to that script? Did my eyes deceive me, or did Lido just put up a 77%? Oh my God! That is ridiculous. A couple of triple kills at that? Have yourself a game, young man. Wow.
I'm actually so excited we got the chance to cast over this Forsaken roster because they've been very good for a very long time. Like, I've been watching Caden Despair stream, or at least I was watching this stream a lot, and the stuff that a kid does is crazy. And I've seen Lido and Morgan, deep into these Open Series tournaments, but never had the chance to cast over them. And I have experience watching Zoom, but it was with that college Halo tournament that we casted here on the LVT channel. So it's like I want to see more of them because I feel like they are so damn good, and there's a reason why this team makes it deep into runs, and we've seen them in the past, and now together here for Forsaken. Of course, shout out my boy Freezy. It's awesome. It really is, and you're seeing why there's such a strong roster, even against the likes of a team like Old Guys.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. I think Forsaken is making the move towards that tier of amateur teams along the lines of like an ascending baseline or a sniping lies, right? Like they're right there on the cusp, and with the right team of 4, you might just find yourself to day 2, and that's the key, man. That is so big, man. For all these really community-backed, homegrown, grassroots organizations like Forsaken, you're not playing for the win, right? Let's just be honest, and that's okay. You're playing for growth, maturation, step by step, day by day, getting better every single fight, every single day, bringing it and improving. And I think we're seeing that from teams like Forsaken. And again, the success and the achievement it is to make it to day 2 as one of those grassroots community organizations. I can't stress enough how massive it is. And I know Freezy's probably in chat watching, having a good time, because this is what it's all about.
Yeah, there's an old saying, like, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. And I feel like a lot of times you got to have that mentality when you're coming into tournaments like this. Like, it ain't gonna be run perfect. You may not win, but experience, you can't cheat it. Like, so go and sign up for as many tournaments as possible. Sign up for as many scrims as possible as well. Put in that work, because the one thing you can't cheat is that hard work. And right now, Forsaken is putting it in, and Old Guns, they're finding out the hard way. You put in hard work and it pays off. 17-8 lead in favor of Forsaken.
Yeah, double up on the lead are Forsaken. And yeah, you're exactly right. Back when Eli and I were coaching and GMing teams in the HCS, we started off top 64. And the next event, top 48. And the next one, top 32, all the way to top 24. We quite literally, if you look at the Halopedia, climbed the ladder, getting one step above every single time. And that's progress. That's growth, right? So for teams placing top 64, top 48, top 32, you can get all the way to top 8. You can get all the way to the main stage. You just got to continue to put in the work. You got to continue to grow and keep it getting better. And that's one of the exciting facets of watching this portion of the tournament. We got these lower bracket hungry teams just looking to make it out, looking to stay alive, looking to improve every day. And Forsaken have been a great example of that.
Looking to stay alive is the right phrase to use with Sargoth right there. One shot grabbing a hold of camouflage and sneaking away with his life. And Old Guns not down by that much. A camouflage could put them within striking distance as Lido ends up getting lit up. Cole Kane controlling the green side, and now it's a nice stretch, a nice amount of space that's coming out of Old Guns as they look to collapse onto the remaining members of Forsaken.
Well, we've been getting a lot of props to Forsaken, but we got to throw some love to the Old Guns here, man. They in a game 2, where previously in game 1 it looked like they got pretty heavily outslayed. Saw some big numbers from Forsaken, so I thought that really boded well for them taking a strong 2-0 lead in this series. But it's just a 3-kill lead now for Forsaken. So 1 team wipe, 1 possession keeps Old Guns in it, and at the halfway mark, I'm impressed with the regain.
Cross map shots looking good here for Eastlake. They've cleared out at least 1 member of Forsaken, and anytime you get into an engagement, you don't want to be a man down. Old Guns strike blood first, Forsaken answer right back. Cold Kane luckily has that sniper and a mean angle all the way across the tower side.
So close, 21-24, and with the snipe in the hands of Cold Kane, had the body shot lined up, it looked like, but had that reticle just a little too far to the left. You saw an instant reversal of positioning from Forsaken, which caught Cold Kane off guard. You have a flank from Kane in despair. Oh my God, I'm shocked we didn't see double perfects, because how else would he have won that 1v2? Great shots, great positioning there from Caden as he gives control back to Forsaken. Now they're up 8.
That boy didn't choose violence. Violence chose him. Caden Despair going absolutely off. Thought he was about to do it here with the no-scope him. That sniper still has 3 bullets to work with. Sadly ends up dropping it over toward the green side. Looks like Lido wants a hold of it, but so does Fate. So does Sargon. It is a fight for the green side of the map, and Zoom tries to get a flanking angle. He gets caught and dealt with. Sargon backs down to stay alive. Old Guns live to see yet another engagement, but Forsaken still have the lead.
It's a big trade there for Morgan. Into the 30s, up by 7. Win conditions are placed like that, where you find a way to find the trade. Wow, Zoom. It looked like he short-stopped on the grenade, but it gets long enough to take down Eastlake. Now just staying alive on the scoreboard. Has a couple of players looking to flank through the small door, but he's got bodyguards around him. Because of that, Zoom able to stay alive. Actually doesn't have to do much. Kind of like a guy in a class project. Gets the A+, gets the camo without really doing much.
Oh, that's really tough. I feel like did he miss a clamber the first time for the camouflage? I think because of that, made that a really hard grab for Zoom and Forsaken, which kind of looked, it was supposed to be easy at one point. I wonder exactly what happened there, but 38-29. Forsaken still have the lead, so you can afford to make a couple mistakes here and there. You're still looking very good in this game number 2 to go up 2-0. Gains by Sargon, though. Some shots softening up Zoom. Still 3 down go Old Guns. Forsaken win yet another round of slays.
Map control, tower control, all in favor of Forsaken. It's an 11-kill lead, and at that point, you probably feel pretty safe about just sending the troops all holding forward on that left joystick. Caden and the rest of Forsaken do just that, clearing out the whole squad as Old Guns go 4 down, just 5 left till Forsaken take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, just 5 more kills needed here for Forsaken. Meanwhile, Old Guns find themselves down by double digits. Like we said, we never want to call anything out early, especially because Old Guns make a bit of a run here, but how many of those do you need in order to come back in this game? 3 more now needed from Forsaken, and luckily get the sniper out of Caden Despair's hand.
That's going to be tough, though. Zoom does go down. Morgan goes down, but again, a great job. Like we see Ryan Noob so often, finds a way to get the trade. We just saw that there from Morgan as he goes down, but not without a fight, not without taking one with him. Sargoth looking to line up the snipe shot on the dummies. Has a chance here, but it's a little too big of a lead there for Forsaken. Again, we see Old Guns putting up a good fight, but Forsaken just seem to have a little bit more in the tank.
That they do. It's still best of 5s though. So, you know, with these 2-day events here in the Open Series, we are allowed to stretch it out to best of 5s throughout the entirety of the tournament. So, you know, it's awesome. You know, Old Guns to have a chance to maybe pull off the reverse sweep. The only problem I see is that game number 1 didn't see enough. Game 2, we saw a bit more, but it still feels like the opposition in Forsaken is just way too comfortable on the map. Like at no point in time do I feel like they're really playing off their back foot. Even when there was like slight control for Old Guns, it felt like, okay, when are Forsaken gonna step it up? When are they gonna take back that control?
And Lido proving that game 1 was not a fluke. He's in the 70 percentile again for accuracy. I'm losing my mind. Cole Kane, an impressive 70%. But with 159 total shots for Morgan to 115 for Cole Kane, I am or excuse me, 129. So a few more there for Lido. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind at the accuracy and the slaying ability of Lido. That's 2 games in a row. He's at a 2.0 KD or better. And the accuracy, you could argue, is better, even better than the KD spread. So Lido really putting on a show here for Forsaken. A big reason why they have that 2-0 lead. Didn't quite see the slaying proficiency like we did from Morgan in game 1. But hey, if Lido carries that all the way through this series, they're looking at a sweep.
I swear on everything I love, you can't convince me otherwise. Lido must play on like 244 cents, bro. Like he playing on 1 acceleration, brother. Like he playing like there's 3 horizontal. There's no way you sit here averaging 70% accuracy game after game.
It's like
playing
75.
on anything above. That is crazy. There's no way you averaging that.
Have we ever?
I mean, anything seriously, higher than like 5 horizontal? I'll call you a liar. I'll call you a liar every time.
When have we seen 79%, much less back-to-back 70+%? He's averaging right around 75%. So I'm blown away. Again, we're watching the hungry up-and-coming semi-professionals of the HCS, but they're putting up numbers that we don't see from the best in the game. So again, this is an impressive performance here that we're seeing from the Ams.
Yeah, I bet that man's never pre-fired a day in his life. Like
every shot.
At no point in time has he ever pre-fired. Like he's like if Contra and Squale had a baby or something, bro. Like,
dude, that's so good.
Shoot to kill, shoot to hit, bro. Like God bless. Forsaken up 2-0 in this series, and now going into recharge Oddball. And one thing I always notice about Oddball game times is that they're long. And the one thing I noticed when watching some of the top professional players is as the games go longer, the better teams, especially the best teams in the world, look better and better. They don't make the mistakes. And enemy teams may come out, underdog teams may come out a bit hot at times and whatnot, but as the game goes longer and longer, those better teams are simply going to just not make those mistakes, and it's gonna look better and better. So one thing about Oddball is one of those game types you just can't cheat. And the way Forsaken have looked out this entire series, there's no way, shape, or form I would bet against them in this game 3.
Yep, it was HCS Arlington just this season where we coined the phrase reverse sweep trampoline when Into the Breach, well, now Into the Breach at that point, whoa, we're down 0-2 and needed to win that game 3. And man, the propellant that was that game 3 victory. And like you said, Tony, it's because if you haven't quite figured out the opposition yet, if you haven't quite figured out your timing yet as a team, a game 3 Oddball provides every opportunity, every bit of time that you need to get back to an optimal level of gameplay that could get you back in this series. So despite what we've seen from Forsaken in this one, they seem to be pretty convincingly up 2-0. Hold the line, because Oddball game 3 provides every opportunity in the world for the team that's looking to start that reverse sweep.
Luckily for Forsaken, there's no G8 weapons on this map. I'm not even gonna lie to you. If I'm down 0-2 in a series for my tournament life,
yeah, you let it rip.
I'm picking up every AR. I swear everything I love. Every bulldog. I don't give a damn. Gentlemen? I haven't been called a gentleman my entire life. All right? I'm down 0-2 in a series playing my tournament life, bro. I'm picking up a sword if it's still on recharge. So luckily Forsaken, ain't no GA weapons on here, so they're gonna be okay. Meanwhile, old guns don't need it. They have dually set up.
Yeah, it does sort of, it begs the question. Eastlake pushing it for the double. Oh, shaky shots, but still secures it nonetheless. But that begs the question, Tony. World Championship, Game 7, 49-49, Street Slayer, and you got the shotgun over your right shoulder. I don't think anyone would fault you for grabbing it. So very curious to see how these GAs play out. I've always felt like GAs, let's leave it in Call of Duty, but the players feel like it's the right time to instill the GAs. Actually, we talked to Formal, this was months ago on the podcast, and this was actually going into Arlington, I believe, and he said it was all but done deal that ARs and the shotguns were going to get GA'd. It took 4 months. So I'm curious, what was the holdup if it was determined all the way before the season started that these items would be GA'd? I'm curious why now.
I would have to imagine maybe they wanted to see what the update was like, like with the whole bandit nerf, and maybe see what else was added to that. I would imagine. That's my guess, but honestly don't know. I'm surprised it did take as long as it. I mean, they've been complaining about the daggone any automatic weapons and shotguns for a very long time. So I'm definitely not surprised that the GA is here. And as long as all the professional players at the top level agree with it, and that's what we're gonna see. I'm not gonna complain. 'Cause at the end of the day, it usually creates the best competitive experience. If they're tweaking the settings just a bit there. As far as matchmaking. Hey,
Good luck.
Let me get that heat wave, baby. I don't give a damn. You don't pick it up, I'll put it in your throat. All right, I'm coming at you with it. You don't pick it up, I ain't.
Well, 12-19 here, and yeah, speaking of GAs, the Disruptor, surprised that's also GA'd. It's not really brought up in conversation much with the GAs, but I believe the Disruptor's off the table as well, and that's probably the one I'm the most upset about, Tony. If I had to be salty about one of the GAs, I'm kind of salty about all of it, but at the same time, I understand, I trust the pros. But the Disruptor, man, it's such a great utility weapon, being able to shoot the pad or keep players off of hill points, whether it's Strongholds or King of the Hill. I feel like that's a lot of viability that we lose with the Disruptor being taken out. And speaking of viability, the Old Guns have a viable comeback they're working on here, up by 20 seconds and rolling. They got control of the Oddball at the lockdown location of A, but Fate doesn't quite have as much support on the A side, so it looks like he's trying to materialize a rotation to gold, or at the very least, hold the line at Needles.
I want to talk more about the Disruptor, but right now we got to talk about this damn match. 43-19 lead in favor of Old Guns at the moment. Find us up down 0-2 in the series, and the moment I start talking about them, of course, I curse it up.
I'm so curious. My eyes are going to be glued to the stat sheet. Does Lido put up a best of 5 game 3 3-0 sweep where every game he reaches 70+% accuracy? I mean, there's something to be had for that, man. This is a guy that I have an eye on now because of that performance. I mean, it's, again, I try not to get too caught up in the numbers, try not to just read into stats and just say, oh, he has a 2.0 KD, he had a good game. It's not always like that in Halo. But when somebody's just not missing their shots, that's a player you got to keep an eye on. Lido, though, does go down in the moment, but Forsaken able to retain control of the Oddball as Fate makes his move towards the C platform, but he's got a bodyguard there. Oh, wow. Reversal, Perfy! Shits on Morgan.
And you gotta think about how important, how pivotal that battle was. They were 3 down. Fate was the last ditch for them, but he able to win a pivot, buy enough time for his teammates to come off a spawn, make it through the A side, through the tower side, and now Old Guns are fighting for this ball, which is very much still alive. It was never played off of the map.
Argoth, wily veteran, just looking to stay alive here. 1-on-1v1, and he gets it. 5 perfect shots. Difficult with the new pacing of the Bandit. Difficult with that impressive strafe that we saw from the opposition. But despite that, Sargoth finds the win.
Enemy has victory.
Caden Despair forcing Fate back down, but hits the fadeaway off of the tower. Luckily, Zoom is there for the cleanup. Multiple hitting the black screen for Old Guns here. And Forsaken just played that ball. Cocaine and Neaslake infiltrate the Charlie side.
Zoom finding the backside flank. Sticky grenade goes out, but that forces Neaslake up in the gunfight. Zoom goes back down. Aiden all the way on the other side of gold. A little bit out of the gunfight for now, but if he can pull attention away from the Oddball, I don't know if that bodes well for them. Forsaken need the time, and with 1 minute 10 left, I don't know if gold control is going to be the play here. Oddball does get reset, so that is going to benefit Caden. Playing a little bit ahead of the process. Love that there from him. Maybe that's what they were anticipating. The reset does come through, and Forsaken are prepared for it.
Camel's about to be up here. Meanwhile, Sargon crossing over toward the A side, not able to do it easily because Zoom is watching every angle on the map. That was beautifully played. I don't know if he's hitting 70% accuracy, but hitting shots like that, that's clutch.
Eastlake now with the camo and an opportunity to rip that lead back into favor of the Old Guns because Forsaken have just stolen it. Eastlake, a couple of nice shots too, is all he needs to take down 2, and now he's looking at more time.
The double kill playing SWAT right there, and then intercepts the ball from being played off into the open. That was, I mean, that's beautifully played. Makes it look easy right there, and that's some extra ball time that they don't, or they shouldn't have had. And now another 3 down for Forsaken. It's a 1-point game right now. Less than a minute on the clock, and Forsaken find himself 3 down, and Old Guns have a clean setup. This honestly could be it.
This could go any direction. This could go to time to 100 or time to 000. Old Guns, though, Getting to the 80-second threshold. They look good, but they're going to have to reset that oddball. After 2 go down, they play it out to the middle. Doom looking to clean up the remains of the gold side. Can't spot that pesky player. Where the hell did he go? Oh my God, Knee-Slake wraps around the bottom, wraps back to the gold frag, stays alive all the while, and is going to get some close spawns, maybe even potentially at top elevator or at least at the white tower. And that's going to allow the old guns one final chance to potentially secure round 1.
Less than 10 points separate these two, and Old Guns end up getting full squad wipe. Everybody going down. Caden Despair, the only player alive on the map. He hops right on that ball, rotates toward his spawning teammates, over toward the long haul side, and that is Forsaken. Getting some valuable time here. Now it feels like Old Guns, which had so much control for so long, they're forced to get the break, and Forsaken are waiting for them to cross the map.
Ido, the impressive shooter of this series, finds the trade. Will it be enough? 2v2. Knee-Slake at 3.0, 21 and 8. Having himself a hell of a round 1, but needs a little bit more. Needs a few more slays. Otherwise, Forsaken are going to steal it as he pushes on through. Can he steal that before falling off into the drink? No, the oddball's going to get reset, but Knee-Slake has the reticle lined up on it potentially. And Cole Kane not even going to need the defensive effort. He's there. He's ready for it. And the old guns might just steal it.
Final seconds going in. I don't see any members of Forsaken. They're able to put down shots across the map. Cole Kane ends up going down to 1 shot, but it's not going to be enough. Fate puts his body between the enemy and the ball player, gets a double kill, and secures them round 1 win.
All right, reverse sweep trampoline. Old guns starting to stretch out those knees, get a little bit more lift, as they've shown the most life that we've seen all series as they get their first micro victory of the series, and seeing is believing. Now the old guns know they can do it.
You know, what do they say? Every reverse sweep starts with a game 3 win. So, hey, Old Guns 1 round away from doing it, and then I'll become believers, because right now they're coming in with the heat that we hadn't seen in the previous 2 games. Love that remote detonation into the bandit headshot kill. As multiple go down for Forsaken. We're seeing Old Guns start to push up through gold, and Forsaken doing the same. It's a 2v2 situation, and one that Old Guns will win.
Very difficult off the start to grab control of the oddball. We've seen 45 seconds melted off regulation before Old Guns are finally able to quote-unquote win the opening break. They're going to rotate that to the A side. You have players pushing through the long hole towards gold, excuse me. And it looks like Forsaken are going to make that play through the white tower, but Old Guns have the lockdown location. Starting to toss that oddball out to the needles. Sargoth just looking to hold the line, but it's going to be difficult.
Another 2v2 at the moment here, and Old Guns the first one to go down in that situation. Forsaken going to take advantage of that. Cocaine tries to make the best possible, tries to make some lemonade out of lemons there, but sadly Forsaken win pivots. And also win some ball time here.
Morgan looking to stay alive, looking to retain the oddball. And a few more seconds, but the push is already coming through from the Old Guns. Bait goes down. Oddball sitting precarious, so that's bait though. Like a worm on a line. Don't want to take that. Even for Morgan, I don't think you want to take that. Still need a couple more slays because Old Guns are relentless on their push. Now that you've taken down Sargoth, you're in the clear. Grab back onto that oddball as Caden grabs control of the grapple. All 3 left to work with, so Forsaken set up. Looking good. Now in the lead.
With Caden Despair with that grapple and that camouflage coming up, I'd imagine that they have an advantage to grab a hold of it. He's going straight towards it and snatches up that camo. Even grabs his grapple as well. Old Guns now have to worry about the setup that Forsaken have, but you also have to be watching your back because Caden Despair can take it.
I'm giving it to him. That's a ninja right there. That was beautiful, and all the while Fate sprinting straight towards Caden, but he never faltered, never feared him. Does he spot other players? He doesn't. He sets up a Walshy. Doesn't get the second nade out to potentially get that insta-splode. Cheeky situation right now as Caden finally runs out of that camo and makes his move, but he goes down. 3 go down for Forsaken. Well played. Handled by the Old Guns there, as it looked like with camo, with grapple, Forsaken had everything they needed in the kit to retain control of A and the oddball, but Old Guns have it instead. Oh, off the wall, sticky!
Wow.
Cocaine! Reed 18! Glimpses of Reed 18 here in 2024 as Old Guns are starting to roll.
Tim Duncan-like with the bank shot there, right off the wall. The stick connects, and Fate despite getting the first couple of shots put in. So he still gets right back in and lets him know, like, how are you not able to secure the kill there? But Caden Despair with a well-placed grenade, and Fate might be feeling a little bit silly after that one.
You can see not only the score building for Old Guns, but the confidence, well, as a couple of dead body shots there from Fate. Love to see that. Get in the head of your opponent. They're up 2-0. They're probably feeling confident, like, we got this, and then, oh, a couple of teabags, couple of body shots, and I don't know, maybe I don't. As Zoom pushes in through, trying to take down the opposition. Sargoth, double kill on Colcane, no. As that Oddball sits at the top of A. Tony, this is the new home of the Oddball. Usually it's the C hold or maybe gold, but it's been A all of round 2.
I don't see why not. At the A side is such a great hold. You're able to watch tower side from top to bottom. You have some gold side presence to watch the cross. I don't see why we wouldn't be using it. Sargoth with a shutdown, that camouflage player will be burnt, and Sargoth somehow turns it into 2. Some say old, I say experienced.
That experience could just earn Old Guns their first win of the series, looking to reverse sweep, trampoline, bounce back, and take 1. It starts with 1, but right now there's only 1 left alive. Fate, and he goes down. Oddball goes back into favor of Forsaken, but at the 30-second mark for them, not in a situation where Old Guns have to rush off the spawn here. They can play their time, they can play their pace, wait for all 4 to spawn together and make your move. Forsaken, though, have cut into that lead in half.
At one point, Forsaken were down by over 50 points. This would be an amazing comeback for them. Seeing them down 0-1 in this round, Old Guns have been gaining so much confidence, and Forsaken have just gone 4 down again. 10 seconds off a respawn, another 10 seconds across the map. I don't even know if it's mathematically possible for Forsaken to get the ball out of the hands of Old Guns.
One final push for Forsaken. And Old Guns are going to play for the reset there. Maybe try to push Forsaken out into the bottom of the map. Now they reset because they lost 2 in numbers, but it's a little bit of a preemptive reset, it felt like there. How will this play out?
9 more seconds needed here for Old Guns. Meanwhile, Forsaken, they have the setup here. They also have the first slay onto the knee leg. Zoom holding things down. Gets himself a little slide into the kill, and it looks like Fate is going to find out the hard way. The teamwork of Forsaken is locked down. You got to love when the setup is in, and you're able to watch every single angle, respond to every single call out. That's just beautifully played by Forsaken.
Colcane. Oh, he could have the kit grapple there, but he's got to worry about the Oddball first. Another nice sticky in this series comes through as he stays alive, has the shock rifle just above his right shoulder, and now it's in the hands of Morgan.
Shock in the hands of Morgan. But he is getting pushed right through the gold side. Caden Despair has his back again. The setup is so tough to break, but Sargoth takes down at least one of the perimeter players. Caden Despair right in for the camouflage. Although they lose that ball momentarily, they gain themselves resources that they can use right against Old Guns. This is not over just yet. Neeslake finally takes down Caden Despair. No trade there, and that should be Old Guns hopping on that ball here real soon.
It looked like Neeslake was dancing with a ghost there, but he finds it, takes him down, buries his demons, and now pushes on through. The needle side down by 30 are Forsaken, as we've seen a great bounce back performance from Old Guns. Previously, when they went 3 or 4 down, they took Forsaken 4 down. So do they have that same answer back? If not, this game's going to get uncomfortably close.
Less than a minute on the clock here, and Zoom holding down the gold side of the map here. So with the entirety of Forsaken, looks like they're setting up for a long haul rotation to push over towards Charlie. And that's because Old Guns spawn A, and they immediately have to push gold. Forsaken, heads up play to be able to set up that rotation through the long haul side, just making it harder and harder for Old Guns to push where they need to. They have to attack from multiple sides. It's divide and conquer though. Colcane with the double. Forsaken ends up going 3 down. What is happening here?
Colcane's a wizard, because we never saw him shot 2 or shoot 2, but he got 2 somehow nonetheless. But he goes down. 2 go down for Old Guns. Caden looking to push through on the long haul, clear the space, and potentially clear a comeback here in round number 2. 91-84, only 30 seconds left.
2 down for each members. Sargoth has to make it towards long haul quickly. The ball has already made it top glass. That nade not going to do any damage, Ball played over toward the open, debatable position for both of these teams. The shot will not connect there, and camouflage is up. Sargoth looks like he wants to go after, but they also need to go after this ball and finish out the final 9 seconds.
Masterful recognition of the situation from Old Guns there. You can see Sargoth setting up, waiting, and baiting for the push. Now he's got the oddball in his hand, but that's bait too. Great plays here. Situational awareness is on point for the Old Guns, and they're going to take game 3 and fight back from the depths of hell and potentially start this road to a reverse sweep.
And my only question for them is, where was this throughout the first 2 games?
Right?
Where, like what?
Well, wait,
Old
Tony.
Guns.
Tony, I can answer this because I'm old.
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
They had to get warmed up, right? You know, you think athletically, you think of stretching the legs out, making doing a little jumping jacks, getting the shoulders loosened up. But here, it's the arthritis. It's the hands that seem to have been betraying the old guys for the first 2 games, but now they're loose. Now they a couple of Advil nearby on the setup. Take 2 of those, and I don't know, you're right back in it. I can't quite find the answer for it because you're right. Where was this all series? Because that was a dominant performance from the old guys.
But definitely looking warmed up right now, dare I say on fire. After that game 3 win, Oddball is not an easy game type for the underdogs. And right now, Old Guns are not looking like them anymore. They're looking like they want to pull off a reverse sweep. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Forsaken still obviously have the advantage in the series, up 2-1. 1 game away from ultimately knocking them out of this tournament here in Elimination Bracket Round 4. Quite the accomplishment to make it this far, but both of these teams obviously have, bigger expectations of themselves. They want to go as deep as possible. Forsaken, can they do it here?
Chat recognizing the heroic performance from the Old Guns, just toughing it out through the arthritis battle. They're fighting not only Forsaken, but the arthritis as well. As we set our sights to an Argyle game number 4, and if there's anything I know about old guys, Tony, they know how to snipe.
Oh, Argyle, it's definitely one of those maps that kind of favors a team that wants to go the long haul. Like we've seen Old Guns, they want these matches to last as long as possible. It's why they looked really good on Recharge and really good more specifically on Oddball. Argyle is another map and game type combination that you're going to see that's going to be a long one. Lots of times it ends up being 14 minutes and 59 seconds of slaying and maybe 1 second worth of an objective that could win you the game.
Yeah, and again, I got to go back to Sargoth, man. That was brilliant there towards the end, up by 91-89. So the margin of error could not be any closer. Just 2 seconds separate those 2 teams, but Sargoth recognized the situation. He saw that with less than 20 seconds left in total in round 2, up by 2 seconds, it was on Forsaken to make that push. So Sargoth set up preemptively for a couple of back smacks, maybe a couple of back shots, I don't know, take your pick, and he got them both. And ultimately got the oddball, took it up to the top side of gold, and played keep away at the very end. Sargoth really exemplifying that veteran Halo style with the win there in game 3. That was the play of the game, I'd argue.
Let me assure you and everybody else here in this chat, if I have to choose between the 2, give me the back smacks all day. Okay,
all right.
I'm just putting it out there. If you're gun to my head, bandit to my head, heat wave G8, bandit to the head, I have to pick. Give me the back smacks.
Well, start a poll in chat. Back shots or back smacks? We'll let the Halo community decide that one. But for now, we got a game 4 on our hands, and this series just got really good. Felt like we were kind of angling towards a potential sweep here for Forsaken, and after a loss there, that's probably Forsaken saying, how the hell did these guys win game 3? We had the sweep. Everybody reset their PCs and Xboxes.
With all this talk about the BS, I will call it, I guess. I'm thinking, I just thought to myself, last shot, if he wanted to make the most craziest transition, the crazy,
Tony.
like a full on rebrand. He can make the greatest one of all time.
It's the back shot. Oh man.
If he doesn't own that Smurf right now, I give permission to use it.
Up and coming potential rookie of the year. We're hopping on board here with it's the back shot, bro. There's no caster could seriously deliver and do their job if that was his gamer tag. I'm losing it just thinking about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we like to have fun here, but obviously we're also here for the amazing tournament, our Open Series #1. It's your road to Salt Lake City. Forsaken up 2-1 against the very own Old Guys, but Old Guys fresh off a win and have momentum on their side. Argyle, CTF back. Talk to me about some keys to success before I can't stop laughing.
Yeah, let's get this train back on the tracks. All right, so on Argyle, the key is gonna be, you might think I'm gonna say the sniper, but for me, man, it's always been the grapple, and I still don't think that we see enough priority and emphasis put on the grapple, whether it's advancing across the map with a super slide or pulling a flag, running out to the middle of the map, looking back, grappling the flag to you, or man, if you're really tricky with it, we saw Ryanoob invent this on, I think it was Catalyst years ago, the super G slide with flag running. I mean, you're able to combine all of those into one, and that's going to be the difference. I don't think it's going to come down to the sniper. I think it's going to be who comes down to the grapple possession and who's able to cut this long map in half with the utilization of that equipment.
Yeah, I was one of the players that really embraced the slingshotting of the flags with the grappling. With the new positioning of the flag on Argyle, it's even easier to do so. You can really get some distance. The only thing that makes it a little bit tougher than it was, in previous seasons, the fact that obviously the equipment is red racked, so you can have less grapples to work with, but it's still so powerful.
Yeah, and I think almost like stealing the other team's snipe, I'd view stealing their grapple in the same conversation, right? A lot of the focus on a map like Forbidden or Argyle, you talk about stealing the other team's snipe and having two in your hands or your back pocket. Well, let's try to do that with the grapple hook here. I'd be saying if I'm on either of these two teams, I think the win condition here is going to come down to the grapple.
Well, guys, couple snipers. A little bit of grapple action, that QT that sits over toward the top mid side, and I have one question for the pros. I've heard Heat Wave out, Bulldog out, Disruptor and Assault Rifle out for being automatic, but nobody's mentioning that Needler. God help me. If there's any opposite of a competitive weapon that I've ever seen in my life, it is the freaking pink mist. Oh my. Sorry.
It's almost no. You're I'm on the same wavelength with you, brother, because it is bizarre that one, the Needler's still in the game, because there was a blog written months and months ago that said the Needler was removed from competitive play, along with, I believe it was the Pulse Carbine at the time in that blog post from 343. So technically the Needler's not supposed to be in the game, and everybody plays as if it isn't. But like you said, close quarter combat, one of the easiest weapons to use in Halo Infinite. Hold down on that right trigger, and you gotta try not to get the kill. It feels like with the Needler up close. So it's almost like it's like this unwritten GA that's been in existence all year.
I'm telling you right now, if your ping is below 35, the Needler is incredible.
Yeah.
like if you make your opponent miss one shot against Needler, they're done. They are legitimately done for. Like a low ping Needler. It's nasty, I swear. I'm not gonna lie, I was using it today. I was using it this morning. I was destroying
it. Out yourself like that?
I don't even care, bro.
It's very interesting, and it's located on a part of Argyle that doesn't see much traversal, right? It's actually just up and a little bit to the left of where we were on the screen there, down below. Again, in some of those corners and pockets that don't really see much love on Argyle, and the Needler doesn't as well, so we don't expect to see that. But we do expect to see these teams push on through, fight for the mid-map control as Cole Kane picks up the snipe for the Old Guns off the start. Zoom fighting a 1v3, and he's got to be careful. He cannot peek that. He does. He dies.
We're going to rotate this sniper through the base, and 3 down do go Old Guns. Meanwhile, Morgan, plenty of snipe ammo to work with. You see Forsaken, the moment they get those kills is the moment they take map control immediately.
Cole Kane still holding on to that snipe, but he's got to worry about the other snipe. Advancing a little bit further up on the map for now is Forsaken. So, again, that 50-yard line, that's the first fight you got to win. And Forsaken have won it because of that. They're able to push on through, but Sargoth, anticipating the pull, gets another slay. Man, that is 2 times that we've seen Sargoth with perfect bait positioning. Again, really exemplifying the veteran leadership that he brings to Halo. This dude's been doing it for a long time.
Great recognition here by Lido of Forsaken to recognize that the spawning players from Old Guns were over toward the snipe side. They didn't want to overcommit towards that battle. Thought he had a flank, but ends up going down. Meanwhile, Zoom is moving this flag. He's zooming with it.
Eastlake doesn't have the high ground, but he's got the snipe, he's got the body shots, he's got the headshot, he's got a triple, potential overkill as well, but with more shields down for Forsaken. I love this decision to back up for Eastlake, let his teammates try to continue on with that damage. Doesn't ultimately get any assists from it, but again, it's all about map positioning and map control for now, and looks like Forsaken are looking to reclaim that, seeing a battle for it go down, and with that opening break from Lido, a +1 net outcome for Forsaken. They win back the 50-yard line and should have access to the next pull.
Lido right to the PC side of his opposition. Fate ends up going down. Lido still blocking out the snipe side. That means gonna run that flag through there, but there's one player you gotta deal with from Old Guns. It's on the S3. It's Sargot, drops right behind Lido. Beautifully played by Sargot. That should have been a flag run, making a lot further than it did, but Sargot making plays.
Now, there's the Needler. I don't think anybody's going to pick it up, though. Sargoth more interested in the next sniper up in 15. You got the QT up top middle as well. That seems like an afterthought. Just doesn't have the same viability as it does on the asymmetrical map like Livefire. For whatever reason, the QT has just never found its footing here on Argyle. One of the reasons why, more often than not, it feels like it's available top mid as bait, as Fate pushes his way through the ventilation system, has a weak opponent. Oh, but the shields start to resume for Zoom, but he goes down shortly after. Fate gets taken down. It's a trade, even situation, 3v3, and nobody has been able to get a good look at a pull just yet. I'd say Forsaken have the edge, but it's very narrow, 51-49.
Forsaken did a great job of watching each other's backs and responding to callouts. You saw that angle that Caden Despair was able to create from the vent side, taking down Fate. That is just responding to callouts and making sure that you prioritize them. And now Morgan with the sniper just daring anybody to push the S3 side of the map. Looks like Forsaken want to get aggressive. They want to pass the 50% portion.
Well, we asked last game, where was this from the Old Guns? I think we have to remember, too, we were losing our mind over it in games 1 and 2. Lido was shooting near 80%. Not joking. He had 70+%, 78% in one of those matches, 72 in another one. And I sort of posed the question at that time, in a sense, how long can he keep that up for? How many games in a row can he shoot 70+%? We don't see that from the Royal 2s of the HCS. So, starting to see some regression to the mean for Lido as it relates to shot accuracy, and it's opened the door for the Old Guns. But for now, 3 go down for the Old Guns. Forsaken again win back the mid-map control. Just waiting, it feels like, at this point, to see them put together a good pull. I think their mishap, Tony, is they get mid-map control. Then they push in and pull flag. They still need one more set of slays. They still need one more slay at the very least as Morgan gets tricky with the grapple.
Gotta love that. Get aggressive here. You're no grapple player. Not only does he secure that kill toward the basement side, but also if he plays his cards right, he can definitely pull off a slingshot pull. Looks like he's gonna use that grapple to get toward the back base and it'll pay off. Takes down Cold Kane. Now the challenge onto Fate. Down to one shot he goes, but they need another round of slays to Forsaken.
We talked about the win condition being the grapple here, and Morgan has opened up this flag run because of the grapple. But again, gotta play your process. Previously, we saw Forsaken try to continue running this flag when it wasn't the right time, right place. Now they're playing their process a little bit better. And let's see if they can get a little bit further with that flag because of it. But boy, has it been tough in game 4.
Flag on the move. Caden Despair trades out his life there, but it looks like Eastlake gonna take a central angle. He might be able to bait out this flag. Shots are looking good. Morgan goes down. Now it's Zoom and the rest of Forsaken that want to punch this one in. They're able to do so. The first flag cap goes towards the team that is up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, really impressed with the mental there from Forsaken. They had a couple of opportunities there, 3 or 4 flag pulls, but they were not able to get much further. They, in the mid-match, mid-game, came up with an adjustment to the strategy to get that one in. But just as I say that, a counter cap ensues for the Old Guns. But with 2 going down, only 1 for Forsaken, they should be able to stop this flag, and it looks like for now they will.
Everything cleared out here. Counter cap going in. Don't think anybody's able to stop it, but Lido has something to say about that. Beautifully played, beautifully timed. Sargoth tries to put his body in between the flag carrier and is able to do max damage, but that flag refuses to go in. Last second clutch is coming in out of Forsaken, and don't tell me this return is about to happen.
Gotta try to get a pull here. Make the other team have to earn a reset. Oh my god, and the flag does get reset. It's a goal line stand. Counter cap as Caden already has it past the 50-yard line, now looking to take it to the red zone. It was just looking at a 1-1 tie. Now it's 2-0 instead. What a flip of fate.
That is mentally draining. That is, I mean, I don't want to chalk. I don't want to say mental must be chalked and it's over, but how do you recover from that? Like, everything has to go perfectly for Forsaken in order to stop that flag, and it did. Like, literally, it was. That is crazy.
In my eyes, I just glanced down at the scoreboard, Tony, and I still saw 1-1 because that's what the score should be. And you look at it, it's almost like that cap was like scoring 2. It feels like. I mean, like you said, it is a lot to bounce back from for the Old Guns. Down 2-1 in this series, now down 2-0 with 5 minutes left. Can they get on the board? It starts with 1.
Snipe in the hands of Lido. 2 bullets to work with. I do see Old Guns pushing through the long haul side and Zoom, dropping that quantum translocator. That's going to allow him to get even extra aggressive and get out of jail free card, so to speak. Fate might have gotten the double kill, but not able to stay alive. 3 down go Old Guns, and it's Sargoth, the final player alive that wants to extend, and OE.
Starting to see more of what we saw in that game 1 where Forsaken sort of steamrolled the King of the Hill. Lido was on his steez. He's back on it. Caden back on his steez as well. Both of them with impressive statistical performances as it relates to kills and deaths. Also filling out the stat sheet as it relates to assist. And just a quick glance at both teams' assists, you see almost double, it looks like, for Forsaken. One reason they're up 2.
Sargoth with a fairly early pull here, trying to pull the attention away from his teammates. Meanwhile, Fate, practically a full sniper in his hands. Lido don't want any part of that. He's gonna back down immediately. Back-to-back kills, favoring Old Guns. And Fate, he's just watching for the spawning players. This should be a run, making it past the 50 and make it even further than that. Could even be a cap here for Old Guns, but last time I called it early, you saw what happened.
I almost wonder if you do concede this, though, for Forsaken and play for mid-map control. That way you don't give up too much to Old Guns, because it looks like they should score it. And my God, by the skin of their teeth, the chinny chin chin, as Tools likes to say, they do get it through. But my God, it was looking like another goal line stand. It's at the very least going to be another counter cap for Forsaken, and it could shut the door on this series.
But I feel like the problem is you have to give up so much resource in order to get that capture, and it's only 1. You're still down by 1. You literally went 4 down in order to get 1 capture and gave the opposition a chance to get a counter pull here, and it's still not over yet. The return has not happened. Cole Kane with the push will be shut down immediately. Despair is able to keep that flag alive, and although it's a great stick by Beastlake, he ends up trading out his life, and just like that, you got 1 cap, but you lost the series.
A hard-fought effort for the Old Guns, but it's going to be Forsaken who move on to the next round, a qualification round to make it to day 2. And this could be a watermark moment in their organization's history. I don't know if we've ever seen Forsaken in a day 2 of an NA Open Series. So again, that conversation that we started the series with, it's about climbing the ladder. It's about getting better every day, and even in a sense, getting better every single match, every single series, just inching your way further up that pole. As we see just that from Forsaken, they do a great job, and they're going to have an opportunity to potentially make history for their organization.
Combined for quite a bit, and you wanted to see them in the 70 percentile as far as accuracy, and Mikowski is not happy.
I'm so disappointed.
Wow. Honestly,
drop Lido.
Give Old Guys the win.
Yeah.
No, it's unacceptable. 69.31, nice percent. No. It's 70% or get out.
Yeah, here at
GTFO.
Here at Team Forsaken, we take 70% accuracy, or you get cut from the squad. So Lido, despite having an opportunity to make it to day 2, he's actually off the team now, and the Old Guns have moved on to the next round. Just kidding, by the way. We're saying this because if you're just tuning in, you're probably like, what the hell are these guys on about? Lido had back-to-back 78 and 72 percentile on his accuracy. I mean, unbelievable performance from him and the rest of Forsaken as they take it. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, your qualification match for day 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Your road to Salt Lake City. First Open Series tournament, and it feels so good to be back. We got ourselves another amazing matchup. Two incredible orgs going at descending baseline, going up against Forsaken.
Well, we talked about it in the previous series. We talked about Forsaken making their way towards the tiers of an ascending baseline. Well, here you go. An opportunity to take them down and steal a spot that they probably feel like they had locked up as it relates to day number 2 of NA Open Series number 1, Road to SLC. As we hop on board here with Zoom, got the snipe, body shot. Not enough to take down the opposition as Lido pushes through with the camo, has a little bit left to work with. A and B in favor of ascending baseline as they have a good start.
Double cap here for ascending baseline. Glitchy not able to survive. It's a double push out of Forsaken. Lido stays alive, now has camo and sniper to work with here. Can't quite connect onto Facti, but going to work on taking Bravo with this camouflage. Can he grab it? Because ascending baseline are coming in quick.
Boom, back smack. Lido, great use of the camo, but he goes down shortly after. Kid Nasty, make sure to turn that into a trade, as B will ultimately go in favor. Despite the camo play on B for Forsaken, it actually goes in favor of ascending baseline as they have continued to roll here off the start up by 30.
Tower side control looking good. Somehow Zoom survives. Don't know how. Facti in there quick in order to clear out the tower side. Glitchy stays alive and I think connects with the stick. Portals out to safety. The instant transmission will keep Glitchy safe, and he's still alive and kicking as he portals right back toward the back green side. Beautifully played by Glitchy.
Nasty QT tech there from Glitchy. Without that activation of the QT, he's trading out with that sticky instead. Finds a little bit of separation and a little bit more time. I should say a lot more time here for ascending baseline as they've doubled up since I last spoke. 66-3 now, and here's where Forsaken, you're the underdog. You're almost the new guy, you could argue, in this situation. Seeing is believing. Start to find a couple plays, a couple ways to build that confidence, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from Morgan. Great control of the B side of the map, defensively positioned for the double, make it a triple. No, Glitchy with some nice medium range shots to take him down.
Yeah, great job by Glitchy. He checking that man. He was getting a little bit too hot there, and a beautifully placed grenade to take down Zoom. And I don't know how he was ready for that gunfight, but perfect shots lead to a double kill. 3 down for Forsaken. Ascending baseline, wasting no time to get on their double cap.
All about climbing the ladder, and this is the opportunity to get one step further for Forsaken. But for ascending baseline, they've been here before. They've been there, done that. They've qualified for day 2s before. They're a team that's been on the cusp for what feels like forever. So they have the edge in this series. They have the lead in game 1, but Forsaken's shown us some stuff today. So don't be surprised if they find a way to bounce back. But for now, it's a trip cap for ascending baseline. ABC in their favor, and it looks like they'll ride that into the hundreds.
It's going to be really tough for Forsaken to do anything when you're sitting downhill towards the back of a trip cap. Right now, ascending baseline not only winning their pivotal fights, but also being as objective, efficient as possible, wasting no time whatsoever between taking strongholds. They have to fight their way out, and Morgan does just that. A double kill takes down 2, but Zoom the final player alive for Forsaken.
You could argue that's a win there for Morgan in a 1v2 situation. Gets both. And it's not so much about winning out a 1v2, it's about gaining back the tower control for Forsaken, which you can see there. I believe it's Zoom with it. Lido coming off a respawn, finds the remote detonation double kill. As we're starting to see Forsaken put together some moments, they need to turn it into points. They have to, at the very least, turn it into strong control of C. We just saw them fight hard for the snipe tower, but it goes to ascending baseline instead. However, looks like that might be by choice. Forsaken have control of A and B, and now they're starting to score.
A lot of responsibility on Lido's hands right now. Luckily, Caden Despair does spawn with him, but ascending baseline about to collapse onto the A side. Zoom ends up going down. Kid Nasty coming out of nowhere, and Glitchy gonna hold things down with the sniper. You know he knows that we know he knows what to do with it.
We heard you like snipes, so we put a sniper in your snipe. I should say in the hands of Glitchy so you can see more snipes. Doesn't hit the no-scope there, but an impressive body shot previously. Just looking to hold the fort. He goes down. I've been impressed with Forsaken's ability to regain control of B. Here we see Morgan pushing through again. Can he secure it? 2 players on the right side of B. I like the separation here from Morgan in case a grenade comes through. Ascending baseline aren't going to be able to take down 2 with it, and instead, it's 2 capture points in control for Forsaken. So with B as a fulcrum point. B seems to be their focal point, and they're turning it into more points. And most importantly, they're keeping it close, and that's what it's all about for now, right? Until it gets into the 200s for ascending baseline, just keep it within 100 if you're Forsaken. That's the rallying cry.
And there's a trip cap coming in for Forsaken. Bravo is being attacked quickly, though, by ascending baseline. As we switch gears over towards Morgan. Bravo's lost, but they still control 2 at the moment. The unorthodox Alpha Charlie setup for now will work, but as Alpha gets taken, Morgan, he's going to out-rotate him. He's going to play to Bravo.
Morgan, once again, Dr. B, I'd almost call him. I feel like more often than not, when we look to Morgan's POV, he is regaining control of B for Forsaken. That's how they've stayed in this match. So that's how they've cut this lead in half. And now, in an even 2v2 situation, Morgan gets another slay, and that could open the door for a trip cap. But no, he goes down instead. Sniper up soon, but Forsaken have been clawing their way back.
They have Lido with perfect shots at the Kid Nasty. Drops down immediately to attack Bravo, but it's already lost. Ascending baseliner on it. Lido, a couple pre-grenades over toward the white corner side. Nobody there. Glitchy can't stay alive. Sniper now belongs to Lido. Alpha and Bravo, ascending baseline, have the control, but Lido with a couple of snipes can change things real quick.
Forsaken really playing that patiently there. They had a +2 net advantage and an opportunity to regain control of B like they've done so masterfully throughout this game, and patience pays off. All 4 go down for ascending baseline. The timing is there. The shots are too, and watch out because Forsaken has what looks like a trip cap that could hold, but see, no, will go back into favor of ascending baseline. But wow, Lido and Forsaken are roaring back.
Despite losing Charlie, we're still looking for the spawning players. He knows it only takes 1 kill in order to snowball onto the opponent. That's exactly what you saw as 3 down momentarily with ascending baseline. Cade and Despair not quite able to connect the same way with that sniper. Alpha and Bravo still being held, but they want a triple cap. You see how aggressive Cade and Despair and Forsaken are being, but a little too over-aggressive there because they just lost Alpha and you lost Lido as well.
Aiden leading the way with those grenades. Errant toss might just give Sylvonic the edge he needs in this 1v1. Sylvonic with a grenade of his own. Doesn't get any splash damage, it looks like. No, it did not. So Caden gonna be able to stay alive because of it. Try to hold the line, try to hold control of A, but all the while, that's bait. B going back into favor of ascending baseline.
193 to 120. Favorite sending baseline at the moment here. Glitchy, 15 kills to his name, 6 assists to go along with it. He's the one responsible for taking Alpha. No contesting there. Bravo's already there. Forsaken will rotate to try to play the Charlie side. Kid Nasty tries to make a play with that Camo Plaza pistol. Thought the fight was over, but he was being chased down. Jeez.
It's a good trade, though. In essence, securing +2. 3 go down for Forsaken. Kid Nasty was the only one down in that instance. And that's going to be enough to hold control of the map. AB still in favor of AB. And that could be what they use to shut the door on Forsaken in game number 1. One final push, or it's a 1-0 lead for ascending baseline.
Some great damage onto Nested. Look at those assists pile up again. We talk about the active listen. We talk about the teamwork, playing for your brother in arms. That's the reason why you see the kills coming so quick, and you see them hopping out right on that objective. The final seconds could be coming in unless they make it into Bravo. Not today.
Close. Only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, not in strongholds, it looks like, as Forsaken aren't able to come back, but they showed us enough that this could be a series. We could see a 1-1 tie after this. I don't think that you saw Forsaken get too heavily outslayed as I take a look at the final stats. Even 2 of the players, -3, -4, so -7 in total for Forsaken, but that's not enough to feel like you're expecting ascending baseline to just stake them here in game 2. I think we're going to see a little bit of a fight from Forsaken, and that's one of the struggles, I'd say, Tony, of an underdog squad, a team with less experience this late in the tournament. It's a little bit harder to get that engine revved up off the start, and we saw Forsaken get it going, but not until about the halfway mark. So looking to see a little bit better opening break here for Forsaken if they want to tie up the series at 1.
gotta love the damage that you're seeing out of Zoom on the other side of things. And if he continues to play like that, I could imagine Forsaken are still going to be in this series every single game. That is excellent damage come out of him. But what really impressed me was on the other side of things, the amount of assists that we saw coming out of ascending baseline. Like it was real. It had practically 3 players in double digits, and that's the kind of gameplay that I love, where you can win pivotal battles. You can win your 1v1s, but you're not getting into it. You're avoiding them and putting out shots, staying alive, and allowing your teammates to shine and get the kills and staying alive together. That's what I love to see as a commentator, as an analyst, and even as a viewer as well. That's what I define beautiful Halo. It's almost like watching like the Spurs in their prime with that ball movement, as opposed to just kind of attacking the lane.
That goes back to the grouping. Everybody playing their 25%, and everybody for ascending baseline within and above 4,000 base damage. Sure, you could argue Zoom, he's the high performer at 5,500. There's much more disparity. You look all the way down to Caden, there's nearly 2,000 damage differential just between those 2 teammates. So ascending baseline, they were able to put it together. They were able to play their 25%. They were able to all deal out the same amount of damage while not taking more than they deal out. A little bit more for Glitchy and Facty, but not enough in this Strongholds game 1 for Forsaken to take the lead. Instead, AB have it 1-0, but again, saw enough, I think, in that game 1 to where Forsaken still have a chance in this series, and it's going to start here in this game 2. This is, I'd argue, a must-win for an underdog. You can never go down 2-0 against a team that's, again, been there, done that before. Glitchy, Facty, Kid Nasty, and Sylvanic feels like they've been a team for, gosh, forever. So experience bodes well this late in the tournament. AB have it, but this is building block opportunity for Forsaken. Can they come back and tie this series at 1?
And one thing, can I just say this? It feels good to see Sylvanic and Facty back together. Like, is it just me, or I feel like they haven't been back since like what the Black Hand days back in like season 1? It feels like it's been quite some time that we've seen them, and they're damn good together. Yeah, they really are.
It feels like certain Halo players that are just meant to be, right? Like Snakebite and Royal 2. Like it's just like, wait, they're not on the same team? You kind of had that same feeling, you could argue, for those 2 for ascending baseline, but they're back. And the whole team of 4 is back. Again, that Sniping Lias roster, I believe, for the most part, is as a whole team of 4 regrouped and regained, now back together. And I don't know, maybe experienced something in Atlanta or in some of these recent online cups, said, boys, let's run it back. And they're doing a great job of it here, looking to earn themselves qualification for day number 2. They're going to win 2 more, but ascending baseline, well, it looks like they're ascending. It looks like they are climbing the ladder. And again, that's what it's all about here in these late lower rounds between semi-professional up-and-coming teams. Who's able to climb the ladder? Who's able to make adjustments on the fly and inch out that 1% edge? Right now, ascending baseline's doing just that.
I can promise you that I'm excited to see them back together. And on top of that, dude, Facty's the real deal, bro. I actually matched him in matchmaking this morning randomly. And I would like to say I kept up. I would really like to say that, but I think what's more accurate is that he gave me the fat carry. I can't even lie to you, bro. This man had like 30 kills. I think the rest of us had like maybe like 13, maybe 14 kills. Was clearly leading us to a fat win. So Facty, thank you for my CSR, baby, and good luck to you. Solitude Slayer coming up as our game number 2, and we always talk about like the more punishing maps that we have when it comes to Slayer, and really any game type. And I feel like you gotta put Solitude up there with the ability to spawn trap in almost any 4 corners of the map being viable. If you have control, it can really snowball quickly. So be careful. Don't go 3 down, otherwise it's gonna turn to 4, 5, 6, and things get out of hand really quickly.
Yeah, Solitude Slayer, probably the closest rendition to Pit Slayer like we have here in modern day Halo Infinite here in year 3. Because like you said, Tony, this game sets up for a game of runs. So a lot like we saw in that Strongholds, where AB goes up by 100, but then Forsaken bring it back to within 20-30 seconds. I think that's part of the rallying cry again here in game number 2. Keep it close. Know that, hey, if the other team gets a run on us, we can do the same right back. So you got to keep your head in it. You got to keep your mental high. And again, that edge goes to the team that has more experience, which is ascending baseline. But it's been exciting to watch Forsaken grow right before our very eyes.
Shock right forward towards the nest side. Camouflage sitting up high onto the mid. So much to fight for here on Solitude, and I promise you, if there's any map that pays dividends from grabbing hold of the sandbox, for grabbing the resources, it is Solitude. Quick grabs turn to quick kills, turn into spawn traps, and Sylvonic knows it's online. He has to grab a hold of that shot and make sure he controls the nest side, which is exactly what he does.
2-2 off the start, but you could argue the win goes to Sylvonic and the rest of Ascending Baseline as they have grabbed control of the shock rifle. Sylvonic, despite multiple members, all three of his teammates going down, he retains control of the shock and finds a way to regroup here. So that's impressive. Despite 3 going down for Ascending Baseline, it's Sylvonic who stays alive and holds control of that ever important shock rifle.
An angle being held. He was expecting to cross over to the flower side a bit earlier. Didn't exactly happen when he wanted to, but now Factory is here. He's forcing the action over toward the blue side of the map, and multiple going down for Forsaken. That's kind of what we talk about. And when it rains, it pours, and there's nothing you can do about it. Doubling the scoreline, the opposition early, does Ascending Baseline.
Yeah, bodies are starting to stack a little too early here for Forsaken. As that 5-kill lead now to 6. It's a double up already for Ascending Baseline, and most importantly, it's about the possessions. It's about the opportunity, and one fell swoop to bring it back right now. One perfect, flawless +4 team wipe only gets you back to 12. Okay, so it gets you back to within 2. So just like that, you've seen even 2-2 in the feed. Gotta win this one if you're Forsaken, but Kid Nasty goes down. So Forsaken doing a good job to fight back, but still a 5-kill game.
A huge 1v1 win by Lido to alleviate some of that pressure from Ascending Baseline. Now it feels like they're on their back foot, at least momentarily, as Facty's forced back toward the back tram side. Caden Despair flies at him. Facty, some interesting movement out of him, and both players one shot, a little bit of SWAT action, and Caden Despair wins those.
Yeah, that was a chest fight. Oh, a little bit of checkmate there for Kid Nasty as he gets checked. Goes back to the respawn screen. Nice plays from Forsaken, but again, it's Ascending Baseline clinging to that 5-kill lead. No matter what occurs in the feed or on your screen, it just feels like Ascending Baseline have maintained that 5-kill lead, now 6.
Great job for Sylvonic, and Ascending Baseline kind of sniffed out that camouflage player. Gotta love that. I can't love the fact he wasn't able to finish off the one-shot player. Yet another one-shot gets away. Nobody able to finish their kills, at least right now. And a 4-kill advantage here for Ascending Baseline, but things can change really quick with this next round. Glitchy caught in between multiple members of Forsaken. He's hunted down, he's dealt with it. Now Lido and the rest of Forsaken are pushing straight through the blue side of the map. Nobody able to get away with their life, at least not easily here, as Forsaken close the gap.
All right, here we go. Forsaken, following those win conditions, just keep it within 4. And I think that's a way to alleviate some stress and pressure, right? Like, you don't need to win the game in 1 kill. You just need to keep it close heading into the 40s. And Forsaken have done a great job of that, momentarily tying the game up at 20. Now Ascending Baseline take the lead again by 1.
Lido decided to engage with Factory from across the map here, all the way from the goal side. Maybe some damage towards Flower. To talk about it again, active listening, responding to callouts, and putting as much damage on the opposition as possible. Even if you don't get the kill, don't worry. Your teammates there to cover your back. Your teammates are there to secure your slays. And with that, a 5-kill advantage seemingly out of nowhere for Ascending Baseline once again.
Nice job to hit that shock rifle. Make sure that Forsaken can't work their way up the snipe lift and grab control of the snipe. I believe Facty has it again, and shock rifle control has been the difference. I've only seen it in the hands of Ascending Baseline, and you could argue a 6-kill game. It could be much closer than that if Forsaken were able to get a few good plays with the shock. Despite not having it in their hands, though, they are able to take down 2, make it 3 likely with Sylvonic going down. Lido finds the slay, and it's now a 3-kill game once again. So impressed with Forsaken. Every time it's gotten to 5 or 6, they haven't started to shake and tremble. They know they're in this fight. Down by 3, they know they're still in it. And I love that mental from this up-and-coming crew.
Yeah, I feel like there was a fantastic understanding of the situation by Lido, understanding that you were filling in the gap and you were kind of on that flank, that 1-3 split, and taking advantage of that and playing it masterfully. I love to see that. Now we switch gears over towards Morgan. Damage onto Glitchy, but not aware that Kid Nasty was right on the top glass side. Maybe a bit of momentary lapse in communication there, and that's gonna be really tough to deal with. It's gonna bite you every single time, as it's 34-34. Lido with the killing spree.
Good job by Ascending Baseline to prioritize the camo, take him down, but Lido finds the spree, trades out shortly after. 36-35. Forsaken have Ascending Baseline right where they want them now. at some point, Tony, you got to eventually regain the lead. And now's where that moment strikes into the 40s. Can you, again, keep it close? Not only within one team wipe, but I think based on the margin for error we've seen in this one, keep it within 2 if you're Forsaken. Wow. At some point, though, you got to make your move. Right now, they're looking to do just that. But Facty answers back with a double kill in the cafe. If that goes the other way, this game is tied.
They've been successful with being able to control the pace of the gameplay, not just speeding it up, slowing it down. Defensive plays leads to offense for ascending baseline as they put their 41st kill on the board. Loving what I'm seeing out of them, and they're doing it when it matters most, because once again, a 5-kill advantage, but this time it's clutch time. 44-39, 6 more kills in order to take a 2-0 advantage.
Yeah, 5-kill lead at the halfway mark. No big deal. 5-kill lead in the 40s. You're starting to maybe shake and tremble a little bit if you're Forsaken. But again, the regain is there. They're finding +1 net outcomes in the 40s. Now, though, they have to start playing for +2s, +3s. And they look to seem to have staggered spawns here for ascending baseline. Zoom pushes it through, and they do! The cluster luck double kill brings Forsaken back. They have life. They have the camo, and they're only down 1.
What a recovery, what a bounce back in order to spawn trap the enemy team. Not only get the slays, but to influence those spawns, spawn trap the enemy team, and put yourself right back in the game. You said it time and time again. Forsaken will not allow this game to get out of control, and now ascending baseline once again on defense. But so far, the defense has been stout. It's been strong. But can they deal with a camouflage shot combo, the greatest combo that we have in Halo Infinite, the deadliest combo that we have? Sylvanas on screen with a kill. The same for Glitchy. It's back to back. Now it's Caden Despair that pushes forward, but right to his death, leading to a 3 down. You were so close, but now it's ascending baseline to strip it away from you.
Experience prevails in the end game. 45-46. Forsaken had them right where they wanted them, but they didn't get that team wipe or that +2, 3, maybe even 4 net outcome in the end. They could have flipped it, could have regained the lead, but ascending baseline did a really good job. They actually played off the back wall at A and drew members of the opposition in, and we weren't able to see what happened on the left side towards the A yard, but that was masterful. It looked to me like Forsaken had the pinch, 2 on the right, 2 on the left, but we saw 2 quickly go down on the left. That left the shock rifle on the right trying to complete the pinch. Often a little bit of no man's land there, fighting a 1v2 battle that, even with the shock in your hand, is hard to win, as ascending baseline are 1 away from the win in this series and qualifying for day 2.
2-0 lead here for ascending baseline, and game 3 is a recharge. King of the Hill. I always say the King of the Hill is my favorite game type that we have in Halo Infinite. Why can't I win in it? Don't know. But still one of my favorite game types. I feel like every hill feels like its own game. Like if you go down 0-1 in the game, it's like great. You go down 0-1, okay, outgo to the enemy team, and now you have an advantage toward that second hill. Like I feel like you always are in it no matter what, as long as time is, fairly on your side. As long as you're not behind the 8 ball as far as a minute per hill. So it's not the end of the world if you go down 0-1. It is if you go down 0-2. You literally got to take it one game at a time and know when to hold them. Of course, know when to fold them.
A little bit of poker being played here, and Forsaken got to show a little bit more than just their poker face. This is where they've got to strike. You've got to take this game 3 on recharge. And again, I'm going to go back to Solitude, where Camo and Shock were on the map and available. It's the same here on recharge, and we saw more sandbox control. Tony, if we watch back the VOD, I'm sure we could find 5 deaths that went in favor, or excuse me, 5 slays that went in favor of ascending baseline because of that sandbox control. You could have very well made the case for a 50-45 win for Forsaken if they could have just gotten a little bit more control of the power weapons and power-ups. Here's your second lease on life, though, on recharge with the exact same setup for you to take claim of. Not sure which side of the map Forsaken's going to spawn on. We saw ascending baseline just barrel themselves towards the sniper off the start, actually losing 3 out of 4 lives to take control of the shock rifle, but that's how important that power weapon is. You'll lose 3 members off the start if you're able to make it away with the shock. That's what we saw ascending baseline do, and I wouldn't be surprised if they play the same strategy again in game 3.
I mean, yo, Chad, you guys let me know. Name a better duo than Caster talking about sandbox control, and I promise you won't. Maybe Caster getting predictions wrong. I don't know. Maybe that, but it is like we sound like a broken record for a reason. Like in this day and age, everybody can shoot their gun. in this day and age, like, you know, everybody knows how important teamwork is, you know, running in twos, running 3-1 splits, like everybody does. So what can you do for your team to secure any kind of advantage? Because the game isn't played through kills. The game isn't played through slays. You win games due to performance and due to winning advantages. It's not just about getting a kill here and there. It's about putting the enemy team in a 4v2, putting the enemy team in a 3v1. How do you get advantages? And one way to do that is to grab yourself the sandbox and use it to do maximum damage onto your opponent while taking as minimal as possible. If you get kills and don't die, you usually win the game.
It's facts, my man. That is straight facts, homie. And you're exactly right. I agree. You know, I'll probably sound a little faded. You know, it's my first time back on the LVT broadcast. What better time than to sound faded than by saying kills don't matter in Halo Infinite. It's what you do with those kills. How many times, Tony, have we seen across professional and semi-professional gameplay in, let's say, an Oddball, or in this instance, a King of the Hill, where a team gets a team wipe on the opposition, but then it feels like it takes minutes for them to get in the hill. It's almost like the hill doesn't even exist, and it's just sitting there glimmering with a blank gray shield around it, and it's almost like you think it's I don't know, like a turret, like preventing you from pushing through. I don't know what it is, but sometimes teams will take down 4 and not do anything with it. So I think you're exactly right. Halo Infinite doesn't matter that you get kills. It matters what you do with it. Are you able to instantly grab control of the objective? Are you able to instantly work your way to the next power weapon, or set up preemptively for the next hill on a rotation? Whatever it might be, it's all about timing. It's all about pace and what you do with those slays.
It sounded like you were coming at FaZe. I don't know. I feel
I
like
don't want any smoke from FaZe. I ain't taking that.
That's what I heard.
I already brought back their first ever game as a team, losing a CTF pit with a plus 28 advantage in the KD spread. So, yeah, I don't want any smoke from the boys from FaZe. They're all goated. I love me some Renegade. Love Frosty. Montage Kid still reigns supreme. Love seeing them continue to put out content. So I'm gonna start glazing FaZe if you start pushing me into the corner saying I'm wanting that smoke, because I do not.
Hey, you ain't the only one, man. Everybody loves us some FaZe, of course, and also love me some Recharge King of the Hill. That's our matchup coming up next, and I guess potentially the last one in the series. If one of these teams play their cards right, and obviously it's ascending baseline, who have 2-0 in the series, 1 win away from advancing forward. Forsaken. We know they have it, and we've seen them play absolutely lights out in the previous round, and so far playing lights out in the first half of this game, or the opening strat of the game. Loving that for Forsaken to put their first on the board.
Yeah, first opening break win here for Forsaken. And Tony, we talked about this series at the start being a building block for Forsaken. I'd argue they have nothing to lose. You could almost make the case. Sure, they want to make it to day 2. They want to make it to Champ Sunday. But they've already done enough showing that they've climbed the ladder. But man, what better way to stack that brick into the wall than by earning a reverse sweep here against Ascending Baseline. It all starts in game 3, and despite that good start, again, it's not about the kills, it's what you do with it. And despite what you could argue was an opening break win for Forsaken, they haven't turned it into time. That could be a problem.
Setting the baseline, doing a great job of forcing Forsaken out of the gold side of the map and really taking control, demanding it. And that's Forsaken now spawning all the way on the opposite side of things, all the way toward the Charlie side. And before they even step foot in the hill, they know they need another round of slays, and they're prioritizing that. Lots of times, you're sending at least one toward the hill, but ascending baseline, they want their kills first.
Morgan trying to open up some space on the map, open up possession of the shock rifle. We talked about that. It looks like Ascending Baseline have the edge on it as Sylvanic makes his way through, looking for an underneath flank. But they must have heard him sprinting through. Zoom picks it out and puts him down.
Finally seeing some hill time in favor of Ascending Baseline. About 25% done with this hill already. Lido trying to get some easy damage from across the map, but Kid Nasty is watching that angle, then the double back, dealing with the gold side player. Now has a shock for his efforts here. Kid Nasty, always nasty with it.
I'd like to see Forsaken play around the shock rifle a little bit more there. It almost set up a perimeter, like protect the president. There we saw the shock rifle finally go into the hands of Forsaken, but quickly we saw Ascending Baseline descend on top of it, sending numbers even towards that shock rifle, because they understand not only the importance of the shock rifle, Tony, because I think, like you said, broken record, everybody understands it, but can you execute? Right now, Ascending Baseline is, but it's still close. A narrow lead here for AB.
It feels like Ascending Baseline's lead starting to slip a bit here as Forsaken not giving up on this hill easily. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and one that Forsaken clearly are ready for. Glitchy tries to find an off angle toward the A side, and whoa! Threading the needle with that shot.
Filthy shot there from Glitchy. Almost one fell swoop, one animation. Looked like he was clambering with one hand, still shooting his shot with the left. As Glitchy works his way towards the hill. It's a lead here for Forsaken, and I always say seeing is believing. This is one way to start the Juju rolling in your favor, is to win the opening break, win that first hill for Forsaken, and they are primed to do just that. It's at the point where Ascending Baseline, GG go next. They've lost 3, and anything at this point pushing towards the B hill is an overextension.
I'm be honest with you, bro. Like, I'm old. I don't know your cool TikTok phrases. What the hell is a Juju?
It's like a vibe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, vibes.
What's a vibe?
You know, good vibes, bad vibes, good juju, bad juju. Same thing.
Got it. 1-0 lead in favor of Forsaken at the moment, losing half their members though as Ascending Baseline once again take control. Ascending Baseline feels like they should be the ones up 1-0 in this game so far, but Forsaken steal one away. Ascending Baseline with early set about halfway done with the second hill.
You know what, Tony? 5:34 Central Standard Time, 6:35 now in Atlanta. I think you're hungry. I think you're thinking about dinner. You're thinking about French dip au jus. It's juju.
Oh,
yeah, it's different. Pour down for Forsaken.
Juju boo boo.
Juju boo boo. Yeah, an up and coming Halo bro.
There we go. Ascending Baseline making that second one look fairly easy on that one. We talk about them looking comfortable in a lot of the matches that they're in, and that includes this one against Forsaken. A nade from downtown separates the two members of Forsaken. Zoom forced to stay alive, and Ascending Baseline will hold on to the A side control.
Oh, we might have had the sticky connect there. Oh, one of my favorite visuals going all the way back even to the Halo 2 days. You throw that sticky and it lands on the foot and they start to run away, but the remains of that initial sticky point stay on the ground. Oh, just... I'm waxing poetic about all the things I love about Halo. For now, love the bounce back from Forsaken in this game 3, tying it up at 1, but like you said, Tony, the previous hill, a little too easy for Ascending Baseline, and now they're starting to roll off of that momentum. They have a big lead on hill number 3, a hill that determines the lead.
Swing hill number 3 here with tied up at 1 apiece, and Forsaken step in the hill for just a moment. They are getting the A side spawns, which we always talk about how important they are. You're literally directly right in front of the hill. You want those spawns over toward the back A side corner, and Forsaken willing to fight for those spawns.
Slavonic doesn't get the headshot with the shock, but no matter. Takes down Morgan, cleans him up nonetheless, looking for another cleanup on Zoom for the double kill. Gets it, killing spree, and a potential triple over the bunny hop from Lido as he does take it, tries to take down Slavonic. Slavonic had a chance at a nice clip, but he goes down, and the shock rifle is down to how many shots are left in that thing? Because I want to see Forsaken go and grab it. Tony, we're starting to see a little bit of deja vu once again. Shock rifle control is the difference.
Looks like literally wants to cross over toward the A side, but he knows he has to put down damage toward the gold side players who are watching the cross. Now that the damage is down, alleviates some of that pressure. They go in to try to steal away that hill, but Zoom and Forsaken ready for it. A side control seemingly out of nowhere though. This is where they want to be. Zoom, he wants to stop it, takes down 1, but can't take down 2. Forsaken still scoring, but Facty's still alive.
Forsaken are coming to life. Glimmer of life there for Facty, but he goes down. It's an even 3v3 fight for the hill, but oh, Ascending Baseline have the OBJ efficiency and somehow find a way to inch their way into the hill, take the final second that they needed as the hill rotates next, and that goes to worst for Forsaken. Ascending Baseline are already in control of that point. Now Forsaken are fighting for it. They do have positioning down the long haul. They are able to take down 2 here, so hold the line. Could be Forsaken's hill to score, but after Ascending Baseline scored previously, I'd like to see Forsaken get next, but it looks like it's going to go to AB instead.
I know this is taking like way down the line, but I feel like this is a must-win hill for Forsaken. It's a minute and 38 seconds on the clock. If Forsaken don't win this hill, I would imagine going towards that bottom mid side with not very much time, maybe 45 seconds, maybe 50 seconds. So if Ascending Baseline win here, they will literally have Forsaken between a rock and a hard place, the scoreboard and the shot clock. Forsaken gotta dig deep, and as of right now, the first ones to go 3 down. Ascending Baseline, their defense holds.
All right, 1 full magazine to potentially work with for Morgan in that shock, but no, he goes down. He had 4 shots. Saw one ring out through the long haul. Might be 3 left in it. And with 3 total points on the board, 117 on the clock. Starting to become a factor, Tony. And if Ascending Baseline make it 3-1, this game is over. They could start to play for time and might even be part of the conversation at this point. The clock seems like it's screaming towards double digits.
Tower side control so far for Forsaken. They already have foot in hill. Ascending baseline spawning, stretched out toward the gold side of the map. Can Nasty though with the first kill. That's the opening they're looking for. Lido answers back. A big flank angle coming out of Lido right there. Might just stop him or at least slow him down just a bit. 2 members of Ascending baseline are here towards Charlie, but Forsaken have numbers. They're flying at him.
Oh, the flank is coming through, but Lido and the rest of Forsaken spotted out. Important to note, Lido didn't have to use his grenades here, so he still has a grenade to utilize. He doesn't need it. Caden finds it with the Bandit instead. 2 go down for Ascending baseline, only 1 for Forsaken. Another long haul push here for Facti, and the rest of Ascending baseline might just hop up to Sneaky. Gotta watch those grenades. No chase coming through, and they gotta watch their back now.
So makes it toward the hill. 24 seconds on the clock, so not much to play with. Not even forget about moving the hill towards mid and playing time at this point. Ascending base on like they might be playing time right now.
They are.
1 cap advantage. Forsaken are being zoned out of this hill. Sylvonic in an absolute bait angle, just baiting out that hill. Nades and shots going down here. Forsaken have been able to step foot in the hill, but it's really only to stop the clock. It's not really good time that's happening.
Oh,
but Lido with the flank and the back smack. Facti with the answer back. Headshots across the board, but 4 down go Forsaken. That's game. That's series. That's Ascending baseline sending Forsaken home.
Oh man, that is so tough. But hey, again, props to Forsaken here this week. They climb the ladder. They don't get the ultimate goal of qualifying for day 2, but we have seen noticeable leaps and bounds improvement from this organization, from this team. And despite getting 3-0, Tony, I don't think this is one you can hang your hat low on. This was a great series despite the 3-0. Game 1 was maybe the biggest, not maybe, but was the biggest win of the series. But even that was close in portions of that match. 50-45. It was a sweat fest towards the end in Game 2, and even sweater, you could argue, here in Game 3, as it just came down to time on the clock as the clock strikes midnight for Cinderella, and Forsaken go home.
Yeah, I know I called it like super early when that hill like first moved on, but you know, it really was a situation where, like I said, it's a must-win hill and it had to be kind of treated as such. Like you kind of, you really had to have a sense of urgency if you were Forsaken from the start of that hill all the way to the finish. I feel like they felt that sense of urgency, but it was like more towards the middle of the hill. It was like, no, from the moment that hill moved, at that point, that was a must-win hill for you.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break. We got more Halo action on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Triple kill. Double kill.
You're so much bigger than this, making me stronger every day. We're climbing over mountains, won't let it all stand in my way. I see
kill. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. All dropped. Perfect. Perfect. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. He has the ball.
Open Series #1 continues here. It's your road to Salt Lake City. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. I got my man Mikowski with me, and we have game #1 about to start here soon. Mikowski, how we feeling?
Man, what a fitting conclusion to day one, because we're about to burn it all down in this series. We got Team Lethal Fox going up against community favorite Passion United with a big roster change. Kratos, one of the most passionate players of all time, joins as, I gotta imagine, the captain now. I know he's the new guy, but if you're on Passion United as the most passionate Halo player of all time, you gotta be the captain now. Kratos, with a lot of experience, looking to lead the troops into a tough battle. Team Lethal Fox also going through some team changes. Common, Rami, Haynes reuniting with Common, and then you got Yaxon, who I think is one of the top up-and-coming players in the HCS. This one should be good.
There really is an entirely new squad. We're coming in with Passion United. You have Maddie coming in, but like you said, Kratos is here. Hayden, who's been teamed with Kratos for quite some time now, and Valkyrie, who's the real deal. Real excited watching Passion United, but Team Lethal Fox is still here, and dare I say, might be the favorites in this matchup.
I actually hosted a Forged draft tournament. This would have been about a year, maybe even over a year ago, and Valkyrie was one of the captains, and my God, I recall a lot of highlight moments from Valkyrie, so we know he's got the individual skill. Great to see him here a year later, still doing his thing, getting deep into an NA Open Series. As off the start, it's back and forth, highly contested from both teams. Nobody really able to break away.
Jackson did a great job playing the environment to stay alive, and once he gets his shields back, right back into the action he goes. He knows Charlie's being attacked right now, but the angle onto Hayden is huge. Bravo's already theirs, and now sets his sight over toward the sandbags, the A side of the map.
Oh, Hail Mary grenade coming in from Kratos. The prayer, living on it, now landing. Trying to stay alive, but Rami takes him down instead. That should give Team Lethal Fox control of A again, and Common, cheeky positioning, knew Maddie was going to push in to try to reclaim B. Takes the bait, takes him down, does Common, and staying alive, looking to anchor this side of the map, but the troops have been called to take him down. Common seems like the top priority, it looks like, for Team Lethal Fox, but he calls for help, and he gets it on the Nest Bridge, now pushing in, making a 1v2 out of it. Common finds the trade. Nice heads-up play there from Common.
Common and Team Lethal really started to heat up right now. Loving to see him staying alive toward the Nest side, getting aggressive, clearing out green. Loving seeing that. Meanwhile, it's 3 down, go Passion United. You see Team Lethal Fox holding on to Bravo, holding on to Charlie, but Kratos is aggressive as possible. Hayden right there with them. Passion United bringing the passion as he hits perfect shots over toward the mid side. Okay, Kratos, I see you.
Yeah, Kratos has been in the lab practicing his grenade tosses. We saw Hail Mary previously, the second grenade kill he got. It looked like it exploded right on the chest piece of his opponents. Oh, Kratos on point with the shots too. We saw the 5 perfects sitting at 6 and 4 to start. And they're in contention. Passion United only down 10, and they're getting closer and closer to regaining the lead as the score continues in their favor. A, B, and C might go in their favor, and what a way to regain the lead for Passion United with a trip cap.
Common may have not been able to connect on that melee because of the repulse, but Rami does connect on that camouflage, and wow. Right in the nick of time, just portals right out of there, and Rami sends right back. Valkyrie with that repulse has been absolutely devastating for Team Lethal Fox.
This is a lead that could continue to grow, Tony. Valkyrie starting off the match 0-5, all the while, despite being 0-5, his team gained the lead. Now they're looking to double up on it, and Valkyrie is on a little streak of his own on the right side of things, if you're a fan of Passion United, with 3 in a row, just looking to hold the line. Has that snipe on the snipe side. Haynes now, gotta imagine he's got eyes on the opponent. Oh, but no, Valkyrie takes his head instead.
Trying to tell you guys at home, Valkyrie is the real deal. We've seen clutch play after clutch play, and now the sniper still being utilized here by Valkyrie, staying alive. Meanwhile, his teammates off the screen and getting the kills necessary to put Team Lethal Fox 3 down, 116 to a 50 lead.
Who predicted this in the chat? I don't think anybody did. A lot of Passion United fans in the community, but I think this is something that has even caught us off guard. Maybe Pure Delight, the owner, he expected this. Love that guy. 3 go down, though, for Passion United. So for now, Team Lethal Fox are going to be able to regain control of the map. And by taking 3 down, they might just turn it into 3 up on A, B, and C.
Jackson flying into 3 members of Passion United with that sniper. Not the exact equation he wanted to be a part of, but back-to-back kills for Team Lethal Fox. Alpha and Bravo already belongs to them as they are scoring, but still behind.
125-70 as Team Lethal Fox have cut it in half and then some. Sniper still in the hands of Valkyrie. He has not gone down with it just yet, and he's gone down at least once since then, but maybe worked his way back to the snipe. Haynes working his way back to the pillars. Maddie cleans him up though. Valkyrie as support could turn a 2v1 into a free kill on the Jackson as it does. Double kill with the 5 perfect shots, and Valkyrie started off 0-5, but he's 6-1 ever since.
Common making sure that Valkyrie isn't able to escape while one shot, but it's still Team Lethal Fox that find himself on the other side of things as far as these engagements go. Passion United have been looking so good. They've just gone 3 down though. Rami clears out the key door, and I wondered that camouflage was burnt. No, it wasn't.
Had a look at one of, at least from my eyes, one of the first jiggle peaks that we've seen in competition, and it doesn't have quite the clownish look to it, right? I don't know. There's something about the jiggle peak that just looks a little silly. Now with the nerf to the shooting rate of the Bandit, it doesn't seem as much so, but the focal point should be on the scoreboard as Team Lethal Fox have been rolling. It was previously 125-50. 100 uncontested seconds have Team Lethal Fox now in full control.
Yeah, I feel like the jiggle peak is still obviously powerful, but it's nowhere near as overpowered as it was before. You have to be a lot more deliberate with how you're playing that environment now. Whereas opposed to in the past, it was more like, just keep strafing fast enough and shoot, and you'll probably connect with a bullet or 2. Now it's like you really do have to aim and control the gunfight as opposed to being a little bit just faster with it.
Yeah, that's what I saw there. Timing was of the essence in that jiggle peak. It wasn't just a spam, right? Just keep shooting, keep strafing. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore after the changes to Halo Infinite. Valkyrie now with the sniper back in his hands, and he's got 7 shots to work with. Love the skin he's working with. Let's see if his shots are as nice as his cosmetics.
Passion United came out hot, but it's still Team Lethal Fox that have the lead at the moment. But with Passion United quickly starting to score here, and Kratos clearing out Common, Charlie and Bravo still belongs to them. And now the curb slide into the repost, takes to the heavens, goes airborne. Does Kratos doesn't exactly work the way he wanted to, but they're able to get the kills and able to get the leader, Passion United.
Can you take me higher? Kratos launches to the sky, and Valkyrie launches Rami with a little bit of a back fist. Obviously a no-scope, no melee there, but it almost looked like he got punched in the mouth. 3 go down for Team Lethal Fox, only 1 down for Passion United. And despite Team Lethal Fox regaining the lead at that 150 mark, they haven't scored much since. It's been all Passion United. Excellent answer back. You'd think, Tony, with a team like Team Lethal Fox, with more experience, probably make the argument for that they would have held on to this. But instead, it's Passion United who flipped the script. They're up by a minute with just 30 seconds left to secure the Game 1 victory. A bit of an upset brewing.
I'll tell you what it is, it's that new contract confidence. You know what I'm saying? You put the pen to paper and you just start moving a little different right now. Our Kratos, Maddie, Hayden, Valkyrie, and Passion United, 217 to 166, still with the Alpha and Bravo setup for Passion United. Team Lethal Fox find themselves 2 down. Haynes find themselves winning a 1v1 gunfight, but they need a lot more than that.
Ammo's up here, but that's going to pull Team Lethal Fox away from the crucial B cap point if they elect to go for it. But instead, it looks like Native's going to make it away with the camo. And you can see there the decision. Great job by Team Lethal Fox. They don't take the bait. They don't go for the camo. They realize that the prioritization is on the B cap point. Had they played for camo there, Tony, this game would have been over. Great decision making there from TLF.
229 to 179 lead, still for Passion United. Hayden getting aggressive toward the bottom tower side. It looks like that player will portal right out, and Hayden doesn't realize that Haynes is on the flank. They dealt with 1 but can't deal with multiple as Team Lethal Fox are sending bodies and resources over every single stronghold. Momentary trip cap, they may lose Alpha, but right now it's the Bravo Charlie hold that's being locked in for Team Lethal Fox.
229 to a rolling 205. Team Lethal Fox have life, but it's the numbers advantage that lies for Passion United. Hayden making his way through the cuts, gonna cut down the opposition, but instead it's Kratos on the pillars, finding a crucial slay. Has to maintain his life here with 2 already down for Passion United. You cannot afford to lose anybody on the B side. Maddie isn't able to hold B. He goes down. Trip cap comes through for Team Lethal Fox, and they've stolen the lead.
Kratos was left by himself to defend over toward the Bravo side. He just didn't have the numbers in order to fight that off. Another 3 down, go past United and Jackson. Oh my gosh, getting active with it.
That snipe was for real. Oh my God, Jackson, that was a filthy no-scope, and it could just claim game number 1, and it does. Try as they might, as close as they got, Passion United put up a hell of a fight, but Team Lethal Fox are too strong.
Action Jackson coming in and shutting things down. Passion United looking really good toward the first half. Honestly, it looked like they might have been the favorites, but Team Lethal Fox knew it was only a matter of time. 1 round of slays leads to 2, and eventually they gained control. Don't look back. Common and Haynes dropping 21 apiece, and a decent amount of assists to go along with it in order to get that win for Team Lethal Fox.
Oh, here we go. Run it back. Filthy no scope. Fighting through the D-scope there on Maddie, re-lines up the reticle, regains composure, and seals the victory for TLF. And I took a quick look at the stat sheet, kind of along the same thought where we had with Valkyrie, right? Where Passion United were able to double up on the lead despite Valkyrie being 0-5. Finished with a good game, did Valkyrie. But Jackson, 8-17. Granted, he had 13 assists, so he's playing more of a support role there. And he's the main slayer. He is that dude. Jackson is him, so that bodes very well for TLF. The fact that they were able to regain and take game 1 with Jackson only finding 8 total slays, everybody else around half the rest of the team at 21. This could be trouble here for Passion United, because I don't expect back-to-back games from Jackson in single digits.
We saw what he did with the S7 to shut things down. Now with a shock or an opportunity to grab a hold of that shock, Jackson is cracked. I wasn't going with that. Sorry.
You know what? I think that worked, Tony. That's green. Count it. Swish. Maybe rimmed him off the backboard, but nonetheless, it goes in as we hop on board here with Jackson, one of the most exciting players to watch in the HCS. Really feels like we could be watching a player who's up next. Valkyrie now making his way towards the shock, and despite the fact that shock is up, Valkyrie worked past it. I don't know, he's got something else in mind.
I'll be honest, like Jackson was eyeballing that disruptor for a little bit. The way he was looking at it, I was like, oh, hold on. I saw it in his mind. He was like, oh, GA this, man. The intrusive thoughts were coming. And Passion United ended up going 4 down. Team Lethal Fox with a 5-3 lead, and Rammy grabs a hold of that shot.
Yeah, it's like holding the dog treat on the dog's nose, and they're just daring them to take it. But with good discipline, they won't. Oh, Rammy, nice discipline on that reticle lineup. Takes the player down. That's Hative sliding across the top of Snipe. Now Common thinks he's clearing out Snipe, but it's already been cleared. Hative, a little bit of that positioning, fooling, it feels like, the other team. They're looking where they aren't. So for now, that's going to give Passion United a chance to keep it close, as they have the +1 net outcome in that sequence, and they're still only down 3.
Shots out of Common and nowhere to go for Matt. He doesn't get the kill, but the assist still good. 11-7 lead for Common and Team Lethal Fox. Kratos down to 1 shot. Will survive and goes in for the reach out there. Maddie wasn't quite there to help him out the way he thought he was. Maddie eventually gets the kill, but a 13-9 advantage for Team Lethal Fox.
You can see Common falling back on all that experience he has competing against Kratos throughout the decades of these two being in competition. Knew that Kratos' personality trait was to sprint through that hallway despite being 1 HP. Common lines up the reticle, takes the absolute body shot to take him down, and now Kratos is regaining off the spawn, finds the double kill. Jackson up on the window. Got to watch his back. Got Rammy in front of him. Jackson does drop down, but Rammy takes him down. Not before going down shortly after. It's all back and forth, it feels like, but despite that, it's a lead growing and building for TLF.
6 kill advantage here for Team Lethal Fox. Common with excellent nade, but doesn't quite do it. Oh my gosh, Maddie almost puts him on a stretcher there. Eventually, both players do end up going down, and Team Lethal Fox hold on to their lead.
Off to the windmill, to the wall. Common almost had a little bit of a slip up there. Does regain, and my God, numbers are starting to dwindle for Passion United and grow exponentially here for TLF, as they've now doubled up on the previous lead of 4. It's now at 8.
TLF still in the driver's seat at the moment here. Maddie, though, with a huge clutch win. onto Common, and Kratos not quite able to thread the needle onto that one. With the shot coming up, you gotta love the positioning here for Passion United. They are right on that nest side, ready to grab a hold of the resource, and even Haynes looks like he's about camouflaged out. Tough to deal with as Hayden and Passion United know exactly where he is and exactly where he's coming from.
Haynes gets back in the fight, trades out. That's going to be a win condition at this point. TLF are very close into the 30s with a double-digit lead. He'll take trades all day.
Valkyrie staying alive. Haynes are going down here, trying to deny access from the nest side here for Team Lethal Fox. Valkyrie doing everything he can to try to stay alive, but also trying to figure out where did Jackson and Team Lethal Fox go? He's trying to put damage onto everybody on the map, but he's seeing Ghost right now, trying to figure out where TLF are.
All right, Passion United keeping it close, but after the Jackson combo double kill, my thought changes after that. It's now a 9-kill game. Previously at 7, still a 2-possession match. You know, you can work with that. Now at a 3-possession lead, 3 team wipes needed, 3 winning sequences of at least +3 needed for Passion United to make this a close game going into the 40s. The math not starting to add up.
You gotta think they want that camouflage, but they're just not positioned properly in order to grab a hold of it. As of right now, Team Lethal Fox doing a great job drawing a line in the sand and zoning them out at the moment as Valkyrie and Kratos are forced to back down towards the LR side, and Haynes just being sneaky towards the mid side. Passion United trying to figure out where he's coming from. He's all over the map, eventually goes down, but not before Ramby and the rest of TLF get aggressive to control the 50% portion of the map.
Now you can really see Haynes there just starting to see what he can get away with against Passion United. That's multiple times he's tried to utilize an underneath flank. There, though, with the low ground, bottom mid, gets caught out, but this is a great time to litmus test. This is a great time to host your own science experiment. You don't have as much risk of losing this match up 38-27. So I kind of like Haynes with the unconventional strategy. Looking strong.
Plus in the hands of Valkyrie, has Maddie with him, but eventually there's 2 members of Team Lethal Fox that are pushing right through yard, and now you see Team Lethal Fox start to limit the options of Passion United, attacking from multiple sides, trying to trap them within the cafe side. Passion United break out together, but right into the double kill of a Ramby. Kratos, a well-placed grenade will slow Ramby down, but you can only slow him down, you can't stop him, as Ramby is here. Kratos not. Oh, wait, what? There it is.
Wow, did you see how Rammy changed the pace of play? He pushed in, held forward aggressively for the double kill, and then in that one-on-one with Kratos, Kratos threw out the grenade, tried to thwart the push from Haynes, excuse me, and he did for a moment, but then Haynes just played his pace and then found a way to get him back. I mean, that was unbelievable pace there. And Passion United, man, they were really flying on through, so they haven't lost their confidence despite being down big.
A one-shot Hayden was able to grab a hold of camouflage. Surprised the Team Lethal Fox would allow that to happen. But free camo, seemingly free. Eventually, Hayden gives up his life in order to grab a hold of it. That's lives that ultimately they can't afford here. Team Lethal Fox are 5 wins away from ultimately going up 2-0 in this series. Passion United not out of it just yet, but they need to clean things up.
And I'm sorry, that was Rammy who made the play. I almost expected that Haynes level of veteranship coming through from Rammy. That was just, again, perfectly played, pressing on the gas when the moment called for it, and then slowing down. Perfectly paced play from Rammy and the rest of TLF. And you can see the pace of play slow down here. Passion United looking to start and create a stalemate, try to earn and really manufacture an opening break slay. But that's what they're looking for here. If they don't get this opening break, this one's over.
Haynes with a very interesting play. Like, I feel like almost a Pistola-like play on like an onslaught, running figure 8s over towards the enemy base. Like, just being aggressive toward the bottom mid side, playing that bottom dip. As the game slows down, he's still trying to figure out an angle or an opportunity to create for the rest of his team, and it works. And although he doesn't get all the kills that he wants, look at the assists that he's able to accumulate with the way that he's navigating the map.
Rammy sensing blood in the water, needing just 3 more to make it a 2-0 series lead. He does go down, but not before doing enough damage to where you'd think it would be able to get cleaned up on, and it does. Team Lethal Fox looking lethal in this series. The qualification match on the line in Game 3, looking to secure their ticket to Day 2.
gotta love the way the Passion United have been looking. I mean, they're bringing the passion, they're bringing it unitedly. I feel like there are so many moments where I'm like, yo, Passion United about to pull off an upset, but right when it comes down to the clutch time, it's Team Lethal Fox that just make a play or two, get that kill or two to give them an advantage, and they just turn it into more. And that's really been the difference maker here, is that clutchability. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Clutchability.
Pivoability, that works. You know what? Yeah. LVT reads my mind. This is the play I wanted to watch back. Look at how aggressive he is playing against the first two. Now, he starts off the fight with aggressiveness towards Kratos, but once that chase grenade goes out to take down Rami, what does he do? He holds the fort. He holds the line, not even utilizing the left joystick, just lining that reticle up. And if you notice too, Tony, Rami lined up the reticle lower at almost knee level, knowing that Kratos was going to slide through, and just one easy little pop of the bandit led to the killing spree. Rami, that was my favorite sequence of probably the series so far, really emphasizing and exemplifying high-level, perfectly played Halo Infinite, which again, controlling your pace, playing fast when the moment calls for it, and then slowing things down when the moment calls for it too. That delicate dance, that deadly dance, perfect there from Rami, almost like an Olympic gold medal breakdancer right there.
I feel like his ability to be able to adapt, you know, from that slow pace to the fast pace when those days were denying him, but then also adapted to the situation where Hayes flew in the cafe side, and he was like, he was gonna back down, stay alive, and he thought Hayes would get that kill like a lot faster than he did, and ultimately didn't. And for him to be able to adapt even to that and say, okay, no problem, I'm gonna, like you said, hold the line here, get this easy kill. Like, it's adapting in multiple different ways, and it's a lot of things you see like the top players and the top teams in the league be able to do, is be able to adapt to multiple different situations, because not everything is cookie cutter in Halo Infinite. I promise you that.
Yeah, we've been talking a little bit today about guys who are maybe underrated or underappreciated. We mentioned Gilkey previously overall, and especially with the snipe, but man, I think Rami is one of those guys too. Rami no way. LVT Halo goated. There's Rami in the cafe breakdancing his way up. That's so perfect. What a routine there from that breakdancer from Australia. Rami channeling his inner Australian breakdancer there to win that battle at the cafe, and that was it. That was all she wrote. Gold medal. Give it to him.
I heard about it.
Now you know.
That's the first time I saw. Hey, yo, what the hell was that?
But you gotta watch. You have to, like, skip your Halo VOD review time tonight, Tony, and skip a match to watch the that performance, because it is might be an all-time great there.
I was not, like I said, I hadn't seen that before. I was definitely not ready for that. What?
Somebody said on Twitter, they replied, that's like when my nephew says, "Hey guys, watch this," and they just start throwing down some weird dance moves. I don't know what that was. You know what? I liked it though, and while I don't think that they got a gold medal, I was about to say they had fun and they went viral. And probably the most viewed clip of the Olympics is that right there. So, did you win? No, maybe not. Didn't win a medal, but won the hearts of a lot of people. That was good times. As we have a good time here today, lots of Halo action. We didn't get a chance to watch or play much last weekend, so I know this is filling everybody's hungry tummies with some much-needed Halo.
Maddie playing early over toward that starting strike, right through the gold side and over toward the shock rifle. We keep talking about controlling resources, and Maddie making sure he controls at least one, but also almost as important, staying alive, because only so much you can do by yourself. It seems like Passion United kind of left them out to dry with the multiple deaths going down. Now it seems Lethal Fox with control, and aggressive they are through the gold side of the map, common shutting things down, and Passion United find themselves kind of staggered death at the death.
Effective chase grenades there from Valkyrie. A little short on the first one, sticks with it, goes long. On the second, takes down the shock rifle on the bat ledge, and now Passion United seem to have enough control of gold to regain control of the hill, which they do, and with spawns on the tower and C for Team Lethal Fox, you could see a little bit of time build here for Passion United.
Yeah, I'm gonna say scrappy kills coming out of Bash United. Look at all of the hill time they're able to get because of it. Halfway done with this hill, even more than that. As Hayes and Team Lethal Fox look like they were in control for a lot of that time. Now they're the ones on their back foot. Now they're the ones forced to straight line and try to get Bash United out of this first hill.
Good teamwork there from Kratos and Maddie. Maddie trying to secure the long-range shots, but Rami wins it instead. A frustrating fight, but you can see Rami concedes the hill, and I love that play there again from Rami, man. The pacing and the positioning is just so good because of that win there on Maddie from Rami, and then the heads-up decision to not feel like, oh, well, I've just won this gunfight. Let me just continue on towards a hill that I can't win. Instead, he plays for next. He goes next, and he almost takes down another 3. All of this time is because of Rami. Rami, again, showing why he's one of the most underappreciated players in the HCS.
With multiple hitting the black screen here for Passion United, you see action and Team Lethal Fox even spawning even punishing the players that are quickly coming off a spawn to try to make their presence known. Camouflage, I would imagine, should be easily grabbed by Team Lethal Fox, despite the scrappy play coming out of Passion United and the perfect shots out of Hative.
I'm expecting that from Hative. He's a guy that we may not see as often on our screen, but I remember playing against him in the Honda 2v2. This was HCS Season 1, and it was Hative and Native, I think. And I was thinking to myself, damn, these guys are good. So I know he's got the gunny, and I want to see more of it from Hative. And I think that's what Kratos sees in him. Kratos and Hative have been teammates for quite a while, it feels like. And I see what Kratos sees in Hative. For now, though, Team Lethal Fox eyeing a tie, which they secure, but not before going 3 down. And despite going 3 down, they get the next points on the hill. What the hell, Common? That was nuts.
I don't know if it was just me, but I feel like I noticed Common was able to secure that second hill, but he pulled himself out of the hill to kind of force Passion United to play aggressive toward the hill, and then he steps in. That kind of allows Team Lethal Fox an opportunity to push up and take more space towards this hill, and maybe that's the reason why they were able to get first feet of the hill. I could be wrong, but that's kind of what I noticed. I noticed Common kind of stepping out of that hill purposefully, even though he could have finished it off.
Yeah, you'd need theater mode and a tap of the Y button, I believe is what it is, to go and do eye in the sky view, because how the hell did Common, again, win the previous hill and then make his way to not only the next hill, but win a crucial gunfight to give Team Lethal Fox all of the next 80 for 85, now 90%. Every second, the clock continues to tick up here for TLF as they will secure a flawless hill 3 to take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Passion United not stepping not a second into that hill when Team Lethal Fox, you know, they're all over the map. They even got us a split second or at least a tick on this next hill, and this third one for them is up 2-1 at the moment, and they're everywhere on the map, and that includes Rami with the shock core. At least he had the shock, and I want to say Camouflage might have went the way of Passion United, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I thought Rami might have jumped off the map with that shock. It looked like an unwinnable fight, but with 1 bolt left, I don't know. Maybe you might regret giving it to Hative, because he makes good on it 1 for 1 with his 1 opportunity, and Eminem would be proud.
Multiple members of Team Lethal Fox trying to play from Alpha spawns over toward the tower, but being really tough in order to cross. That's right now, Passion United have a clean setup. They're putting down damage onto every single member of Team Lethal Fox that is trying to push up. That nade, maybe not exactly what they wanted. Probably thought it was a frag as opposed to a sticky, but luckily Hative still hitting shots. Jackson hitting his right back, and good God, what was that?
It was a killing spree, but it wasn't pretty. But you know what? It was effective. So Hative, I'm sure, will take it, especially staring at a 1-2 deficit. You need to get back on the board. Now, granted, there's enough time in regulation, Tony, to where 3-1 is not going to be the end of the game for Passion United, but down 0-2 in the series. Don't want to see them go down 2 in this King of the Hill. Like I always say, seeing, and in this case, scoring is believing, and Kratos is looking to do just that.
2 members of Team Lethal Fox push right through tower to double push. A little bit too much for Kratos and Passion United, but Maddie stays alive. Common down to 1 shot, trying to zone him out with a couple grenades. The reinforcements are here, and Common trying to take a bit of a different angle as Team Lethal Fox already pushing towards Charlie, and Common having a lot of trust in his teammates there.
And Common is really turning back the clock with his performance here. 17-5-9. He goes down there, but he's still playing the right process. He's still pushing out that line of scrimmage, applying pressure on Passion United, which pushes them further and further away from that C platform. But for now, Passion United will gain control of the hill. 3 go down for TLF. Common might force A spawns, and he does. So again, Common and Rami and everybody for TLF. It's just such phenomenal, just fundamental Halo being played here to do things like what Common just did there. Earn the advantageous spawn here. We know Halo Infinite likes to give you good spawns nonetheless, but when you earn it, it feels even better.
But I still feel like it's the scrappy play. Passion United just always staying in it and getting that 1 or 2 kills that really matters and throws TLF off guard, which is one of the reasons why they're able to take that second hill and tie things up. A little over 2 minutes on the clock, plenty of time for anything to happen here, but this next hill should be extremely important. Jackson knows it. Jackson drops down and takes the piv against Maddie.
That's big. I'm trying to find him. They spot him, take him down. But ultimately leads to a trade, and Hadev doesn't lose a single shot of shield by taking down Jackson. So it's an even, clean trade in Passion United. We've been talking up some of the individual performances of guys like Common and Rami, and even Jackson winning that previous PIV 1v1. But you could argue that the teamwork and efficiency have really come on strong here recently for Passion United. They're rolling.
They're about 40% done with this hill right now, and right back in the hill where Valkyrie and Passion United. As Valkyrie gets the assist, Rami simply coming out of nowhere and wants to get Valkyrie off of his top gold position, and looks like they're able to do so, but will it be enough? Because Passion United are still scoring right now. Hadev may have gone down, the same for Maddie, and it looks like just in the nick of time, right before they clutch it out, Team Lethal Fox get Passion United out of that hill.
Experience shining through like we even saw in that previous series, Ascending Baseline versus Forsaken. Just came down to an experience edge, an experience difference. There was an example of it right there, as Team Lethal Fox are able to prevent Passion United from securing the final 3 seconds they need to win this hill. Kratos goes down, all 4 go down, and now Team Lethal Fox at Passion United in a little bit of a blender.
Passion United was so close to closing out this third hill, this swing fifth hill, and sadly they lost it. Back-to-back 4 downs and deleted to Team Lethal Fox, clutching it out. 3-2 lead here for Team Lethal Fox. Passion is not going to be enough. They need firepower and efficiency if they want to beat Team Lethal Fox. A minute and a half on the clock.
Another example of the experience there, Tony, where Team Lethal Fox would have played for next and set up on the next hill. Passion United pushed towards a hill that they had no chance of winning, and they take down all 4 for Team Lethal Fox. It's going to help them get to this next hill and sure, score first, but you could argue had they conceded and played strictly for next, they might even have 50% on the board as opposed to 30, and Jackson's clearing the way.
Perfect shots on Jackson with that shock. Another 3 down, full squad wipe for Jackson and Team Lethal Fox. And look, they know exactly where Passion United are spawning. He has reticle trains on that Charlie side. Excuse me.
Could be the finishing moments of this game and this series. 123 on the clock, 50% of the hill secured here for TLF. I do not anticipate that they play for 0-0 on the clock. They're looking to make this a 4-2 match, and with 4 going down once again for Passion United, we could see Team Lethal Fox sprinting to the finish.
It's been exciting gameplay up until this point so far, but it looks like Team Lethal Fox is about to put on another 3-0 sweep. It was close at many moments throughout the series, but it's still over, and it's still another 3-0. Passion United go down.
Hey, GG's and props to the boys over at Passion United, one of the community's favorite organizations and teams, led by Pure Delight. Again, man, Tony, how many teams are knocking on the door? You got Forsaken, you got Ascending Baseline, you've got the team we just saw here. I mean, Passion United. There is a lot of strong competition in the up-and-coming amateur scene. Team Lethal Fox are going to take it, which I think was expected, but not without a fight. Really, it was just that Solitude game that looked like by the final score that it got away from them, but that was still close at certain moments. And then I think it goes back for me. It goes back to game 1. You're the underdog coming into this series. You've got to steal one of the first 2. And Passion United, they had the opportunity in game 1 to do just that. They just couldn't clinch it and ice up. Experience prevails once again, as it has all throughout the day.
Well, nice job, boys, with the lower bracket portion. Let's go ahead and check in on this. Ignore that rebellion. I'll get that fixed. But nevertheless, this is the lower bracket as it stands now. It will continue tomorrow. And so right off the bat, we've got Native and Ascending Baseline meeting up. Cloud9, Team Lethal Fox, Team Liquid, which I think is a troll. SWAT Latam, Complexity, and Tinrai. I hear SWAT Latam is in America, in the States. competing right now. But nevertheless, tomorrow in the upper bracket, Space Station, Pure, FaZe Clan, Sentinels. And if anybody's curious what order this is going to go in, crazy music that is attached to these. FaZe versus Sentinels right off the bat, and then second immediately after, Space Station versus Pure. Tony, I'll start with you. Any predictions on these two matches?
I mean, you got to give me FaZe. I mean, I love me some Sentinels action. I think FaZe and Sentinels are always a really tight matchup. It's always really fun to watch, but FaZe are coming off of a tournament that they definitely left a lot on the table, a lot in the tank that they want to take advantage of. So I feel like they want to move themselves in the right direction. Give me FaZe in that matchup, and the SSG and Pure, a matchup that we've seen in the past. The likes of Talik and Druk really do push SSG to their limits at times. I think they will do that again. I'm gonna say that's gonna go down to a game 5 actually, which I know a lot of people probably surprised at that, but give me SSG winning that matchup, and of course an SSG and FaZe winner bracket finals. A little boring there, but yeah, that's what I got.
All right, Mikowski?
It seems like the death grip that was once on the big three is starting to loosen its grip a little bit. And you look at the start of season 3, it was Sentinels, probably Rebellion as well, but I'd say Sentinels probably had the edge. Now, granted, this was still with Spartan and sticking together as a unit, as a team of 4, that gave them an edge going into the first event of the season, but they didn't take advantage of it. And now, Sentinels has opened up the door for others to take claim to that 4th spot. And it's not only Rebellion, now it's Pure, who claimed, not only just with talk and conversation and hopes and dreams, they got top 4 at the previous LAN event. And there is nothing but upside. The more cherished and the more last shot get deeper into tournaments, Talik and Druk, they got ice in the veins. They've been there, done that. You can almost see it in the little B-roll there. Talik just looks like a dude that's been there, done that. But man, if last shot and cherish continue to improve at the rate that we've seen, top 4 might not just be the ceiling. They could look towards not only a Championship Sunday appearance, but I could see them in the grand finals.
Good to hear. Well, GG's, boys. Everybody congratulate and thank Mikowski and Tony. Let them get on with their day for now. But nevertheless, I want to thank everybody for coming out today. It's been a long day. The Open Series will continue tomorrow. As we just said, Space Station and Pure will play second. First will be FaZe versus Sentinels. That'll be at 12 o'clock Eastern here tomorrow. For now, if you haven't gotten your drop and you still need a little bit more time, we'll start running this back. So if you haven't already done so, follow the channel as well. You're bound to see drops here almost every time that we're live, if not every time. But nevertheless, it's been a great day. Shout out to the competitors for cooperating, because I think that we know that there's been a lot of issues with lobbies, so things kind of slowed down a little bit today. But nevertheless, that will be it. The tournament will continue tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. Tomorrow, stay here on LVT. You'll see how this all pans out. No Optic, no Shopify in the tournament, so the best of the rest are right here on your screen. All undefeated teams. It is double elimination, so these two teams will have to lose twice to exit the tournament. One of these teams will likely be crowned champion, but you never know. One of our lower bracket teams could make a run, a little Cinderella story. You never know. But nevertheless, that's going to do it for LVT Halo. Enjoy your evening, everybody. We're out.